American way, because global, the word global is losing its meaning in the current world. We are not a global world anymore. We are a post-global world. That means national tendencies are strong. We see it every day. So, and that you see reflected when you go in China. They want to do it the Chinese way. In America, or somewhere else, and you have just to tell them, simple. You cannot drive on the right side in Australia, so you cannot drive on the left side in the United States. It's just different, but in a polite, nice way. And this is the art of the deal, how to put our culture in their perspective.
I love that. All right, so we're going to come back this way. So, Andreas, back to you.
Yes.
What's your approach to staying ahead of competitors who are also playing aggressively in global markets?
So you have to understand the drivers of the market. You have to understand if your products are ready for the market. Be ready for the market. You go in this market, you have to see, do you have the right structure? Do you have the right sales guy? Can you execute local by not compromising your so-called global goals? Can you have the right connections local? And if your products or whatever services you sell are well received, you have to do this research before you even start. Then if you enter wrong, you'll never be successful.
Great point. All right, Kevin. In chess, great players anticipate threats several moves ahead. How do you train leaders to do that in real-time decision-making?
You can't be nearsighted. End of story, right? I mean, you have to look beyond what your immediate concerns are. So, a good CEO, any good corporate leader, I think, is, I've mentioned it before, education, right? But you have to pay attention to what's going on in the company. You have to be a good listener. If you're not a good listener, if you're listening to respond versus listening to learn, then you're probably not going to notice the things that you should be picking up on that are going on inside the company, or with your partners, or with your clients. So for me, it comes down to listening, spotting things that it might seem a little bit out of character or not exactly where you want them to go, and then adjusting the plan accordingly.
Yeah, I love that. Martin, how do you maintain operational discipline when the pressure to move fast starts to override strategic thinking?
I think it goes back to the very first thing that we talked about, and that is really understanding the strategic vision of the organization. If it's articulated and it's down on paper, then you go back to that plan. You encourage them through data and information and reports to follow along the plan that's been there and to discuss what it would take to change that plan. If we're looking far ahead and we're determining what's going to happen or the market conditions change, then you have a dialogue. And I think one of the things that's really important about those boardrooms is saying, here's where we started, here's what's happening over the past 4 quarters, here's where we intend to go. Do we have an exit strategy? Do we have, what's our 3 and 5 year plan? How are we trying to get there? You set a strategy, you work towards it, you put real data in front of them, and then you have an open dialogue, which is critical. And you maintain that by putting those rules in place, referring back, and not letting your board become chaotic by not focusing back on the overall strategic plan.
Yep, definitely agree. Rashida, how do you create shared context quickly so everyone is playing the same game, not different ones?
Ooh, shared content. So I think that's kind of one of those leadership skills that a lot of people overlook when you think about it. A lot of leaders expect everyone around them to kind of read minds and know. And it just doesn't work like that in the real world. When you have a situation where people don't know where we are, where we're going, what we're trying to solve, again, you're going to hear these things over and over because they really are that important. And it really goes to the communication piece. It goes to kind of setting the stage for what comes next. When people don't have that level of clarity and shared thought about whatever it is that they're talking about within the organization across that board level so that it can trickle down, what begins to happen then is people begin to fill in the gaps with what they think as opposed to what actually is. So it really starts from the top when the leader can say, hey, this is exactly the road that we need to take. And this is where I need extra thought leadership around what it's going to take to get here and how we're going to solve for A when we're already at X, Y, and Z. And so if the leader can come in and set that tone and really align everybody in that way, that's how you begin to share kind of like the context and the content of the conversation, of the decisions that need to be made, of the things that are happening. It starts from the top because everyone else is looking to you as the leader, to looking whomever is in that room that is making and influencing what is happening. They're looking for them to actually lead. So they have to be able to share first in order to be able to lead.
And you talk about high-pressure performers having OCD tendencies. How does that show up as predictable patterns on the board that others can exploit?
I'm not touching that.
High performers. Who here is a high performer? Yeah, you should all be raising your hand. You wouldn't be sitting in this room if you weren't a high performer. You do not have a performance issue. You have a repeating pattern issue. OCD is obsessive compulsive disease. None of you have this, but we have tendencies. It looks like overthinking, over-preparing, over-explaining,
Yes.
and even worse, rechecking your work, the same thing 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Because here's the problem, is the loop in your head says, what if I get this wrong? But the underlying thing is you never do get it wrong, right? So if I'm playing chess, I'm in a boardroom, I'm in an operating room, I'm having a conversation, and you've shown me your repeating patterns, I can predict your next move. If I'm in a boardroom and I know that you avoid conflict, I control the conversation. If I know you hesitate, I can rush you. What I train leaders is to remove the loop, because once you stop repeating the pattern, you're no longer predictable, and that is power. Now you control the board and you maintain it. And also, when you're talking about upper level talking, in medicine, we call that layman's terms. You need to talk to everybody like they're a 5-year-old or in their 5th grade. You go into your doctor and I'm using words like bowel movement, and you're looking at me, I'm like, when's the last time you had a number 2? These are very different and strategic things. So when you're explaining things to anybody and everybody, you need to use the words and the terms that they understand. And if they're not understanding them, then ask and listen. And the listening means take some notes. What are they interpreting? But that's it. You don't have a performance problem. You have a repeating pattern problem.
I love that. Definitely got called out by Ann on that one. Okay, my question is, what are the first signals that you read to understand how the pieces are arranged and who actually controls the center? So for me, it's all about the preparation before I even enter the room. I've already done the research. I already know who the decision maker is. I already know who influences them. And I also know who has been in the room the longest. I also know who's most likely to speak last. And when I go into the room, I'm just confirming what I've already done the research on. The other thing I look for is who's talking, who's interrupting, and who's not being interrupted. I think that's something that in the actual moment you can take heed of to help you, to guide you in that conversation. And then also who at the end of the day is the last person to talk, because you need them to talk to finish the conversation. So using that strategy to get that person who needs to make the decision to be the one moving, I've already done the research. And so for me, that path actually has a mission, and I think that's what makes it successful. So we're gonna start going through the other way now. So my next question is, how do you know when it's time to move from strategy to final execution? I will say I come from a sales background, so I always am closing. I am always trying to find the decision that is going to make them do the thing that I want them to do. Obviously, use discretion and do it right, but I'm always closing, because if a deal can make good in 10 minutes, it's much better than 10 hours. And if you continue the conversation past the close, you're more likely to lose them, and I want to get the close to happen and then go on to the next thing as fast as possible. I also want to set expectations so they know what to expect and then already plant the seed. How can I make them my best customer? How can I make this the best deal? How can I have them be my best partner? Because the work doesn't end when the deal is made, it's just starting. All right, so next question is to Anne. When egos collide, how do you neutralize the board without escalating the tension?
Egos. Who's ever run into an ego here? Everybody, right?
Every single person.
We all have an ego. Egos aren't about the ego. So again, you've gone into the boardroom, you know what problem you want solved, you know that a decision needs to be made, who's going to take that, and then when is it going to get done. When two people go into a conflict because of egos, I think, and what I see is that leaders' mistake is they try to manage the people. It's not about the people, it's about the ego. And the ego is telling these two people they're at risk of losing something. They're at risk of losing control, they're at risk of losing respect or positioning. So you can't fuel an ego with your own ego. You're just going to take the chessboard and all the pieces are going to fall. But if you redirect them with, what is the solution we're trying to come to right now? Or the question, hey, what's the problem we're solving right now? Now you've just removed the emotion. Ego's all about emotion. So now the board and everybody is back on the task, and the person, the leader that can manage the egos without losing control and becoming more emotional controls the board.
I love that. Rashida, what's the role of clarity in ensuring every piece knows its function and contribution?
Probably the most important role out of a lot of what we're saying here. You could have the most talented individuals inside of the room, but if they are not clear on what their role is and what it is that they're doing, it is going to cause utter and total chaos, right? Because people are not going to understand what they're supposed to do. When it is clear, the directions are clear, the communication is clear, everyone has an assigned deliverable at the end of the conversation, that clarity actually helps to move people out of that room into execution, as opposed to out of that room into something totally different. How many have had meetings, you go in, you're in the conversation, everything seems okay, we have a plan, and then you come out and you're utterly confused. You don't know what's next. None of that was touched. So when you have that lack of clarity, it stalls everything. And then you're on this hamster wheel again because you're having another meeting just to gain clarity about what it should have already been clear from the first meeting. So it really goes back to owning the room, owning the lanes, keeping people in check, making sure that there's nobody stepping over boundaries, trying to monopolize the conversation, making it very clear to each individual who has a key stake in whatever it is that is going to be the outcome, that they know exactly what it is that they are supposed to and expected to do and how to execute it, so that when they leave, they have a plan of action as opposed to a plan of confusion.
I love that. So a question for you, Martin, same vein, but on teams. How do you ensure every team understands their role as a piece contributing to the overall strategy?
I think it's very important that same kind of thing. You do articulate roles and responsibilities. I often try and do that visually. I like to have workflow, mindjet, other charts about how the organization and how the team members fit within the overall objective and plan to get from A to B, or A to Z in this particular case. In doing so, you give them self-worth, you give them the ability to understand how they contribute to that, you give them an alignment with the overall strategy, and therefore they're able to see how they fit within it, and then you also put the circles in the middle, the gaps, and how the two sides between the next lines come together and have those conversations, or what are the discussion points to allow you to also get their contribution. It's incredibly important, whether in the boardroom or in the teams, that people feel like they're contributing to some of the decisions that are being made, that they're contributing to the value and proposition. People want to feel that they are part of an organization and contribute to its overall success. And the best way to do that is really to lay out the overall strategy and structure and be able to say to someone, this is where you fit. It's in the boardroom as well. We just talked about it. We talked about if you're a board member, you need to understand the industry. It's the same thing. You need to understand the people in the room, their role, their characteristics. We haven't yet talked about how you found a board and how you create one. We're assuming they're already in place. The other piece of this is when you're building your board, make sure you understand what you're trying to build. Do you want a bunch of yes people? Do you want the catalyst person? Yeah. Do you want the moderator? Because all those are components in your board dialogue and dimensions that you really need to take into consideration when you're building out your board. And it's the same thing with your team members.
I love that. Kevin, how do you communicate risk in a way that drives action instead of fear or avoidance?
Well, risk is, I think, one of the top responsibilities of a board, just understanding what it is, understanding what the bigger risk is, the industry, the economy, things like that. But the way to communicate it to me is just like, I can't remember who said it earlier, but it was, somebody made a comment about you have to say, I think it was Ann, say things in a way that other people understand them, right? Risk is no different. You have to put the risk into a frame of reference that somebody else can understand. So myself as a technologist and a security guy, if I'm talking to somebody that's got a finance background, I can't start, going on about 0 days and architecture and stuff like that. I have to frame it in a way that it's going to make sense to them. So for finance, it's going to be cost and it's going to be longer term benefit. For operations, it might be efficiency. So it's properly framing the risk so other people hear it and they understand it. That's, to me, is the clearest way.
I love that. Andreas, you've led turnarounds. What's the first move you make when walking into a losing position?
Sorry?
You've led turnarounds. What's
Yeah.
the first move you make when walking into a losing position?
And the first, when I'm a turnaround, so first you have to figure out if your company has the cash payments for the next 4 to 6 weeks. That's imperative, because if you walk in a turnaround and there is no money there, you will walk out instantly. So you have to secure the company for the next 4 to 6 weeks. Then you do your assessment. You understand what is going wrong and what is going right. And every company has a lot of issues. And I can promise you 99% of the company do not have a market issue or a product issue. They have a personal issue. There are people who are not acting together. There are people who are not working together. There are people who are not aligned. So you have the turnaround. You have your 6 weeks to go, and then you start digging in. Every day you talk with people, spend a lot of time talking with different people, compare the notes, compare what is going on, and then go in the processes. Next is processes. Are the processes, the standard operation procedures right? You know it from your previous companies. Make a benchmark. What is going good, what is not going good. If it's a manufacturing company, it's pretty simple. If it's a distribution, it may be a little bit more complicated. If it's a global organization, then the complexity is high, but still do it. And after you achieve your first assessment, you have to go to the board and say, that's my plan. I need so much money to get it done and make it lean. And if you get it approved, half of the turnaround is done. If you don't, I wouldn't stay in this company. I would say it very clearly. If you don't have enough means, you just waste your time.
I love that. All right, so this will be our last question, so more of a quick fire. Andreas, if you had to define the one move that separates good operators from true global strategists, what would it be?
One move, there are many bold moves, so one move is, and it's hard to do the move, but it's probably to realign your team, to assess who are the key employees, who are the key achievers, and don't hesitate if you do your due process to fire people, but fire them nicely.
There we go.
You start with getting the assessment and getting the best people in front and get rid of the people who are not a fit for organization, and especially for toxic people. Toxicity, one toxic guy influences 10 good guys.
Yep, very true. Kevin, how does a strong end game look like from a risk and security standpoint?
I think a strong end game is about having those things in balance. If you lead to too much, say, with security, other things are going to suffer. I go into companies that a lot of them, post data breach as a consultant, not as a board member. And one of the things I see a lot of times is they throw everything at security, and then the business becomes, operationally inefficient because all the resources are applied there. So in the same way on a board, you have to have a balance between those things to be efficient and to be operational. I think that's the ultimate state right there. But I do want to say one additional thing. When you're presenting these ideas in a board context, is everybody here familiar with the concept of radical candor? So this is where egos go away, right? So if you can care personally and you can challenge directly, then that's going to frame things right. You're going to present things the right way, and you can, hopefully rid yourself of the egos that are going to cause this imbalance in approach.
I love that. All right, Martin, how do you maintain control of the board when integrating teams, system, and cultures during rapid change?
I want to answer this question. This is the art, not a science. And the reality is, again, you have to motivate them individually while thinking strategically. The way that you motivate people during those rapid changes is to explain to them the reason that it's happening. We have this today. On this panel, we haven't said the two-letter word yet, which is amazing. But we know that there's rapid change. You articulate it. You put it in the context for people of their personal lives and things that happen to them. I do everything pretty much in my career through analogy and talk to people about what's happening outside their work environment, but what's happening in their personal environment, and then how they can understand the need for change. If you're as old as me, you've read Who Moved My Cheese and some of those. Change has been happening for generations, and it's really about putting it in context for them and explaining to them why change is happening and getting their understanding. People are incredibly resilient when it comes to change as long as you're communicating effectively, telling them their place, and letting them know how they contribute to it and be successful.
Great point. Rashida, what does checkmate look like when alignment, clarity, and execution are all achieved?
It looks like follow through, not just agreement. It looks like everyone walking out of the room knowing exactly what it is that needs to be accomplished, knowing exactly what their role is, knowing exactly what action that they need to take with their teams. It's knowing that we don't have to have a second meeting, that we can just really move and jump into exactly what it is. And to me, that's good alignment. I kind of answered this a little bit in my last question, but it really does make that clarity piece, right? Real alignment is clarity. It is everyone on the same page, on the same docket, all the boxes are ticked, and there are no more questions. There is simply just execution, and there's momentum behind that execution because people are excited now. I know what to do. There's no longer any confusion. So to me, that's real alignment. And if you can walk out of any board meeting and then even down to the teams level, like Martin said, and get them flowing based off of what just happened here, that's alignment across industry, that's alignment across departments, that's alignment within the whole organization. And that just makes for a really sweet deal and a great working environment.
I love that. Anne, what's the biggest mistake leaders make in the end game of a meeting that weakens execution afterward?
The biggest mistake we all make, we've already all said it, is that we all end with an agreement and not a decision. Everybody nods, everybody feels good, but no decision was made. And the biggest problem with that is you didn't answer the questions from the beginning, is what is the problem we're solving? What's the solution? Who owns it? And when? And why do we avoid this? Because it's uncomfortable. We avoid that last 5 minutes of tension.
Yeah.
Well, let's agree and we'll come back. No, you need a decision, because that is the moment. If it's not a little uncomfortable, it wasn't clear enough. The other thing is, I'm going to give you, when we're talking about listening and communicating, the other mistake I see is that we talk to people, but we don't listen to them. Here's a very simple thing. If you've got egos, you've got the people who aren't on board, you bring them in, you just ask them, tell me what you think, okay? And you listen. Do not talk. Just write notes down. Now, here's the very important question. I want you to write this down is, what I hear you saying is blank. I will guarantee you, they will look at you like, what are you talking about? Because it's a misinterpretation of what they're thinking and what you're saying, and what you're thinking and what they're saying. What I hear you saying is blank. Is that what you mean? And that's going to get rid of almost all of the conflicts, so everybody's on your team, and it quickly resolves the listening and the misinterpretation. So a decision and the listening skills, what I see is the biggest problem.
I love that. Perfect. And I will have my last question. I'll make it quick. If you had to define the one move that consistently wins the game, what would it be? You walk in expecting to win. You don't take your foot off the gas, and you don't stumble into winning. You play the game, and then you earn it. So to close, every boardroom is a chessboard, and whether you realize it or not, the game is already being played. Positions are being taken, decisions are being shaped, and control is already shifting. The difference, some people are making moves, and some people are waiting. So as you walk into your next room, don't just show up informed, show up ready to move. In the end, you don't win by understanding the game, you win by playing your best game when it matters. A big thank you to Anne, Rashida, Martin, Kevin, and Andreas. I'm Nicole Banks, and again, welcome to CXO Day 2.0. Thank you so much.
Thank you, experts, for sharing such valuable insights. A big thank you. Up next, we have a session, Steady by Design, a RISE framework for leading through volatility. It's crafted for leaders who want to navigate uncertainty with confidence. Please join me in welcoming our speaker and bronze sponsor, MK Palmer, founder and principal advisor at Apogee Global RMS. He leads with a mission to empower organizations through enterprise risk management, cybersecurity, and leadership transformation. In this session, MK will explore how executives can identify hidden risks, anticipate disruptions, and build strategies that keep their organizations resilient, even in the most unpredictable environments. Expect practical frameworks, actionable insights, and real-world examples that will help you lead with steadiness, clarity, and impact, no matter how volatile the market may be. The stage is yours, MK Palmer.
Good morning. I find the reference in the last session to the game of chess being played in risk environments to be rather apt. You will notice the presence of the knight in many of the logo features for the company that I run, because I am of similar belief in the importance of understanding that there is absolutely a complex game that's being played, and it's incumbent upon us as stakeholders and leaders to engage, understand how to play that game, and understand how to win. So over the next several minutes, I want to challenge an assumption that most leadership cultures carry without ever naming it. The assumption is this: managing risk and taking risk are opposing impulses. That careful people and bold people are different within the organization. They are not. And the leaders who understand that distinction are the ones who remain steady when the environments are not cooperating. I spent my career at the intersection of national security, cybersecurity, and enterprise risk. The Marines, the FBI, Palo Alto Networks, Google Cloud, and my current role as the founder of Apogee Global. And the lesson that keeps repeating across every one of these environments is this: steadiness is not a personality trait. It's a design choice. Today, I'm going to show you the design. Here's the illusion that most leadership teams live inside. They believe they are managing risk. What they're actually managing is their anxiety about risk. And those are fundamentally different activities. Look at the two models on the slide. On the left, risk avoidance. It feels like the responsible choice. You say no, you hold, you protect. But every time you say no to protect the organization, you are also destroying optionality. The organization becomes slower, more brittle, more fragile over time. On the right, calculated risk management. It feels really uncomfortable. That is the point. Discomfort is the price of flexibility. The organization that embraces calculated risk becomes more precise and more adaptive, not despite the comfort, but because of it. Most executive teams spend their entire careers on the left side of the slide, believing they're actually on the right. This is the core thesis. Risk management and risk-taking are not opposing forces. They are the same discipline, applied at very different points of the decision cycle. The best operators I've worked with in the military, in law enforcement, in the C-suite, are simultaneously the most calculated and the most decisive. They do not choose between caution and boldness. They use one to enable the other. So how do you build that capability? It comes down to three disciplines. The framework has three parts: risk decomposition, how you break apart what looks overwhelming; emotional calibration, how you manage the internal variables that distort your judgment under pressure; and strategic patience, knowing when the best available move may be no move at all. Let's take it one at a time. When the complex threat hits, a major breach, a regulatory action, a market disruption, a leadership failure, the brain does something rather predictable. It treats the entire threat as one monolithic problem. Everything feels urgent. Everything feels connected. And the executive either freezes or makes a reactive decision that addresses symptoms instead of causes. Decomposition breaks that pattern. Identify the components, the parts of the threat. Every complex risk has a technical dimension, operational dimension, reputational dimension, and a regulatory dimension. They are not the same problem. Name them separately. Apply what I call the controllability filter. For each component, ask a simple question. Can I control this? Can I influence it? Or can I only monitor it? Those are three fundamentally different categories that require three fundamentally different responses. Redirect your energy. Act decisively on the components you can control. Influence what you can, and monitor the rest without letting it consume your bandwidth. Here's what I have observed across 30-plus years as a professional in high-consequence operations. Most leaders waste 80% of their energy on the components they cannot control. Decomposition stops that. It turns a paralyzing situation into an addressable problem set. This is the discipline that makes people uncomfortable. Good. Your emotional state, fear, anger, excitement, fatigue, even optimism is not a personality trait that you are stuck with. It's an operational variable. It directly affects the quality of every decision you make. And like any other operational variable, it needs to be measured and it needs to be managed. I want to give you a tool. 3 questions. I call it the calibration check. Question 1, what am I feeling right now? Just name it. Don't judge it. Don't suppress it. Name it. Is that feeling proportionate to the actual data? Not the narrative in my head, not the worst case scenario, the data. If I remove that feeling entirely, does the decision change? If the answer to question 3 is yes, you have a calibration problem. You're not responding to the risk, you're responding to your anxiety about the risk. And now, you're back on the left side of the first slide, making the organization slower, more fragile, and calling it responsibility. This is the hardest discipline for action-oriented leaders. And most of you of this room, I assume, are action-oriented leaders. So hear me carefully. Strategic patience is not passiveness. It's not hesitation. It's not waiting because you don't know what to do. Strategic patience is the calculated choice to hold position when the cost of premature commitment exceeds the cost of delay. That is risk calculation, not a temperament. The tool here is what I call reversibility. Before any consequential decision, you have to ask yourself one question. How reversible is this? If the decision is highly reversible, then your response should be to move fast, learn, adjust, and iterate. Speed is your friend. There's no penalty for being wrong early on a reversible decision. If the decision is poorly reversible, patience is the discipline. Wait for better information. Do not let the pressure to appear decisive push you into a commitment you cannot undo. Most consequential decisions, the ones that actually determine the trajectory of an organization, live in the messy middle, the gray area. And that is where leaders collapse under pressure. The reversibility filter prevents that collapse. Let's take a lesson from what might be a very knowable, probable situation. A scenario that many of you have likely lived through. A critical vendor discloses a breach, exposing customer data. The board wants answers in 24 hours. Your legal team says, stay silent. Your CISO says, go public. 2 credible advisors with 2 very different recommendations. What do? Follow the framework. Let's decompose this. This is not one problem. It's 4. Technical exposure, regulatory obligation. What does your customer base expect? there's a contractual liability, and each one has different answers. Treat them separately. Second, calibration. Where's the urgency actually coming from? The data or the board's anxiety? Because if the breach is already contained and notification timelines have not yet been triggered, the 24-hour deadline might be entirely self-imposed. It might be anxiety masquerading as a deadline. Apply the patience filter. Public disclosure is poorly reversible. A premature statement that turns out to be inaccurate does more reputational damage than a 48-hour delay to confirm scope. Waiting is not weakness here, it's actually precision. This is not about being slow, it's about being precise when the stakes are at the highest. Now, let's describe what happens when you don't have this framework. Without decomposition, leaders treat every crisis as a single monolith threat. Resources scatter. The real vulnerability goes unaddressed while the organization fights symptoms. I've watched organizations spend millions responding to the wrong component of a breach because no one has stopped to separate the technical problem from the reputational problem. Without calibration, fear is what drives decision cycles. The loudest voice in the room oftentimes wins the debate. And the post-crisis review, if it's honest, reveals that the data never actually supported the chosen path. Without patience, premature commitments lock the organization into positions that become indefensible as new information emerges, and the cost of reversal exceeds the cost of the original threat. Every organizational crisis I've investigated in the FBI or while in the private sector shares the same root cause. The decision maker was responding to emotion and not information. So how do you prevent that? You scale these disciplines from the individual leader to the organization. These three disciplines don't just make you a better decision maker. They reshape how your entire organization engages with uncertainty. The first mechanism is what I call permission cascade. When you, as the senior leader, model decomposition instead of demanding instant answers, you give every layer of the organization to think before reacting. And something remarkable happens. Bad news actually starts to surface earlier. Because people are no longer afraid to bring you incomplete information. The second mechanism is to break the silo tax. This is the core of what we do at Apogee Global, what we call the nexus of risk. Cyber is talent risk, is reputational risk, and is operational risk. They are not separate categories managed by separate departments. They are, from a cause standpoint, interconnected disciplines. Leaders who see those connections make structurally better decisions than leaders who let each risk live within its own silo. The third mechanism is risk fluency, not risk tolerance, fluency. The capacity of an organization to have honest, rigorous conversations about uncertainty without triggering paralysis, blame, or performative urgency. Let me say that again. The capacity of an organization to have rigorous conversations about uncertainty without triggering paralysis. I can't tell you the number of times I've seen this live and in action in environments where either lives have been on the line or, in the company setting, reputational damage or high revenue has been on the line. An organization that treats uncertainty as a navigable condition rather than a crisis that can be survived. So let me pull it all together. 3 individual disciplines: decompose, calibrate, hold, each with a concrete tool you can use this week. And 3 organizational multipliers that scale those disciplines across the enterprise. 1 framework, 3 disciplines, enterprise-wide impact. Now, I want you to leave with a diagnostic. 3 questions. Answer them honestly. When was the last time someone in your organization said, "I don't know," without immediately qualifying it, hedging it, or apologizing for it? Question 2. When was the last time a team recommended not acting and that recommendation was treated as valid rather than as a weakness? And 3, when was the last time a risk assessment actually changed a strategic decision, not confirmed one that's already been made? If you, as a stakeholder and business leader, cannot answer those 3 questions with specific recent examples, your risk culture is likely a performative one, and you are more exposed than your dashboards might suggest. Steadiness. It's not a trait that you're born with. It's a design choice you make. How you process information, how you manage the internal state, and ultimately how you build conditions for your team to engage with uncertainty rather than to run from it. Here's your homework, because every session should have homework. At your next leadership meeting, before the first decision is made, ask 1 question. Are we actually responding to the risk that's present, reading the data, or are we responding to our anxiety about the risk? If your team can answer that honestly, you've already started building the framework. As you walk away from this session and others and think about risk management in the teams that you lead and in the environments that you're leading in, I hope you'll take away the points of this particular discussion and operate on the basis of data using the framework offered, and I wish you luck in your endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, M.K. Palmer, for sharing such valuable perspectives and practical strategies. Growth is often seen as a measure of success, but the real challenge lies in scaling without losing what made the business successful in the first place. As founders step into larger roles, the shift from building day-to-day to leading at scale requires a different mindset, new structures, and a clear sense of direction. In our upcoming panel, From Founder-Led to Enterprise-Ready, Scaling Leadership Without Losing Your Soul, experts will take a closer look at the transition, what it takes to grow, evolve, and lead at a higher level while staying true to your core values and vision. So we are going to start off with Dion Meher, founder of Revenue by Design, and then hopefully we have our other panelists coming up, but I know you can handle it, so. So come on up, take it away.
Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. Let me get a microphone going. Panel of one today. How exciting for all of you and for myself. So we're going to make this a little bit interactive today. Jake, you are here. Go get mic'd up. Thank you. We are going to do a duet. So nobody else showed up to our prep call. Sorry, I don't mean to tattle on people, but they did it to themselves. So as Jacob gets mic'd up, we're going to talk about what it means to lead with soul. So my question for you, and all of you just went, oh crap, I didn't know this was going to be interactive. He's smiling. So one of the things we think about when scaling is, how do I do this? That is 9 times out of the 10, the question we're asking ourselves. How? What do you think the biggest issue is when you are struggling with scaling? So I'm going to ask you, and just shout it out or go to a microphone. What do you think the biggest issue is? What is your biggest roadblock to scaling? What is it? Awesome. Love it. Why is that important? Okay. What you just answered, 100% I believe in, but a lot of people might go, makes me twitchy and it feels really woo-woo because my culture doesn't make me money. And you're all laughing, you get it. What brand are you wearing today? Because that brand is a culture. So the question is, how do you define your culture? And more importantly, how do you know if it's alive? How do you translate feeling into words? Because feelings and emotions are totally different. Just like MK was saying, if I take out the emotion, does my decision change? Neuroscience backs us up, and we are going to talk about that today. So, that being said, we now have a panel of 2. We are going to be a duet. I'm Dion Major. I'm founder of Revenue by Design. I've been in sales, don't hold it against me. I've been in sales and tech for 20 some odd years, and I bring to life all of the fun things that are laminated on a wall that nobody can talk about. So I bring all of that to life, and all the way from our CROs down to our ICs, bringing that to life. So that's what we're going to talk about today. That's who I am. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Dion. My name is Jacob, and I'm today here for my work with Lotto Plays as founder and scaling that company. So I'm going to be pulling a lot of my points today from my experience with that. Just a brief bit about Lotto Plays. We are a live lottery data company with interactive dashboards for US players, so suiting for Las Vegas. But I looked through all my talking points these last few days and really tried to refine it down to a few nuggets so that people could take that away and go home with it and think back to it in their roles and lives. And I really boiled it down to 2 things, which was amazing. One being evolution and the other being processes. And so it sounds simple, but really a lot of it kind of fits under there. And I know we mentioned culture, heard a little bit about that in the last panel. Dion started to touch upon that here now. But how do we really embed what we start as a founder into something that grows beyond us and scales and expands? And so that's something that kind of want to dive into some more detailed level now. And I think being a panel of 2, a duet, we can invite a bit more interactive and hand raising. We can handle it a little better. But starting with culture, we really need to find people who complement our blind spots. And it's really about those diverse perspectives and experiences. It's good to have intellectual friction and not constant agreement. Constant agreement actually would be a red flag. Smooth sailing necessarily isn't a good thing. Oftentimes, you're on the right path when it feels like 2 steps forward and 1 step backwards. Is very frustrating. But that culture growth really starts to tie into a lot of the evolution. So this processes for culture start to tie into the evolution of the self and your personal growth. And really the capacity for the company's growth only grows with your own growth personally. And so that's something that I think we can start to dive into more as we talk about scaling with soul and keeping the roots of the company intact as things grow and quite frankly get more chaotic but exciting.
Controlled chaos, right? Chaos is contagious, so is calm. So one of the other things we talked about, so the other question for you is, what is hard? Go ahead.
No, that's okay. I'm going to give you this.
Okay.
So,
Hi, guys.
Leo Veglio, owner of Paul Mitchell Schools. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Julio, and I was a lost soul out there and found my way in this room. I was sitting in the founder's room, so I apologize for being late and interrupting. But we're here now, and let's have some fun.
All right.
Let's talk about our souls.
So we're talking about what is the biggest barrier to our scaling, or what do we think stops us, or what are we most afraid of at the end of the day? One of the gentlemen here was talking about culture. How do we keep our culture intact when we're scaling? What else are we concerned about when we think about scaling the business? What else? Change. Yep. Change management. We typically suck at managing that. Yep.
Loss of entrepreneurship and innovation.
Okay, my question back to you would be specify that. What is that definition? How do we feel about that?
Well, it becomes difficult, it becomes bureaucratic, there becomes a lot of processes, things grow, and we don't want things to become too rigid and inflexible and lose that edge of creativity and spark of innovation. We really want processes to protect innovation, not lower creativity and entrepreneurship, and that's a constant battle.
Absolutely. We're going to talk about that too. What else? What do you think is the biggest barrier when we think about scaling while keeping our soul intact, quite frankly?
You know, keeping the soul intact is one of the most difficult things we can do as founders, owners, managers. Yet, after COVID, it didn't happen right away, but we needed to kind of revisit the culture, the systems, how different generations interact, how they speak to each other, how they accept information, because you got a young baby boomer talking to a Gen Z and they're just bumping heads and you're losing your mind because you're like, how am I going to unite these people? So sometimes we lose ourselves in the confusion when we really need to anchor ourselves in what's happening, what's going on. How can we study these different generations so that we can revisit our culture and our systems and have them work together and understand each other more clearly with respect?
I love what you just said with that. So one of the questions I have for everybody is, as we think about culture, we think about change, apparently everything needs to start with a C. So if you've got another one, you should talk about C. But that being said, is one of the things that I did, and you don't have to get it, but I wrote a book called Lead with Soul, and it literally guides the reader through creating your leadership methodology. So to your point, Julio and Jacob, when we think about what are our values, we cannot name them. We think about our standards of excellence. We don't know what they are, and we haven't communicated them clearly. As leaders, that is our job. That is our responsibility. I was just on a call with a client, and he was frustrated because his team wasn't there. They were all working East Coast hours. They are West Coast time. Nobody was available for the West Coast. My first question to him was, as part of your playbook and standards of excellence, have you communicated with your team that we need coverage when people are here? Blank look. If we are assuming that people know they're going to figure it out, we're wrong. We have to get specific. So when I talk with folks, the one thing I say, and whether or not you get the book, it's the simple through line is identify, specify, execute. If I want to have an entrepreneurial culture, have I identified the top characteristic, there's the C word, of what that is? We make decisions cleanly. If we are injecting complexity, we're not doing it. Do I really need an SAP system at this size, or can I go with something maybe more simple? So have we identified our core values, and have we gotten specific? We're only going 3 layers deep on what that means. We are a culture, we have integrity. That means we always tell the truth. I respond instead of react. And maybe that's it. How do we build a culture of trust? And that's what that looks like. Because according to Gallup, our employees trust us. It's like 33%, 23%, 31%. It's horrible. Because we are incongruent as leaders, meaning our actions are not aligning with our deeds. And that lack of trust is an $8 trillion problem. So if you think culture doesn't matter and dollars, it doesn't impact dollars, we need to rethink our thoughts on that. Because it does. Because people are going to jump ship. And we all know the loss of an employee. We know the loss of an executive. It's huge. So, thoughts?
A lot of people jump ship without a life jacket too, though, these days. But, you brought up a good point, and I'm sorry, I'll yield to you just a moment.
That's okay, we're here to share.
We always talk about the people underneath us, when we should be focused on the example that we set for the people that work
Behavior
for
is
us.
caught, not taught.
It starts with the leader. It starts with the top. What is our behavior? What is our expectations? What are we modeling in the process? How are we modeling that? How are we sharing that? Because we get so caught up in the metrics and this and that and, the iron fist that we forget to align ourselves and be the example of what we expect. And then we inspect what we expect. So
I think that's brilliant. If you take away nothing else, behavior is caught, not taught. We cannot expect from others what we ourselves will not do. So one of my standards of excellence is to be on time and be prepared. If I'm late, I'm frazzled, and I'm unprepared, I certainly cannot be upset if my team isn't. Thoughts, Jacob?
Well, so as I listened to both Julio and Dion mention their points of culture and simplicity, it gets the gears turning on a lot of things. And one thing that comes to mind is mission, vision, values. Everyone on the team should be able to say the same thing almost robotically. Mission, vision, values, what are they? Everyone should know that's the guiding compass, that's the tip of the spear. That's how you take a company of one smart person, these people in this room. We're all here because we're very good at something. But how do we expand that and embed that to all 10, 100, 1,000 people that work with us and around us? Mission, vision, values, that's the tip of the spear, that's their guiding star. That way, whatever task or project at hand, you don't need to be there for that. They're thinking the way you are because they know the mission, they know the vision, they know the values. And just listening to my fellow panelists speak about some of the challenges there with difficulty and complexity when things can be kept simple, and by living things out in our actions as leaders, by example, it brings up a nugget I wanted to share. I think it's timely, too, with the Artemis launch, is that the U.S. was developing a method to write in outer space. It's difficult to write in space with no gravity. So they spend millions of dollars developing this pen to write in outer space. The Russians just sent their astronauts up with a pencil. They were able to get the job done. Simple. It doesn't need to be complicated all the time. What's the mission, the vision, the values? And we don't always need these big fancy systems, these cumbersome processes. We need it quick, simple, agile, but at scale. And so that's something to just kind of keep in reflection, keep in mind. And that's something that I keep in mind is like, the pencil versus the $1 million pen. We just need to write. That's not the main mission. Let's stay on track. Let's stay focused, especially when you're a team of one becoming a team of 10 or 100. So mission, vision, values, and keeping that simplicity by example with the mission, vision, values for the culture to really become embedded, because that's what matters most, is that it stays and it outlasts beyond you, because otherwise you're not really scaling, you're not really creating a company, you created yourself a job.
Thoughts on that?
You said that perfectly. And you know, my whole thing was I base everything on how I prepare in order to scale the team, I have multiple companies throughout the country, and people are like, how do you do it? I don't do it. They do it. See, because what I do is when I started the company, my model has always been, hey, let me do it for you. Now let's do it together. Now you do it for me. Now you go ahead and train somebody else. And don't worry that they become better than you, because what that shows me is how amazing of a trainer you are. And that will build you to other heights. So once again, is we always want to take on this role in our culture. And like you said, keep it the KISS method, right? Keep it simple, silly, right? A pencil. But yet we try to think way too much out of the box when we can keep it simple. We need to understand first how to reset ourselves and reflect on what we need to do to keep it simple. That keeps our soul intact. We have to create rhythms. You know, sometimes we have to just sit. And what is the one thing that most leaders don't do? Sit in quietness, reflect, go into their faith, or whatever it is that they need to do to cancel all that noise out and get straight with their creator or with themselves before, and we talked about this in the founder's room, before, because when you wake up, what's the first thing you reach for? Your phone, so you know who to bitch at, most people do, who they got to call, what payroll finances are going. All of your day starts with chaos and you're pulling your hair out. Hold up. Open your eyes. Sit up in gratitude. Say thank you. I thank God for the coffee he's given me, because I drink a lot. I'm like, thank you so much. Thank you for this bed. Thank you for this quiet time. I read a little bit of scripture. And then I go out and I get my mindset by going to the gym. And then I come back and I suit up for who I expect to be seen as the example. So I will suit up and get ready for, even if I work at home, guys, I'm not sitting in boxer shorts with a white shirt on. I still need to feel good about who I am. And once I suit up, I armor up, because we know we're going to face the battles, right? There's going to be unexpected hits from everywhere. Your systems and your cultures and everything that you put in place is going to get plowed by somebody who thinks their culture is better. And you should get the hell out of the way, right? So I prepare for that before I open the emails, before I open the phone, before I make the phone calls. Get straight and realign yourself. Know your purpose. Know what it is that you want to accomplish for the day. And see, and the peace that you will live in will reflect on the others around you. Unfortunately, there are people in our culture we have to really look at in a really pleasant way and say, we had a good time together. You can go now. And we can do that pleasantly. Why have it hijack your day and have you angry the rest of the day? Because when you walk around angry or you're thinking about the problems, what does your face look like? You got stink face. And people are walking around going, oh, the company's in trouble. Look at his face. Look at her face. We're all in trouble. And then they're all scrambling to try to figure out what's going on. So be aware of you first. Be aware of what you set out, and people will be aware of what you present to them. I'm sorry, I talk too much.
Don't apologize. I think it's spot on. One of the things we talked about at the beginning was the how. And how do we stop from creating $1 million pen that doesn't work? How do we create an operating rhythm? So I lead a workshop for organizations, for leaders and teams on creating your operating rhythm. There's also some ways to do that in this book. I'll give you a little bit of insight into that, which is write down all of your negotiables and your non-negotiables and add time to it. Once you do that, plot it on your calendar. I have one calendar to rule them all. Mine, clients, kids, everything. Everything is on that calendar. It's eye-opening once you do that. As I coach executives, I'm coaching some founders right now to scale. We go through this exercise every time. And so my sales teams always say, do I have to go to internal meetings? And I'm like, no, you do not. You can get the AI-generated summary. Stop putting meetings on the calendar, please. Please. Have a lever and a layer, to your point, and I think we touched on this, is do I have a level 1, 2, or 3 conversation? And do I really need Slack? Do I need my Teams chat? Can I put myself unavailable and hold to it? Yes. Yes, you can. You know why? Because we're not launching nuclear codes. Guarantee it. We're not saving the manatees. No. Like, unless you're 911 for somebody, the only people that have 100% access to me are my children. The only. So if you are 911 for somebody, absolutely. You're not 911 for your team. So once we have our negotiables and our non-negotiables on our calendar, plot the time and hold to it. The other thing I talk with folks about is, to your point, we're going to take a breath, we're going to count to 10, we're going to have our shoulders come out of our ears, and we're going to work on responses. Followers react, leaders anticipate and act. I know I'm going to get touched on the shoulder. I know I'm going to get interrupted. I know things are going to go sideways. That's the world we live in. What I am going to do is I'm going to practice and rehearse my responses. Thank you so much. I can't do that right now. One of the things I coach teams on is if you are heads down writing a proposal, you're in a meeting, turn your out of office on. Thank you so much for your email. I'm heads down right now on something. Use the tools you have. Even for executives, put your out of office on. Let people know. So what is your leadership methodology at the end of the day? What is your user code? So I can talk to somebody and not be a jerk. Right? Thank you so much. I can't do that right now. I've got to go. Can we connect later? Please, here's my cell phone number. Text me. And so on your calendar, there should be a follow-up block of time, right? So that's what, when we think about these things from a scaling perspective and how do I personify culture? If one of my values is communication, if one of my values is integrity, if one of my values is kindness, how am I doing that? It doesn't mean I say yes all the time. It means I've got boundaries of steel and I'm nice about it. How do I do that? Here's my calendar. You know what? Dion's busy right now. I need to go and do this, right? Or I need to book time with her because she likes it when I do it this way. That's not us grandstanding. That is us being solicitous to somebody else. That is us showing up respectfully. So how are we doing that at the end of the day, right? So a lot of times I hear this, and I want to hear your thoughts on this, which is, I was at a conference one time, and it was, hey, millennials need to be communicated with in this way. And it was this rant, and I was like, that's awesome. I'm a Gen Xer. Let me tell you what I need. And then we can compare notes at the end of the day and figure out how we talk together. Because communication is not a one-way street. That is a monologue. Relationships are built on dialogue. So I will absolutely, I desire to know how to communicate with you. I sincerely hope that goes both ways. So do we have an operating rhythm? Are we holding true to it? Do we know ourselves well enough to let somebody know how to communicate with us, because clear is kind? And do we care enough to ask somebody, how do you need me to help you right now? Do you need the coaching side of me where I'm asking you questions, or do you need the consulting side of me where I'm looking at you and I know the answer to the question? Do you want me to give you the consulting side where I give you the answers to the test?
I need to raise more money, less time work.
So one approach and method that I keep with me and I take everywhere and use every day throughout the day is meditation. How do we create this protection, this boundary, this separation from the constant noise? I'm a hustler. My fellow panelists are hustlers. Everyone in this room is a hustler. I can tell. We're all busy. We lead people. We need to make sure our cup is full and we lead ourselves. We take care of ourselves, our self, our health, our sustainability, because we only have clarity within our team and our company if we have clarity within ourselves. And so how do we respond versus react? How do we show up with mindfulness? How do we protect ourselves? Because I don't know about you guys, but there's always at least 20 things at once that could be done. We're never going to be able to do them all at once, all the time. What gets done first? How do we protect ourselves? Because burnout for us means burnout for the company. It's how it goes. And so for me, meditation is the biggest thing. And if you're not meditating, please do yourself the favor. Like, personally and professionally, it is something you take with you everywhere. You can do it in the airport. You can do it right now. Even just 10 deep breaths. We had a panel here that started with some deep breathing, and I love it because it's so healing and important in aligning, and that's exactly what we need to keep ourselves ready to scale so that our company can scale. And it's just something that I think is profoundly important. And that's my method of, keeping aligned, keeping focused, is just deep breathing and kind of stepping away from things and protecting my time. And so a little nugget I want to share again, kind of like the Artemis and the pen versus pencil, is Einstein. Einstein had a miracle year. Everyone recognizes him for E equals MC squared, theory of relativity. He has a third one. I don't remember it right now. But those all came within 1 year when he was 27 years old. What did he do during that year? Einstein did the most loafing, the most going on a bike ride with no destination, getting in the boat and literally floating around and meditating, reflecting. So his miracle year, Einstein, that everyone knows him for, was from when he did the least work and the most reflection. And I think that's something we can all keep in mind, is that moment of step back, separation, reflect, meditate, connect, and really think how to respond versus react. That's what's going to create the breakthroughs and the synergies and the scalability for us. So a nugget for you.
I love it.
Yeah, and I love what you said, that we need to reflect. You talked about taking that time, because I can tell you the greatest successes I've ever had come from my greatest failures. Not because I dwelled on my failures, I built upon them. Every time, and I spoke about this yesterday, is every time I tripped, I didn't get up right away. I sat there. And I figured out what made me trip and how I can avoid that trip again so I can walk a better path. It's not going to say I'm not going to trip again, because I will, just like storms, right? One passes, another one comes. One trip happens, another one comes. But the important thing is to sit back, like you said, to meditate, to reflect, to look back and say, where did that happen? How can I make it better? And before we end today, I'm going to give you 3 challenges, and hopefully to help you think about how to restore that soul and get anchored in moving forward. And 3 simple questions. There's 100 more, but you can AI them. But I love what you said. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's pretty profound. What else are we thinking from a scaling perspective? What else gets in our way, you think? We talked about culture. We talked about managing change effectively. What else? We talked about our rhythm. We talked about numbers.
I don't know. I was here for half of it.
What else gets in our way?
Well, for me, I think it's important how we treat failure. It's something just to touch on and build on what Julio said, is that, is a failure hidden? Is it hesitant to be brought up, or is it celebrated? How is it treated? What do we do with it? Do we treat it as information, or is it something that brings a punishment? And really, it should be something to step back and say, okay, well, how did that happen? How do we prevent it from happening again? How do we become more robust? Not, you failed, this is a problem. It's an opportunity in disguise, actually. And I think that's something maybe that, coming from an engineering background, was instilled with me. Scientific method, it's not about getting an expected result. It's about proving something wrong, finding something unexpected, and then leaning into that, not washing the data to make it fit the rest. It's what was different, what was wrong, what's unique here. And that's really what we need to kind of, again, step back to look at the micro and the macro, the processes around us, the processes for ourselves, whether it be in the company or in our thinking. But how we treat failure, I think, is very important. And again, tying back to meditation, it's something that overlaps with that. And something I've learned in meditating and reflecting is, how do we treat failure? How do we treat these negative thoughts and experiences and emotions so that we can build a robust self, build a robust company? And I think that's something that, it's really important. We're only going to get out what we put in, and as pivotal key people in our roles and our companies and our teams, it's going to reflect how we are. So I think it's very important that we stay mindful to that and how we approach that.
Yeah, because I am always grateful for where I am today. And have you ever thought back and said, if I could always do it over again, I would do this, this, and this. I bet you if you did it over again the way you thought, you would still come back at this time and say, if I could do it again. That's like dating, isn't it? Yeah, right? If I can only, we think we know better as we go. We also get to the point to where we get reactive rather than being prepared. Listen, you put a culture and a system in place, and yet you're trying to prepare for the obstacle that's coming your way when it can be redirected back to what? What is our culture? What is our systems? How do we do things around here? I love your idea. I will take that into consideration, because even if you know it's a bad idea, because you sit there and go, that's stupid. No, oh, what a brilliant idea. That's wonderful. Let me talk to the partners, or let me look this over and see if we can implement this. Look at the Bible, or any great book, has not been rewritten in 2,000 years. It stayed the same. This is the belief. This is the culture. This is the system. There is no second edition. And when there is, y'all better be ready. You get what I'm saying? So stick to, yes, the hard learnings, the things that might have happened, but it might be as simple as protecting those failures by understanding that you've learned from them and you created a system from that, and maybe you discovered that that system isn't working as brilliant as you thought. So get your team together. This is where the involvement comes, because people help support what they create. Remember that. People will support what they help to create. So get them in a room. Get the ideas going. It doesn't mean every one of them is going to stick. Throw that spaghetti at the wall and let's see what does happen. And when they get involved, they'll be your best advocates and they'll go for it. But if we're imposing our belief, it is our vision, it is our dream, but however, it takes brilliant people around you to keep that dream and that vision going.
I think that's really well said. And the more we can involve, right, we go from a doing it for people to a to, for, and with, for SFOR, right? We don't do things to people. We do things to people, we do things for people, then we do things with our people. So when we think about scaling, we think about what's important to me. And as a founder, we're not articulating that right away. As we scale, we need to, because as we bring people on, to what Julio was saying, we want to be able to say, hey, as the leader, here's what's important to me. I care that we are on time. I care that we're honest. I care that we're prepared, right? Sub that, here's how we do that. Here are the reports that operations is going to give you. Here's the talk track that you get from marketing. Here's the training and the role play. Like, here's our before, during, and after for what we do and how we do it. That is how we scale without losing our soul. We always want to give that context. Here's where we're going. Here's what we're doing. Here's why we're doing it. Here's where we're open to ideas. If it violates any of our beliefs, we're not doing it. And it makes it really clear what we will and will not do. And a lot of times we haven't taken the time to be able to do the work to articulate those things. So if I were to ask you right now to complete your leadership methodology, what are your values? What's your purpose statement? So one of the exercises I lead teams through is, what is your purpose statement? And there's a prompt. I was doing prompts before they were an AI thing, a lady ahead of my time, right? So what do you believe in? How do you do it? And how do you know you're successful? So I believe in leaving every interaction better than when I found that. I do that by staying true to my values, seeing people, and I know I'm successful when either somebody tells me, wow, Dion, thank you for leaving every interaction better than when you found it, which somebody actually said to me, and I was like, hot damn, it's working, right? Or they feel better. You can see it. They're lighter. So our values, our purpose statement, our standards of excellence. One of the executives I interviewed for this book, he runs NIGU, and his daughter unfortunately died from cancer. She was in the Orange County Children's Hospital. She was at CHOC, and she thought it was horrible that kids died and they didn't have anything. So she created joy jars, if any of you are familiar with that. He and his wife go to our church. And so they created joy jars, and that's the company he runs. And he tells his team, he's like, sorry, I'm sad today. I'm just a little low on energy because I'm thinking about my daughter. But what else he said was, he goes, we don't have time clocks, but we have expectations. And I thought that was really profound, where we don't have time clocks, man. It's not the 40s, right? Come on. So, but we do have expectations. And so do we know what those are? Do we have standards of excellence? Do we have an operating rhythm? Do we know what our goals and priorities are for the week? And we know how we get there. So as we think about scaling with soul, have we taken the time to articulate those things, not only for ourselves, in addition to ourselves, how are we going to communicate those out to our teams, like you were saying? So if I had to leave everybody with something, that would be my thought, and my leave behind is, how effective is your leadership methodology, and how well do you bring people along for the ride?
I think that's very important. You spark some more thoughts in my mind that, from my experience, were very important, is that sometimes, oddly enough, the most productive conversations you can have with your team have nothing to do with the work. It simply has to do with, how are you doing? What's going on? Like, how are you actually doing? Because everyone says, I'm fine, I'm good. Lies. There's a lot going on. We all know it. And we don't really connect enough, and we're not really mindful enough of that. And this is your team you're talking about. Like, there needs to be camaraderie. 1 + 1 becomes 3 when you have the right synergies and energies. And so how are you doing? And most often in my experience, when I've stepped off the hamster wheel, I know there's reports due. I know there's urgency, and there's emails, and there's action items, and there's all this stuff we gotta do. Step back. What's going on? How are you? What's going well? What isn't going well? What do you think? What are you feeling? Whenever I've had those conversations with people I work for and with, we're not talking about any work, but work just seems to get done better and smoother after those kinds of conversations. We show up with more understanding. We show up, rowing the boat in tandem a little more, fighting a little harder, understanding a bit more of where we each come from, and that we're all very similar. We're all human. We're here to have fun and connect. It's not just work. But like, how are you? And then to show up, full and ready to dive into the work, to attack the problem at hand, and not be surrounded in this chaos. Because, with that, it just becomes kind of, fighting to break even, spinning your wheels instead of making momentum, because the problems are inevitable. It's gonna pile up. The list will never be done. So how are you doing in connecting and moving forward and creating that synergy and camaraderie? And it's very important that we do that, because it's all too easy to get sucked into the emails, to get sucked into the chaos, whatever's, blinking red. I got like 10 flashing red lights going on at once all the time. I gotta rest, I gotta eat, I gotta make sure my team's resting and eat. How are they doing? Let's show up 100% and knock it down one at a time. And that's how we scale, that's how we build.
I don't know who said it, but it always rings in my head, and you've heard it before. People don't care how much you know. They want to know how much you care. And to sit there and say, how are your children? You're absolutely right. How is your husband? How is your health? When they are sick, are you calling them to take the time out? One of my partners is John Paul DeGioia, who owns Patron, he owns Paul Mitchell, and many, many other companies. I slipped into a coma in '97. That man was leaving me voicemails, knowing I was in a coma, just to let me know he was thinking about me. He was caring about me. And that says a lot. And when I woke up and finally, after about a month and finally through many, many months in the hospital, I would hear those recordings and say, here's a $1 billion man who took the time for a multi-$100 corporation. I own a multi-$100 corporation. No, anyway, but took the time, not just for me, he's done it for so many people. Those are the mentors that I want to learn from, that I want to be sharpened from. And that movement alone taught me exactly what you were talking about. Connecting with people, yes, they focus on the money, but when they know you care, money becomes less of the focus for them, because they want to work for a company or an owner that shows interest in them, not in the money. Too many of us make money the God. And let me tell you, if you're chasing money, it's easy to lose real quick, isn't it? Chase the wisdom and the knowledge, the caring and the hope, and watch how money will be the applaud for the great job that you've done. I don't know how much time we have left, and I'm sorry if I get passionate, and I'm sorry I came up here like a leaf blower. Okay, I'll give you my wrap up. I'm gonna ask 3 things of you. One is, and if you wanna write these down, you can, or if you got your AI on there, I want you to anchor in purpose. Why is that important to you? I want you to ask yourself that question. Why is anchoring down in purpose important to me? Number 2, I want you to write down something that builds rhythms, rest and reflection. So the question would be, how will I get the rhythm? And write it down. What is going to be your rhythm every morning, afternoon, whatever it is it needs to be? Once again, if you're not aligned with yourself, you're not aligned with anybody else. If you see anger and hate in your eyes and in your mind, your heart will see the world the same way. And lastly, stay rooted. Okay? Write down the relationships, the people that you know, the mentors that you have, the faith that you have, and list those people down. And who will you start connecting with? Because isolation can be very lonely as owners, right? We spend time at the bar. Write down, stay humble and listen to the truth. And don't defend it. When you write down the people you're gonna connect with people who are gonna be honest with you. And sometimes it's harsh to hear. But don't be defensive. Don't be reactive. You can later say, you're a crock of crap. But later, sometimes you will reflect on that and say, yeah, I am a jerk. Or maybe I'm a nice guy, or a nice woman, or whatever it may be. But those 3 things, if you could do that and just take time for yourself, you'll see how much softer and how much more loving and how much more calm your soul will be. Thank you.
Love it. Final thoughts.
Sure. So again, I think just the nuggets to take away is really evolution of self, of your health, and of your self-sustainability. And then processes, really the founding vision, innovation, and expanding and outliving beyond you. And so like little nuggets to take away again is simplicity with the pencil versus the pen, and that reflection. Einstein with his loafing and his free time, where really the breakthroughs came. So I think those being the most important nuggets to take away that I shared with you today. Again, my name is Jacob, founder of Lotto Plays, and we're a live lottery data company for US. Check out our website, download our app, Lotto Plays.
Thank you. I think my parting thoughts would be, again, get the book, great. If not, that's cool too. But my question to you would be, how effective is your leadership methodology on a scale of 1 to 10? I know mine wasn't always, and like everybody here, we're all doing our thing. Everybody's got a story to tell. So how effective is our leadership methodology? If you need anything, please, my name is Dion Major. Connect with me on LinkedIn, and we can go from there. Thank you. Enjoy the
Hold up your book for everybody. I think it's great. Dion has a great book. I've been leafing through it. It's too perfect for our panel here. Yeah, zoom in. It's great. I've been reading through it. A lot of points that were made here today are in the book. I think it's something that helped me, and I'm speaking on a panel about it. So I think everyone can take some value away from it. So thank you, Dion.
I always wanted to be Vanna White.
Hand model.
Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the show. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry I came up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, experts, for such an inspiring session. Next, we dive into the Trailblazer Starter Pack, Purpose, Grit, and Big Ideas. This session goes beyond resources and funding to focus on the qualities that truly set founders apart, from clarity of purpose to resilience and long-term thinking. Our panelists will explore the mindset and behaviors that empower entrepreneurs to navigate uncertainty and achieve meaningful growth. Prepare to be inspired by real-world experiences and actionable lessons that can fuel your own journey. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Anila Idnani, founder and president of Habitware. Come on up to the stage when I call your name. And we have founder and president of God Brands, Pty Ltd, Teresa Ruby Garcia. Come on up to the stage. Chief Empowerment Officer at Ruby's Positive Empowerment. We have Maggie Buchanan, founder and CEO of Vesta Assurance, Inc. We have Jean Saunders, founder and CEO of Project Lifesaver International.
Did you get a mic?
And we have Shari Lead, author, keynote speaker, and attorney at Imperfectly Perfect Life, LLC. Welcome. You need that?
Yes.
Take it away.
All right. Good morning, everyone. We're just going to wait one quick second so Dr. Nicola can get mic'd up. Very, very happy to be here. Should I stand? I'll stand, just for a little bit. Very happy to be here. I have to tell you, I hate buzzwords. So when I saw Trailblazers on our topic for today, I was like, oh, a buzzword. But then we had our panel discussion, our prep call, and hearing everybody's stories. Each and every one of us on this stage, and I'm sure as well in the room today, we are truly blazing new trails. We are taking big ideas and turning them into solutions for many, many people. So let's get started. We spend a lot of time going to school to learn about funding, learn about coding, development, marketing. Those are the hard skills. What we don't learn is the soft skills that we really have to develop intuitively. And so that's exactly the stories we're going to tell are going to highlight those soft skills and weave a story together of how to not necessarily go step by step in developing yourself as an executive, as a founder, as an entrepreneur, as a coach, as a speaker, but weave those stories together so that you can hopefully see your own self as a trailblazer and take away the advice that we have for you to truly harness the trailblazer within you. So with that, I would like to open it up to our panel to first share a little bit about yourselves and what Trailblazer means to you and how you embody it. So Gene, will you start us off?
Oh, I'll be glad to. The topic we're talking about, trailblazing. Well, I have 59 years with law enforcement and public safety. I spent 33 years as a police officer, and during that time, I noticed that we had a deficiency in being able to locate certain people that were lost. These were Alzheimer's patients and kids with autism and Down syndrome who wandered frequently. Our problem was we were not good at finding them before tragedy occurred. I came across an electronic tracking wildlife and decided that why couldn't we adapt that? So I did. I did not realize at that time that that was absolutely trailblazing because nobody had ever done it before. Had never been thought of. Don't ask me why. I have no idea. Well, I have an idea. I think somebody above said, okay, it's your turn. So I formed the company, a nonprofit called Project Lifesaver. Now, I never really envisioned it going much further than my agency in the Chesapeake, Virginia Sheriff's Office. How wrong I was. I describe it as the horse that got out of the barn and I'm still chasing it. The problem that I did not know, and I'm listening to all these panels and speakers here today, I wish I had known some of these things when I started this. Now, I had been in leadership positions in the military and the police department for years, but that didn't even hold a candle to what I was stepping into. The one thing I was told when I first started, a gentleman gave me a very good piece of information or advice. He said, you're going to know when you're successful. And I said, well, how's that? He said, because everybody's going to be shooting at you. I didn't know exactly what that meant. Well, it didn't take long to find out. Once I had established this and it started going across the nation, which it has now spread to all 50 states, 9 provinces in Canada and Puerto Rico, and with 2,000 member agencies, other people decided, well, look at what he's done. I think we need to do that too, but let's not reinvent the wheel. Let's take it from him. So the thing that I am going to pass out to people here now, if you're starting an organization or you're starting a company, be careful who holds their hand out to you. You never know what's going to be behind it. They may be a Trojan horse. Why do I say that? Because on 3 different occasions, we had other large corporations come about and say, oh, listen, we want to partner with you. We want to help you. Well, the motive was not to do that. The motive was to take it over. Why? Because we were the only ones doing it. We even had some other technology that started to develop as a result of this, and they wanted to eliminate us as competition. So I would say, be careful, know who you're dealing with, and just be careful. And there's 2 words that if I had to sum up everything right now, I would say whatever you do, whatever you want to start, never, ever quit.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Well, to me, trailblazing is really about following the passion, filling a need, and fiercely pursuing whatever it is that you're doing. And so the question was really just, how do you embody it?
Yeah, and how do you embody it? Like, what's the work that you do, and where do these skills come out in your work?
Well, the interesting thing is I started Ruby's Positive Empowerment as a job matchmaker pairing adults with disabilities to their ideal employers. And we've had to pivot many, many times because there were new needs that were coming up and problems that I just really enjoyed solving. And so we got into, when COVID happened, we started a financial service leg where we were helping the businesses or the community partners that we had already been working with gain the employee retention credit. And so next thing I know, I built a team of 357 affiliates across the nation, and we brought over $1 billion to the small business community during that traumatic time. And so from there, we pivoted again, and now I help people step into their divine innate potential because I realized that I was focused on helping people realize their dreams while sleeping on mine.
Love that. We'll come back to that a little bit more in the next. So for me, trailblazing, like I said, I'm very anti-buzzword, and even the idea of blazing is a little violent if you think about it, right? Like you look at the forest and you want to create a path. That's to me what trailblazing is. It's creating a path through the forest of problems, and that path is the solution out, right? And so in the work that I do, I grew up with a problem called hair pulling. And hair pulling is actually a mental health condition, but as a child, I thought it was wrong and weird, and I was wrong and weird for pulling out my eyebrows. But then I realized in this work that we do at Habit Aware, we've developed a smart bracelet that actually helps people take control of these conditions. So I never really realized when it was happening. So that lack of awareness created this vicious cycle. And so the bracelet uses gesture detection to bring awareness. It vibrates, it shifts it from the subconscious to the conscious. And in that way, we've blazed a trail. We've created a path to recovery for our community of people with hair pulling, skin picking, and nail biting through innovation, through thinking differently than everybody else in the community. You know, therapy was the only way through, and frankly, the therapies are not the whole answer. And that to me is what trailblazing is. It's looking at a problem and looking at something really hard in your life and saying, you know what, I'm gonna use you. You're here to help me. Turning that giant rock in front of you into a stepping stone. That's what trailblazing is to me. Dr. Nicola?
Good morning, everyone. I run two companies. One is called God Brands, and the other one is called Nicola Brands. As you can tell from the names, it's all about branding. And I'll just respond to trailblazing, also using, the businesses that I run. I really liked some of the things that you said, Anila, about what trailblazing is. It is thinking differently. It is making a path through a forest. Or I also sometimes like to think of escape room. You're in this room and you need to get out and you need to solve problems and, find a way, use your creativity and all of that to escape. What I found in my journey, which didn't have anything to do with business, just to do with the way that I see life, the way that I think, at some point in time, yesterday we spoke in the conference about self-awareness, and so in my own self-awareness, I realized that I do have a different way of seeing things, that I found buzzwords for it, like pioneering, paradigm shifting. I speak about the new world that we have to create together as humanity coming out of COVID. It really feels like that was a marker to change reality for us. I talk about that right now, where we were the worm, I hope that, or the caterpillar, now we're in the chrysalis, and we are busy coming out to shape a new reality that, quite frankly, all humanity has to shape together. We are all humanity, and we're all every day have our creativity, have our time, have our energy, have our passion, have our thinking, our emotions, our entire being with which we can sow into reality. Together we make reality, and may the best thinkers win. We win together. It's always a selfless service, but we do need the right thoughts and the right sort of engine at the front pulling us higher. What I found talking about my businesses was that I got really passionate about branding, and it was for me like, wow, brands really affect people. I always like to talk about Coca-Cola. Everybody knows Coca-Cola. It's a global brand. There are many brands we can talk of, but it really is, it's a beverage, it's a soft drink, but that's not the brand, that's the product. On the back of the product, a brand was built, now we have the slogan, Coke adds life, and people drink Coke. Yes, if you're thirsty, it's something to drink, but on the branding side, it is the emotions, it is the psychology, it is the experience with which you are choosing that. It says something about yourself. It is a reflection about who you are and how you want to feel and who you want to be, as simple as a soft drink. But for my companies, what I experienced as part of my calling was that I received a download of over 10 different brands to rebuild as a megaphone into the world so that humanity can receive these messages. There are messages to men, to women, to youth, various things. There's the brand called Kingdom Mums, one called Beloved Sons, and the deep psychology of these very simple messages actually change, removes shame, shows us who we are in our empowered selves. And I can go on and talk forever, but that's not the point of this panel. But just the very essence of how I felt in business to start with brands and add products that are relevant to the brands is already trailblazing and pioneering. So I found myself on the path of trailblazing and pioneering without even seeking to be that. But I'm very honored to be here and to share some of my experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maggie.
Hi, I'm Maggie Buchanan, and I guess my answer to what trailblazing is best epitomized by my own story. COVID hit while I was getting a joint master's in public policy and a master's in business at Duke. And I remember sitting on my couch and reading these headlines where people are losing their jobs left and right, and they can't pay their rent, they can't pay their mortgage. Like, what do we do? And the government's best policy response was, oh, just don't pay. We'll give you $2,000 over the next 6 months and you'll be fine. It'll be fine. And as a policy nerd, I was like, wow, that is the stupidest and most unsustainable solution I have ever heard of. And it has since proven to be an absolutely unsustainable solution. And I was like, there has to be a better way of ensuring or taking care, like providing housing security. Like there has to be a better way to do this. I had worked for a Fortune 500 insurance company prior to grad school. And so I was familiar with the model. And I thought, why don't we just insure against the most likely reasons people are evicted or foreclosed on? And it took 20 seconds to come up with a concept, 2 minutes Googling on my phone to realize it does not exist. And then I ended up writing my master's in public policy thesis on housing insecurity, showing how the government and nonprofit sectors are failing to secure housing and how a for-profit solution, residence insurance, can solve that problem. I changed my MBA concentration to innovation and entrepreneurship, and suddenly I'm on this path of trailblazing, using that buzzword, a new insurance product, completely like made up, and I made it up, and it's been a wild journey, but it's kind of one of those things. I never thought I'd be a trailblazer, and I never set out to be a trailblazer. I got pissed off, is honestly how it is. I got pissed off, and I thought about it and was endlessly curious until I found an answer that could, would, and will work. So that's me, and that's kind of my story with trailblazing.
Thank you so much. I love that sentiment of, I just made it up, right? It goes back to the creativity. That's the thinking different. That's what we need in this world, is a little bit more of that inventiveness and playfulness in that way. Sherry, will you please share?
Sure. Hello, I'm Sherry Lead, and a couple years ago when I did a TEDx, I was told I needed a moniker, so I am the woman who flips the box. That's my moniker. But this moniker came from a personal project I did, and when I traveled across the U.S. and shared meals with strangers, a stranger in every state. And I did this in a year, and now I've developed a method called the Flip the Box method. It initially started as a movement and was recognized by the National Archives March 5th as a day to simply share a meal with someone. I think our generation owes the next generation. We owe them because we've taught them how to disconnect. We haven't taught them how to connect. This has now become my bread and butter. I speak across the country and I work with Fortune 500 companies, associations, speak at conferences about connection, teaching business owners how to form a culture of connection. A lot of times we hire and we get great talent, but we don't know how to integrate them, how to connect. And so when I think of trailblazer, I think of someone who's not afraid to start ugly. To start ugly, because it's so much easier to make ugly pretty. I was a litigator by training, and I started this career at age 50. I sort of fell into it. I started writing books. Now, as I said, I'm speaking. I'm also a regular media contributor. But I started really ugly. My first podcast episode, it sounded like I was being held in a basement. I had an idea, and I started ugly, and now the podcast is my biggest lead generator, and I'm just revamping it and working with a team now. Got out of my basement, but I started ugly, and if I didn't start ugly, I wouldn't be where I am now with it. So Trailblazer, don't be afraid to start ugly, because it's a lot easier to make ugly pretty than perfect better.
I love that sentiment. It goes with making it up, right? First, you got to start with pen to paper, and then start ugly. Our very first prototype was a yellow slap bracelet with the electronics just hanging off the side, and that's how we tested. We had to make sure it worked before we would spend money on the next step. But let's go to the first step. Now, Sherry, you talk about helping Fortune 500 corporations and executives. How do you focus on the who versus the you?
So the first step in the Flip the Box framework is don't focus on you, focus on who. And I learned this when I was actually in my 20s as a young litigator. First out of law school, I started at the prosecutor's office in Washington State, Pierce County Prosecutor's Office. I was a deputy prosecutor, gung-ho, and let me tell you, I was focused on me. And I did jury, when you're a prosecutor, public defender, you're in court all the time. And when I did jury trials, I was focused on me. What was I going to look like? What verdict can I get? How can I one-up on somebody? And it wasn't until I flipped that and started focusing on you, focusing on the jury, focusing on who was in the jury box, that things really started to change. And that's the same with our team. So many times as leaders, it's very easy to be caught up in focusing on you instead of focusing on our teams, our clients, our stakeholders, wondering what's the message behind what they're saying, wondering what's going on here. When there's a problem, you're focused on you and you're listening to reply instead of listening to identify, listening to reply to tell them why they need to do something that's always been done before because this is a system we have. Well, how about if instead you listen to identify what's the reason they're doing something, identify what the questions are, identify why you're losing employees, why they're not engaged, and then also choose, I always say don't choose control, choose the soul, choose the person in front of you. As leaders, we're taught to control. We forget the connection. We need the connection. There have been studies done by Harvard Business Studies that show that people feel more engaged and more productive at work when they feel connected to their teams. Don't choose control, ignite the soul. And the last piece is don't play small, play ball. You can't just hire somebody for a position and replace another person for a position because maybe that person doesn't have the same talents. It's just like a team. You see a basketball team, you get a guard in there and it's replaced by another guard. Well, that guard has a different system. If the coach just sat back and didn't get into the game to figure out what that person's talents are, the game fails. Don't play small, play ball. Don't just sit back, get into the game. Don't focus on you, focus on who.
I love that sentiment. That's also exactly how we started. I was part of the community of people with hair pulling, understood the shame, understood the pain, and that actually really helped us grow as a community and helped us build our business. Like our first customers were friends of mine, and that's really important to really know who you are serving. But after that, it's, again, that forest of problems. So you know who you're serving, you pick out a problem that they're dealing with. How did you, Dr. Nicola, go from flipping the box, in a sense, of product to brand and flipping it to brand to product? And how have you implemented this big idea?
Thank you for the question. I really like our topic is, the Trailblazers Starter Pack, Purpose, Grit, and Big Ideas. And when I looked at that topic, I felt that my personal journey and my experience is really well suited to the big ideas side of our talk. So just my personal story was one really of needing to know why am I born, purpose, also in the Trailblazer Starter Pack, but really needing to feel that there is a reason why I exist and why I'm on the planet. So I found myself, it was so passionate in me that it's like, I can't even think about making money. That feels so irrelevant, have a job, get a paycheck at the end of the month. I was in my early 20s. I was like, why am I even here? Why am I? And I think whatever we feed, whatever we put our passion into, it does grow. People put their passions into infinite many things. So I put my passion into this. And the universe did not disappoint me. I like to talk about God. My one company is called God Brands. But for me, it was always just an innocent girl with her eyes up at the creator, somewhere up there, man in the sky. Very simple, simplistic thinking, and really looking for something deep that I was looking for inside of myself. And I can say now, with the journey that I've had, when you give yourself that much, such absolute surrender and that innocence and that we can call it faith, it didn't really feel like faith to me. It just felt like common sense and I need an answer. But that is what created in me the conditions, I believe, to allow God, the universe, source, higher power, to drop inside of me a crazy, infinitely, limitlessly big idea. It is a cosmic idea that I'm carrying. At the time, it didn't feel that way. At the time, I didn't even get the details, the sort of the masterminding and the. I like to say, Noah in the Bible, he received instructions to build an ark. It took him 150 years to build it. I don't think I have that many years, but anyways, I believe God's in charge of the story, so it'll take as long as it takes. I am executing a vision that is not my vision. It is coming through me. Going back to the ark, it was a case of you need to take the animals 2 by 2, male and female, build the ark this size, this high, materials that had to be built from. All of that, and also in a time when there was no rain, no water, no need for an ark. So obviously it's one crazy person doing what they really believe in, and they won't be swayed off the path, even if it takes a very long time. So that story, which I think kind of everybody knows, to some extent to other, has really become quite personal for me. And it's like, I've been given this, I've been trusted with this, I can see, and that's what as a visionary we are gifted with, is that I can see the impact that this vision will have on humanity. So it's so got such a hold of me that it's like, I don't care if I walk alone, I don't care if I seem stupid, I don't care how long it takes, I don't care about the money, I'm just going to do this thing, because I'm certainly not lacking big idea, not that I need a big idea, but I'm not lacking purpose, and I'm not lacking an answer to the question of why am I on this earth. And yeah, that's where it goes for me with big idea. And I think whatever size idea we have, because it isn't about size, small actions can have huge impact. It's about the thing that you are shaped for. Big, small, medium, hidden away, out in big public. It's really irrelevant, because if you are in your own true journey, you are fulfilled. You're perfectly shaped for it. It's just what you came to earth to do, and I'd choose that any day. Thank you.
So beautiful. Thank you so much. I love what you talked about, saying that you can see the impact it's going to make. And I think that knowingness of what you're doing is so important as a trailblazer, that trust in yourself. I remember when we were starting out, we just were doing this from a place of love. It was literally my husband and I just wanting to help. He just wanted to help me, right? And then we realized, oh, this could help other people. And still coming from that place of love and that higher energy, that higher power, you have to have faith in that. But you also have to have faith in yourself. And it's very hard to do that when you're doing something hard, especially when you're doing something hard in a very hard time. I mean, you say the word insurance and I start getting heart palpitations, right? And so, Maggie, how did this invisible fuel of purpose keep you going in such a hard time? And again, just the word insurance, it's just so mind-numbing and a black box. how did you peel that onion to create an insurance product that actually helps people?
Yeah, it's for what it's worth. I too get heart palpitations when I hear the word insurance. It's very ironic to me that somehow or another I ended up with an insurance company. But I had a problem, and I had a problem I cared about, and I had a solution that could work. And the reality about insurance, not to make a whole pitch about insurance, but look around the room and look at everything you have. If it has any value, it's insured because insurance protects you. Because when things go wrong, and things do go wrong all the time, the vast majority of people do not have the resources to be able to cover that financial hit themselves. That's why insurance exists. It exists to protect us. That being said, yes, I also hate the insurance industry. So while building Vesta Assurance, which provides residence insurance, one of my goals is in building this company, change everything I hate about insurance into something I like about it. Whether that comes from making the formulas, very clear-cut, formulaic for your premiums. Why you're being charged what you're being charged. And, in layman's terms, FAQs about the entire thing. I want you to understand what we are, what we're trying to do, and how we will help you. Not in legal jargon, not in, whatever else, but just layman's terms, just people talking. The things I don't like about that industry, I try to solve. But as far as it comes to trailblazing and purpose, purpose isn't even half the battle. It's a fraction of the battle for me. The day-to-day, having this big idea is really exciting. It's fun. You get to talk about it. You get to, whatever. The day-to-day grind is, and often, or can be, exhausting. It's exhausting, and it's some days feel great, and some days feel like straight up imposter syndrome 24/7. Some days feel like I got this, and other days I'm like, what is going on? Because as a trailblazer with a new product in a very antiquated industry, it is. I don't know of many new insurance products that just showed up on the market. I don't, and I do work in that industry, and so it can be daunting at times, And I think to be a trailblazer of any kind of success, yes, you need grit. Yes, you need purpose. Yes, you need a big idea or a small idea, whatever idea. You need to be solving some problem. But it takes a little bit more than that, a lot more than that. It's what I call un peu de folie, which is French for it takes a little madness, a little insanity. Because it's you have this idea, this purpose, this grit, and this undying, insane belief, honestly insane belief that, I have this, that my idea is my idea is the right idea, and my idea will work, and I alone can pull this off. That's insane. But it's also true in my experience. And, it's the one question with, so many people have asked me, whether investors or just friends or whatnot, why now? Why hasn't this been done before? I have no idea. It's the one question I cannot answer. I do not have an answer for. Because it's insanity. But it's so duh to me when I think about it. That purpose is so clear, front and center in my head at all times. But getting it to fruition is a different story. So your analogy of finding a path through the trees, a forest. It's that, but it's with a destination in mind. But between here and that destination is step by step by step by step. In my case, most of my steps are in stilettos, but that's just a personal preference. But it's step by step, and some of those steps are grueling, and some of them are easy, and some of them are fulfilling, and some of them are terrifying, and they're everywhere in between. It is every emotion all at once, all of the time as a trailblazer. I'm sure other people can identify with that. But, so yes, it's all of those things. And at the same time, it is the best thing I've ever done. Would not trade it for the world. So yeah, that's pretty much my spiel on purpose.
Well, I love what you said about, it goes back to the who, not the you, in terms of that grind. And to me, that reading all that legalese as a customer in many situations, that is a grind. And it sounds like you're really putting that person you're serving front and center and saying, I'm not going to make that a grind for you. And in the same way, you're not making it a grind for yourself because it's so much easier for you to write, right? So I love that idea of like looking at the grind and even taking it and saying, you know what, we don't need to make that a grind. And also your sentiment, I forget the French word, but...
Un peu de folie.
Say it one more time.
Un peu de folie.
Un peu de
means
folie.
a little insanity.
A little insanity, right? I mean, we have a few entrepreneurs that talk about it's the crazy that changed the world. And I think a lot of us sitting here, we make up our solutions and people think we're crazy. But then we actually create them and we make them. And, they start supporting us and they start looking to us for more support and for help. And I think that's fantastic. And that's what fuels the purpose as well. So just as we need purpose, right? We talk about the hard times. We also need to develop grit. And Teresa, you're working with a population that is so strong in their own personal, framework in their own personal life. But how, in serving this population and in moving into your new role, how have you embodied grit, and what? Can you give an example, maybe? And then also, what would you say to a founder that has grit, has that tenacity, but just hasn't broken through to this arena of actually blazing that trail, actually taking their idea and making it to, quote unquote, the other side, the destination that they're seeking?
Yeah, so, grit is important, and it's the primary foundation of our business, behind our purpose, right? An example of me having grit was probably during COVID. A lot of people in my industry shut down. We were considered essential, and so I kept going. But at that same time, I had a personal tragedy where I lost my sister to suicide. And so I couldn't give up, but I also couldn't function. And so what I had to do was find a process, which for me was heart math, that created coherence internally. Because if you're in overwhelm, if you're stressed and grinding, if you will, then you're often in an incoherent state. And from that place, you actually can only use the base of your brain. Your body shuts down energetically to conserve for that flight or freeze or flee mode the survival mode. And so if you're in overwhelm, you need to find your center and ask yourself some questions. Get to the root of your identity, because when you are truly being authentic in yourself, you're allowing yourself to rest and relax as well, which is also a requirement for receiving. And so it's really, it requires a lot. You need to work hard, and you also need to rest, and you also need to play. And if you're in overwhelm, you're not doing those things. So you need to find your center.
I love what you're saying there in terms of, I have the grit, I'm go, go, go. It's actually that's holding you back.
Yeah.
Right? You need to pause, you need to slow down, you need to take care of yourself. That is a trailblazing skill, is remembering, when you're hacking in the trees, to pause and hydrate, pause and sleep, pause and eat well, so that you have the energy for your body to keep moving. Thank you so much for sharing that hardship and how you've turned that pain into purpose. I very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're coming to, I think, almost the end. I'm keeping an eye. But Jean, you talked a lot about this idea of when you reach that pinnacle of success, people come shooting for you. I think that's so interesting that, there's, we have greed, we have jealousy, we have ego, a lot of that in many rooms that we sit in. And as trailblazers, a lot of times we've put the financial aside, right? We've found another reason to keep pushing forward. And that typically means helping others and trying to prevent pain that we've experienced for others, right? And so you're sitting here telling me that there's people that come against you. That's a huge obstacle. How, as a trailblazer, do you take that obstacle and turn it into a stepping stone?
That's a good question. When I first started Project Lifesaver, I'll relate back to some of my experiences. Maybe it'll explain it a little better. When I first came up with the idea of taking or stealing, actually, the technology from wildlife tracking and using radio frequency or radio direction finding to locate people, I actually had people, when I tried to fundraise to get it started, tell me I was out of my mind. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. It's the craziest. You are a loon. It'll never work. Well, my wife's always said I'm pretty hard-headed, and some of y'all have probably noticed that. I just said, well, I'm going to do it anyway. Yeah, well, it's true. So once I got into it and started, I didn't realize that because I started this, that all these other people that wanted to cash in on what we were doing are now going to come forward. Well, the only thing, if I had to give, and I'm asked many times, well, what advice would you give somebody if they're going to start something? Well, the first is, go for your idea. Go for it. Don't be deterred by the naysayers, by the people that say you're an idiot, you're a loon, it'll never work. And then other things that you need to understand is it's not going to be always a smooth road. You're going to have bumps in it. You're going to have people that are going to oppose you, that are going to try to take it away from you. I would tell everyone, never lose sight of your vision. What is it you're trying to do? What is it you're trying to accomplish? And keep working toward that end. And the last thing I would say, and I think I've heard it alluded to a couple of times, is have a support system. I would have to say, you need someone that you can talk to, someone that you can bounce the ideas off of, someone that can assure you you're not crazy, you're not stupid, what you're doing is good. Remember to keep going. You know, damn the torpedoes, as they say, full speed ahead. Make sure that you have these things in place. And there's any obstacle that you come across, any kind of barrier that hits you, always remember, there's one more thing you can do. You've just got to go deep inside and reason it out and say, I can do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to make it happen. And to hell with all the people that say I can't.
I love that sentiment. You got to have that faith in yourself, right? Well, I've just gotten the 5-minute warnings. We have one quick sort of popcorn question. What, as we wrap, one piece of advice, one takeaway, or one word to leave all of us with in terms of becoming a trailblazer? Gene, you kind of just shared, but if you want to just give a quick hit, and then we'll...
Well, I don't think I can do it in one word. It's going to take two, and that's something I learned a long time ago in the military. No matter what your objective is, never quit. Never quit.
Mine is trust yourself. Follow your dreams. You were given it for a reason.
I think mine would be, as a trailblazer, remembering when things are hard, your why, and who you serve. Because that's the thing that keeps me going, is just little Anila in my mind, and then when I see little Anila, I see all these kids that we've helped, and that just keeps me going.
So there are different words I would use, but right now, which probably is a reflection of where I am on my own journey, I would share the word perseverance. I really do believe in life we must have perseverance. Again, it's in the Bible, and it seems to be that God cares more about who we become on the journey and that it's about our character that we build. So when that stuff is hard and we keep going with faith in ourselves and all those different things, I find that perseverance is a word that gives me a lot of power and helps me persevere. Thank you.
My last overarching takeaway, I guess, it would be, don't wait until you feel ready. You will never feel ready. You're blazing a new trail. There's no such thing. No one's going to tap you on the shoulder and say, oh, it's time, go for it. You just do it. If you have to do it messy, do it messy. Just do it. Take action on a daily basis. One minute step after another is totally fine. Messy is totally fine. Just do it, because no one's going to give you permission. So that's what I'll leave you with.
The story you tell yourself changes everything about yourself. So make sure the story you tell yourself is one that helps you sit up taller and supports your trailblazing dreams.
I needed to hear that. Thank you. That was beautiful. Thank you so much. I think we are at time. If there's a time for a question or one question from the audience, anyone would like to? Going once? Going twice? Sold to Team CXO. Thank you very much for taking time with us.
Thank you.
Feel free to come find us if you'd like to talk to us individually. We hope you're having a great conference, and I'm very blessed and thankful to all of you up here with me sharing your wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, leaders, for such an insightful session. Now we turn our focus to leadership, what really counts with those we lead. In this session, we'll explore what truly matters when guiding teams, influencing others, and shaping organizational culture. Beyond titles and strategies, it's about understanding impact, building trust, and creating an environment where people feel empowered to contribute their best. Get ready for practical insights, thought-provoking perspectives on effective leadership in today's dynamic business world. Please put your hands together for Chris Lewis, President of Lighthouse Leadership Services, Inc. He was a career police officer and has led some of the most high-profile operational units in patrol, investigations, and tactical operations. He also authored numerous articles for various magazines and periodicals, as well as a book on leadership entitled Never Stop on a Hill. Over to you, Chris. Come on up.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm going to ask you to think for a minute. Think back over your lives and your careers, and think about the people that had a real positive influence on you. The leaders, those people that inspired you to do and be your very best. They may have been teachers, they may have been relatives, they may have been coaches, they may have been friends. But what they said and did impacted you and made you want to be good and to strive to be your best. What was it they did or said that made you feel that way? We've all had those people in our lives, and they had a very positive impact on us. Conversely, we had people that wanted to ruin our lives, that made us feel we weren't adequate, that didn't support us in any way, that said or did things that really crippled us in some ways emotionally, maybe made us want to quit our jobs. And you've all got those faces in your mind right now, because we've all been there. What I'm going to talk about here today is what are people, the people you lead, what are they saying about those very people, the positive impacts on our lives, the true leaders, versus those that made us want to quit. I was a police officer for 36 years, and ultimately, I worked with the best and I worked with the worst. I learned from them all. I worked for people that ultimately should never have been allowed to lead. Somehow or another, they got promoted and they ended up in a position of authority and had power and influence over people. I worked for some of the best, the people that I walked through broken glass for, people that ultimately cared about me as a person, wanted me to be my best, and did everything they could to make me feel that way. I always talk about an individual I worked for years ago. He's well in his 80s now, and we're still friends. His name was Wayne Frechette. And he came into my office one day. I was in homicide at the time. And he said, close the door, and he leaned back and put his big feet up on my desk and said, what's going on with you? I said, nothing, Wayne. I've got a couple of homicides on the go. I'm heading out in a minute to go to another city. And he said, no, I'm talking about Chris Lewis. He said, I know Chris Lewis, and you're not yourself. I've been meaning to talk to you for a while, but I thought maybe just having a bad day here and there when I saw you. But it's got worse over time. Talk to me. What's happening? And I said, I'm splitting with Kathy, my wife, who was a friend of his wife. We've all known each other for years. He said, I'm really sorry to hear that. He said, come on, let's go out for lunch. And off we went. And, his offer of support as a boss of a busy squad of 20 homicide investigators working all over the province of Ontario, he took the time to talk to me. Number one, he knew me. He knew his people. Number two, he knew something was wrong. And he just didn't, the first day I looked like I had a bit of a scowl, say, come on, let's talk. He waited a while. He watched me to see if it was a trend or what was going on. And number three, he took the time to acknowledge it and offer me support. And that was true leadership in my mind. And that was a man, for all the years to follow, I would have done anything for, because he actually cared about me. He was one of those good guys. I also worked for people in my career that really made me want to quit. Very early in my career as a young constable in Northern Ontario, I had a corporal who was just a mean person. And I even said to him today, what is wrong with you? You come in the office every morning and you're greeting the night shift of 2 people and saying hello to the day shift that's coming in of 2 people, and you go in your office and grunt and groan and don't even say good morning to anybody. He said, what do you want me to do, kiss your rear? I said, no, but good morning would work. You don't have to take it too far. I don't need a hug, but why not say good morning? He had no people skills at all. He didn't care about whether I did a good job. He cared about whether I ticked the box on a certain report, or I filled out the right form, or I showed up on time. And those things are all important, but none of that was leadership. It was all little management things that he picked at, but he really didn't care about me or anyone else in that office as a person. So some of those things, I called him a perfectly good bad example. He was everything you shouldn't be as a leader. And an older NCO said to me one time, just watch everything that idiot does and don't ever do any of it, and you'll be a success on this job. And I've taken that with me in all those many, many years since. A perfectly good bad example. So we're going to talk about those things today. Who was the best leader you ever worked for? Continue to think about that, please. Who was the worst? And see if what I say here today conjures up any images around them. So one of the first things I want to talk about, just so we're on the same page, is morale, because I really feel that effective leadership makes morale, and morale can make or break any organization, whether it be policing, government, private sector, not-for-profit. If the staff don't feel supported, understood, connected with, if they're not communicated with, listened to, they're not going to want to be there. They're not going to give their best every day when they walk in the door. And conversely, if they're not, they're going to be problem children. They're not going to be professional. They're not going to be productive. So building that morale, which can be a very elusive thing, takes leadership. And if you think about your own life, and when you had those moments you didn't want to go to work, or when you did, you just wanted to walk out, scream, and quit, or go home and cry and suck your thumb, it's because your morale was in the toilet because of poor leadership. And a strong leader can bring that around, even in the worst of times. So just so you understand where I'm coming from when I talk about leadership, it's all about building that morale and keeping productivity and professionalism and just the general aura of all the people under your leadership strong and committed to go in the same direction. And secondly, I'm talking about leadership. I'm not talking about management. And leadership and management are two different things because leadership is about people. Management is about things. And as a CEO in your organization or wherever you stand, obviously management is pretty important because budgets and acquisitions and supplies and equipment and vehicles and offices and computers and networks and all that are very important. You can't survive without it. But what's going to make you or break you is the leadership. Your computer system could be down. Your cars could be all broken. But the strong leader's going to get everybody through that. Say, okay, this is an awful situation, guys. We're going to fix it. But we're going to get through this. Let's get together. Let's talk. How are we going to get through this? That's the leadership piece. So I'm talking about leadership all the way. Good leaders need to have good managers around them. And somebody said that yesterday. And I had an individual who's now deceased. He was a close friend. He was my scowl-faced manager. My wife reported to him at one point in the police department. She used to say, every time he looks at me, he looks mad. He was not a leader. He was a good person. He was dedicated, but he was a manager. And if I said to him, Larry, can we do this? Can I spend this money with $1 billion+ budget? He'd say, yeah, we can. Or no, maybe we shouldn't. Or, okay, why don't we approach it this way? And I could take that to the bank. He was my management person. I focused on the people, he focused on the things, and we got through it together. The trick is to have good people that are managers around you and then listen to them if you're focusing on the people and the leadership piece. So I wrote a book called Never Stop on a Hill, which is committed to Special Olympics in terms of any profits. It's on Amazon. And when I was writing the book and really focusing on people, I asked police chiefs all across Canada, large and small, to talk to me about the leaders that really had a positive impact on them and the ones that didn't, and the why and how and what they said and did. And what I really found from them was everything they said about good leaders was about people skills. Not one of them said to me, you know, the best leader I ever worked for could really manage our fleet. Or the best leader I ever worked for, you know, he treated people awful, but boy, oh boy, could he ever manage a budget? None of them said that. They all talked about people skills. They communicated with me. They supported me. They mentored me. They coached me. They were there for me in good times and in bad. Those are the people that have the positive impact. So then in lectures all over North America, I've asked audiences and interactive and had, when you have the hours to speak and ask people to stand up at the mic and talk about the positive leadership skills, I got the same thing I got from these police chiefs. And then I put out a blog on our organization when I was commissioner, and we had over 9,000 personnel. And on our internal system, I said, hey, I'm writing a book. I'm going to finish it when I'm gone, but I'm looking for your input. So tell me about the best leaders you ever worked for and the worst leaders. And any other blog I ever ran about issues of, that I wanted input on, I'd get hits here and there, and a couple of hundred over a week, or maybe 1,000 over a month. In 2 weeks, I had 12,000 hits on this blog. And why was that? Because I struck a nerve. They wanted to say what they've been thinking, and they've never felt comfortable saying. I read comments on there that really weren't fit for human consumption. But I asked the question, so I had to listen to the answer. I heard things about he's destroyed morale. She's the worst thing that ever happened to this place. Everybody wants to quit. It's taken away my will to live. It was unbelievable. And a very common one was he or she doesn't even know me. Now, what does that say about a work environment? Are you going to come into work every day and be your best and do your best for this person that doesn't even know you? And I got thinking about my own time in policing, and at one point, When I was at a lower rank, I wasn't the commissioner, I was a commander of an area, and I went to visit someone in another area. And when I walked in, I saw an admin person that sat right near his office that I hadn't seen in many years. And she said, "Oh my God, good to see you here." And I just moved back to the headquarters, and she got him to give me a hug, and he come out and said to me, "How do you know these people?" I said, "She's worked for us for 25 years. Her husband worked for us. He's retired now. She's a good person." He said, "Well, I don't know them." I said, "Buddy, she sits outside your office. You can't go to the bathroom without walking past her desk. And you don't even know her name? You don't say on Monday morning, 'Hey, Arlene, how was your weekend?' Or look at the pictures behind her desk of her grandkids and say, 'Oh, I see your grandson's a hockey player.' You know, no connection whatsoever." And you shrug your shoulders. I don't know those people. And this was a person in a very high position in a large police organization. It really scared me. But when I put this out on our blog, it was to police officers, detectives, SWAT team members, it was to admin staff, it was people that worked in our garage putting stripes on our cruisers. And they hit me with responses that were just unbelievable. And then they talked about the good as well. But the real disturbing stuff to me was what they said about all the bad people, like, "He doesn't even know me." So you might be thinking, well, that's all great in policing, but I'm not in policing. I own a private company, or I'm a chief executive officer in a big firm. What does leadership and policing, command and control type stuff have to do with me and my employees? Well, people are people. It doesn't matter what organization you're in. People want to be supported, feel connected, feel understood, feel that they have a say. Know that the boss is going to say, "Hey, Monday morning, how are you, Bill? How was your weekend? Did you get to the hockey game? How's that grandson doing?" Having that type of connection. And some of you are in very large organizations, and you say, "I can't keep track of all these people all over the place." No, you can't. But you can try, and you can certainly know the people that are direct reports to you, and probably those that are a couple levels down. Know their backgrounds, where they're from, kind of what their strengths and weaknesses and their goals are in life. What's wrong with that? I think it's vital. So people are people. It doesn't matter whether you are in whatever line of work. It's all about people. And let me go back one. And leadership is leadership. It's all the same principles. It's all the same, the practices. The qualities of good leaders are the same in any organization. Whether you're in the more command and control environment, and I see a former Air Force gentleman in front of me here that spoke yesterday, whether you're a general or a colonel or whatever in the military, does it not matter if the people that report to you respect you? They think you're honest? You support them? They know if they have a problem, they can go to you, or you'll come to them and say, "Hey, I'm so sorry, I heard your mother died. Is there anything I can do to help you?" You don't know your people, how are you going to do that? If you don't know Arlene, who sits outside your office for 25 years, how do you know when she's not having a good day or going through a bad time like I was with Wayne Frechette, where he took me aside and said, "What's going on, Chris?" You have to at least know your people as well as you could. I was in charge of an organization of 9,000 people. I made my best effort every location I visited to talk to people and talk to the new recruits and go for ride-alongs and everything I could to try and know people and be able to say, "I remember meeting you up north a couple of years ago. Oh my God, he remembers me." I may not remember him, his name or her name or what they did, but I do remember meeting them. And to them, that just meant the world to them, as it did to me as a younger officer when I get that sort of acknowledgement rather than a grunt out of a grumpy old corporal. Absolutely, it's all about people. So what really counts with these folks? What I asked them and what jived with what Abraham Lincoln said about leadership. Generals in the military, elected officials, people, so many people that have run big organizations and written books, from good to great and on, they all say the same things that the police chief said and the employees said. And here's just kind of a synopsis of it all. They communicate. They talk to us, they listen to us. They actually develop an environment and a culture in our organization where we feel we can actually speak up when the time's right. Not in the middle of a gun call when a bad guy's running out of a house with a gun. Oh, let's get a whiteboard and have a chat, folks, and get some input, make a decision on how we're going to kill this person. It's about, the day-to-day stuff when you can have the dialogue and actually listen. Feedback is given and feedback is encouraged. How am I doing? Can I do anything more to help you? Can I do anything more to make this place better? What do you need? If you don't have that dialogue, how do you know? And then how do you properly support those folks that you're responsible for? They're even-tempered. They communicate about us, not about them. How many people have you worked for that have said, well, how are you today? Well, I'm pretty good. And before the words are out of their mouth, well, I had a bad night and, I'm mad about this, or they didn't even hear how you are. You might say, I just broke my leg, or I've been diagnosed with a disease, and they're not listening because they're only going to talk about themselves and all their accomplishments. Without getting into politics, we can all picture politicians of various brands being like that when they're at the mic. They're more worried about themselves than they are about the people they lead. And they build that culture that encourages innovation and et cetera, et cetera. They're honest. What they say, they mean. What they mean, they say. They don't play silly games. They're accountable. They make us accountable. They don't have egos. They don't breathe their own exhaust. I saw a police chief stand up at a microphone in the media one time and talk about the serious murder they had overnight. Well, I don't know about you, but I think every murder is pretty serious, especially if you're the victim or a family member, God forbid. But this one was serious, and he took specific action to assign the right people. He was in bed sleeping. The people know he had nothing to do with it. He said, I assigned our best people. Those are two detectives that were on call. You not think the thousands of people in the organization hear the leader speak that way, don't think this is stupid, this is not honest? He's knowing us. Ultimately, the ego just comes through. The ego is not your amigo. They're trustworthy, they're ethical, they have integrity, they don't play favorites. They're fair with everybody. Even though you might not personally like somebody that you lead, maybe their lifestyle or just some habit they have or whatever, that means nothing. They still have to be treated fairly. You may not have them over for dinner versus someone who's a close friend, but they're still people, and they need your support, and they need your leadership. Real leaders make decisions for the right reasons, for the good of the people they lead, the good of the client, not to make themselves look good. Decision-making shouldn't be about that. They're resilient. They keep us resilient. They support us through the bad times, and they're there for us in the good. And that's so, so important, and that's all part of leadership. And change is key, because the pressure for good leadership's always been there, as this author says, but it's never been worse. There's no new norm. The new norm changes every day. We used to kind of go along one way for years and then we make some changes and go on again. The world is changing at such a fast pace. If you don't have leaders that recognize that, develop change with the people that they lead to identify the need, identify the change that's required, and to implement it, it's not going to happen. And of course, all of that leads to trust. I've heard trust come up in every presentation so far when they talked about leadership, because you need to trust them, they need to trust you. You need to develop that trust over time, and it'll pay big dividends when things get bad, and they need to say, hey, that's our boss, we're going to get through this together, because he or she's a leader, and they count on us and trust us. And of course, all of this leads to morale, which I talked about at the beginning. That's so important. Bad leaders do all the opposite. They cause dissension, they ruin lives, and they don't communicate. So you can kind of say, do this, don't do that. The good leaders versus the bad. But ultimately, what's really important here, and this was the last quote in my book, and I'll close with this because I didn't know who this lady was until she died. As a Canadian, it wasn't someone I knew. But when she died, and presidents of all parties and flavors were all there, and Supreme Court justices and actors and activists, and I found out this woman had been part of the civil rights movement and arrested and just an amazing background, and then an author and a poet and an actress. And I read this quote and I thought, this is what leadership is all about. Why have I never heard of this lady before? And she said, I've learned that people will forget what you said, forget what you did, but people never forget how you made them feel. And that's what leadership is all about. Make people feel important, counted on, respected, understood, connect with them, and ultimately, things will be a lot better for everybody, including ultimately the organization, the clients that you serve. So in closing, remember the good, remember the bad. Do what the good did. Don't ever do what the bad did to anybody, and you're going to be a better leader. I hope that made some sense to you. Thanks very much. It's not a lot of time to cover something I normally cover in a couple hours, but I certainly appreciate the opportunity to touch base with you all and to pass on my thoughts on leadership. Thank you very much.
A sincere thank you to Chris for his valuable insights. Thank you for sharing. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a moment to recognize those who have been supporting us every step of the way, our amazing sponsors. Their dedication, trust, and generosity have played a vital role in making this event possible, and we are truly grateful for their partnership. To show our appreciation, we are honored to present them with certificates acknowledging their invaluable contribution. To do the honors, to do the honors, it's Joseph Frankie. Come join us on stage. President and founder, JF3 Associates LLC. He will be presenting the awards. Let's give him another big round of applause. So we are pleased to welcome our bronze sponsor, Apogee Global RMS. That's MK Palmer. So as I call your names, please come to the stage. We'll take a photo. And congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, sure. So as I call your names, please come to the stage. You're going to take a photo. You're welcome to say a little something, but please keep it under a minute or 30 seconds because we have a lot of awards, so just so we're timely here. Thank you. So we extend our deepest gratitude to all our sponsors. Now it's time to honor the exceptional leaders, innovators, and organizations whose bold actions and visionary work are making a difference in the world. So you ready to do the honors? Okay. So our first award is Alex Jordan. Alex Jordan. So if they're not present, I'm going to go to the next one, and we'll make sure we get them their awards. Angela Peterman. Angela Peterman is a Los Angeles-based director and founder of Ara Productions, a boutique creative production studio specializing in premium performance-driven campaigns for beauty, wellness, and lifestyle brands. With roots in photography and advertising, she brings a rare blend of visual fluency and strategic insight to every project. Angela leads a large-scale shoots, influencer partnership programs, and experiential activations from concept through execution, building campaigns where aesthetic excellence and commercial performance operate as one. Congratulations.
I just want to quickly say I'm so honored and grateful for this opportunity to be able to lift other women up and hire them and keep the movement going. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Now we have Anita Davidson. Anita Davidson. Okay, great. As co-founder and CEO of Creative Biotherapeutics, Dr. Anita Davidson's dedicated to bringing the patient into the spotlight as novel, life-supporting, and effective new cancer therapies are designed to fill an unmet need in incurable cancers. She is a recognized leader and serial entrepreneur in healthcare, fusing her passion for patient advocacy and expertise in business creation with cancer research. Congratulations.
I just want to thank the CXO committee and for offering this opportunity for me. This represents 40 years of patient advocacy that I now carry on into the cancer drug development arena. So it's very important to me to be able to be recognized, but I'm not stopping. So thank you very much.
Congratulations. Next we have Boyd Melson. Boyd Melson. Okay, we'll move on to Audrey Yoder. Audrey Yoder currently serves as Managing Director and Education Program Coordinator for the Los Angeles Jewish Symphony. In this role, she oversees artistic operations, fundraising, administration, and education programs. Her leadership is grounded in a bottom-up experience across performance, production, administration, broadcast media, educational initiatives, and guest lecturing. Congratulations.
It's a privilege to work with an organization where we get to make something in time and contribute a little more beauty to the world. So big thank you to our board of directors, our artistic team, and our administrative team for all of the good we get to do in our community.
Next we have Brian Licata. Brian Licata. Okay. We have Chris Burns. Chris Burns, CISSP, is the CEO, co-founder, and CSO of Techie Gurus, a cybersecurity-focused managed services provider that he launched in 2008 with his wife Angie. With 20-plus years in IT, cybersecurity, and 40-plus certifications and experience spanning SMBs to Fortune 100, Chris helps CEOs and leadership teams secure the business, not just the network, and scale with confidence. He was recently honored at the inaugural Leader Managed IT Awards, where Techie Gurus, we have a long list here, the Midwest Award for Operational Excellence and Client Impact. Congratulations.
I want to thank the committee here, but I also want to thank my wife who's here to support me. I wouldn't be here without her, and my team back home.
Congratulations. We have Christina Wilson. Christina Wilson is the Chief Strategy Officer, CSO of Entrepreneur Power Network, LLC. She is a decorated combat veteran, entrepreneur, and award-winning author whose career spans over 26 years of service in the U.S. Army Reserve, including 6 deployments and numerous military honors such as the Defense Meritorious Service Medal and Meritorious Service Medals. John Maxwell certified coach and international speaker, Christina has trained leaders worldwide, including a part of the Paraguay Transformation Project. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm honored to be receiving this award, and I just glad that I've been able to add value to others and impact others to command their life. Thank you.
Darren Williams. Darren Williams There he is. Darren Williams is the leader and COO of Next-Gen Home Group, bringing over 2 decades of leadership, logistics, and service into his real estate practice. After retiring from the United States Air Force in 2016, he transitioned into full-time real estate with a mission to reduce stress, protect equity, and help clients make confident decisions. Congratulations.
Awesome. Well, this is a huge honor. Thank you so much for all of you coming here. I'm super excited to have met the people that I've met. What a great networking opportunity, and I'm just here to serve. So thank you guys all.
David Adams. David Adams is the founder and CEO of Business Freedom Group, with over 30 years of experience helping business owners achieve sustainable growth and reach their full potential. He is an executive business and process coach. His specializes include business coaching, leadership development, business performance, process optimization, and more. Congratulations.
Thank you for this recognition that really belongs to all the teams. It's been my honor to shepherd through transitions and transformations of all sort, whether it's from the energy wellhead to the manufacturing floor to software scrums to a sales call. It's an honor to really see people move from seeing all the obstacles to seeing all the possibilities. So thank you.
Next, we have David A. Ward Sr. David A. Ward Sr. is the CEO, speaker, and trainer of David A. Ward Sr. Speaks. He is a nationally respected safety expert, author, and keynote presenter whose 4-decade career has transformed how organizations view safety and human responsibility. David is the author of The Faces of Safety and Those Left Behind When Tragedy Strikes, challenging leaders to make safety a core value. Congratulations.
I really appreciate the opportunity to turn around and really bring awareness to employee safety and safety of our children. And I think as long as we value our employees, invest in our employees, we have a bright future. Thank you.
Delicia McRoy. Delicia McRoy is the founder and CEO of Investara Financial. With nearly a decade of experience in automotive finance and lending, she has worked closely with individuals navigating complex credit challenges and understands how access to financial knowledge can shape opportunity. Delicia is also the founder of Capira, a technology platform being developed to help modernize how financial professionals support clients and manage financial insights. Congratulations.
I just want to say thank you so much. It's definitely an honor to be in a room with great leaders who are also shaping the future. And this is an amazing recognition. And, we're just getting started, but it's a reminder that, hard work definitely does pay off. And, when you're trying to make a difference, it's amazing to find, get the recognition for what you're trying to accomplish.
Darrell Coleman. Darrell Coleman is the founder and CEO of DC Design, a social impact consulting firm working to eliminate generational poverty in the U.S. Trained in mechanical engineering and design thinking at Stanford, he has spent over a decade working with governments, foundations, and nonprofits to redesign systems in housing, education, wealth creation, healthcare, and criminal justice. Congratulations.
Thank you, CXO. I'm truly honored, and I just want to take a couple minutes. I did prepare something very, very short. I want to share this with my team, my wife, my family, whose support makes this possible. I also share this with the incredible nonprofit leaders that do this work and believe in real transformation in communities. I believe as they do that we must stop managing poverty and transform it. My vision is to move away from broken systems that don't serve people and build those that fortify communities and fortify the organizations serving them at the same time. And thank you for recognizing that.
Okay. Dr. Gabriel N. DeKong. Dr. DeKong serves as the CEO, founder, and chairman of CM Fit, Global Health Consulting, and CGHC Clinic. With over 14 years of experience in healthcare and clinical research, he previously founded and chaired Charity Med Foundation and IT Inc. Dr. DeKong is also a certified health education specialist and a certified clinical research associate promoting health education and clinical research globally. Congratulations.
Hello. Yesterday I didn't have a good day. I thought that the lady didn't like me. But it's appear that she does. We treat each other the way we want to be treated. I'm very excited to be here today. Very excited to be here today. Love the opportunity of bringing mind, togetherness, to bring forth the healthcare industry into a higher level. I appreciate the opportunity, and I wish that this continue to enhance the ability to be a human being that we have. Thank you very much, and I appreciate it.
Next we have Giulio Vaglio. Giulio Vaglio is the owner of Palm Mitchell Schools, from salon owner to internationally respected educator and stylist with John Paul Mitchell Systems. He has elevated customer service standards across salons and educational institutions worldwide. His achievements include the 2023 Outstanding Leadership Award and the 2024 Visionary Award. Beyond businesses, he leads philanthropic efforts, raising over $25 million annually. Congratulations.
I didn't do it alone. But God is good, and I thank Him for the blessings of the gifts that He bestowed upon me, the gifts to help others. And that's my true mission. It's not about me, it's about what can I do for you. So thank you for this award.
Guinevere Crary. Guinevere Crary is the founder of Guide to HR, host of the Scaling with People podcast, and author of Mind the Profit Gap. She partners with founders and executive teams to transform HR from a cost center into a strategic growth engine. With deep experience across startups and scaling companies, Guinevere blends workforce analytics, AI-enabled systems, and pragmatic governance to drive performance, trust, and profitability. Congratulations.
And I'm going to repeat. I also praise God for this opportunity and just am so blessed to be here with all you amazing leaders. My heart is really at the intersection of people and profit and helping founders and business owners grow their business and meet their dreams. So thanks, everyone.
Dr. James Rogers. Dr. James O. Rogers, CEO, has practiced diversity management as an enterprise performance discipline for more than 35 years and is widely known as the diversity coach. His influential books, including Managing Differently and Diversity Training That Generates Real Change, have shaped MBA curricula and organizational transformation efforts worldwide. Congratulations.
First of all, I want to acknowledge my daughter, Shayna, who's in the audience. I missed her yesterday, and she never let me forget it. So I just wanted to say that management still matters. Diversity management is not DEI, it's for everyone.
JJ Velasquez. JJ Velasquez is the founder and CEO of Monumental Media. JJ is an activist and actor in the Oscar-nominated film Sing Sing. The focus of the Emmy-winning NBC News Studios docuseries. The Sing Sing Chronicles, Pulitzer finalist podcast Letters from Sing Sing, and the book, The Sing Sing Files. Upon release, through executive clemency in 2021, he met with President Biden at the White House to discuss justice reform. Congratulations.
Thank you, everyone. I'm gonna be real quick. I'm just filled with immense gratitude because after serving over 20, almost 27 years, in prison for a crime that I didn't commit, to be received this way by the world and the universe means a lot. Because for over 2 decades, people thought that I was a murderer. They thought that I was a killer, and they didn't see my humanity. But since I've been home, I've only been home for about 4.5 years, and since I've been home, I've seen humanity on a great scale. I've been to the White House, I've been to the Oscars, I've been to the Emmys. So this isn't about me, this is about the stories that create impact and capture the lives of people who need our help. And that's why we tell these stories, and I'm honored to have this. Thank you.
Congratulations. Jasmine Gonzalez Hurtado. Hey. As a woman entrepreneur in tech space, Jasmine Gonzalez Hurtado is the CEO of Advanced Connectivity. She is also passionate about breaking barriers and creating opportunities for others to lead boldly in emerging industries. Jasmine is known for her strategic thinking, forward-focused mindset, and ability to turn complex ideas into scalable solutions. Her mission is to leverage technology not just for advancement, but for empowerment. Congratulations.
I just want to say that I am very grateful, and for every single person that has taken the time to come and speak to me, I will forever be grateful. And just keep in mind at these conferences, every single person that you actually spend time with or that you talk to, you can make the biggest impact in somebody's life. So don't forget to be human and take the time and get out of your comfort zone. Thank you.
Congratulations. Joanna Marie Aguila. Joanna Marie Aguila. Okay. Next award goes to Joan Sugarman. Joan Sugarman is the founder and CEO of Gemini Worldwide, a strategic consulting firm that works with business leaders and executive teams to create breakthrough results. She emphasizes that this is not merely a cultural shift, but a mindset shift that can significantly transform an organization's people, values, goals, and measurable outcomes. Joan has also worked with international members of foreign parliaments as well as U.S. Congress. Congratulations.
Well, this is truly an honor, and I really thank CXO for honoring leadership. My whole life has been about leadership. My father was the head of a company, and I've devoted my entire life to transforming leaders globally. And I'm just grateful for having the honor and the privilege, I'm getting moved, breathe, the honor and the privilege to be trusted by the great leaders that I've had the privilege to work with. And you're all leaders, so thank you.
John Pohl. John Pohl, CEO of 14 LLC. Leveraged His unique blend of strategic, creative, and leadership skills to deliver exceptional results in a remarkable range of roles as Senior Marketing Executive in marketing leading B2C and B2B corporations. He is a professional speaker sharing his engaging insights on the power of provocative messaging. Congratulations.
Thank you to the CXO conference for this honor. I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge my amazing clients without whom this award wouldn't have been possible. They're mainly operating in the healthcare space. They do the heavy lifting of developing brilliant technologies that truly make the quality of life better for so many people. My job is simply to tell their amazing stories, and it's a true honor to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Jose Pereira. Jose Pereira, founder and CEO of JoseConnect.com LLC, is an internationally recognized author, executive coach, and keynote speaker. A former CEO of CIT Go Petroleum and member of CIT Go 6, he survived nearly 5 years of wrongful imprisonment. Jose speaks globally on resilience, purpose-driven leadership, and crisis navigation, equipping others to lead with clarity and strength under pressure. Congratulations.
Well, thank you for CXO for this honor. This is my second year, and for me this has been a kind of a evolving situation because I did my career in the oil and gas during more than 35 years. But I became also a hostage of Maduro in Venezuela during 5 years. We were captured during a business trip, and I could come back after 5 years through a prisoner swap. And after Maduro was captured in January, I decided to go back and rebuild my country. I'm working very hard with policymakers, and we're working American oil and gas companies that are willing to go back to rebuild our country, and that's what I'm doing today. Thank you very much.
Kimberly Dorset. Kimberly Dorset is a Chief Human Resource Officer for Capital Impact Partners and CDC Small Mission Finance, two of the nation's leading mission-driven lenders, both part of the Momentous Capital branded family of organizations. Kim helps lead an organization of more than 300 team members who are dedicated to expanding capital and opportunities for communities, providing them with momentum they need for success. Congratulations.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. I have to say congratulations to all the other recipients of today's awards. And I have to say it's very humbling to hear the stories. But also I'd like to say I'm also appreciative and blessed in regards to the positions that I have been entrusted and enabling human resources as a strategic partner with the organization and making measurable and impactful difference in my organization. And so, yes, I just have to say I'm just really touched myself to hearing the different stories, but I overwhelmingly am just blessed and fortunate to be surrounded by my human resources team as well as my leadership team and partnering with me to be instrumental in the impact that I have and making a difference with the talent that differentiates Momentous Capital. So again, thank you so much.
Dr. Lance McNeil. Lance McNeil is the president of McNeil Advantage, where he leads with passion and a deep commitment to empowering individuals and organizations. With a career rooted in leadership, innovation, and community service, Lance drives positive change through strategic guidance and operational excellence. Beyond corporate leadership, Lance's work extends into a nonprofit and faith-based initiative, reinforcing his dedication to purpose, resilience, and transformative results. Congratulations.
I just want to say thank you for this recognition. I'm truly honored and grateful to be here. This work would not have been possible without the support and collaboration of so many people along the way, and I share this moment with them. I'm proud for what we have accomplished, and I'm excited for what's ahead. Thank you again, and this really means a lot to me.
Lynn Hazan. Lynn Hazan, founder and president of Lynn Hazan and Associates Inc., has worked as an award-winning executive recruiter for 40 years. She specializes in communications, marketing, and consulting searches for clients throughout the U.S., LH&A. It is committed to hiring the best-in-class talent. Lynn's clients are corporate entrepreneurial companies, agencies, professional trade associations, and nonprofits. Congratulations.
Can you see me? I'm short, but I stand tall. This is the best birthday present I'm ever getting, this time next week. So thank you so much for this wonderful honor. I want to just do 3 quick points. First of all, I want to thank my mother, because my birthday is next week, and I'm wearing her creation. This was her dress. She was a fashion designer, so she passed on the love of creativity onto me. My brother and my sister, Morris and Danielle, will catch this later. Also, I want to thank my team, because great work in recruiting doesn't happen by yourself. So I want to thank Falcone Shaw, all my wonderful interns, the clients and candidates who have trusted us to be best in class in who we hire and who we work with. Thank you so, so much.
Congratulations. Martin Herbert. Marty Herbert, President and CEO of HI&I, is an accomplished leader and strategic analyst with expertise in revolutionizing accounting and business processes. Marty has more than 25 years in the industries that serve the U.S. government and beyond. He works alongside his wife and co-founder to deliver excellence in streamlining operations, driving efficiency, and bolstering compliance and risk management. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's amazing to me that I get to have so much fun doing what I do, growing the business that I'm growing. And I wouldn't be here getting this award if it wasn't for our chairwoman and my wife and our co-founder, Jessica. She gave me the reins to the company about 2.5 years ago and said, go for it. Go kiss baby, shake hands, and let's make something. So it's amazing to be here. Thank you so much.
Dr. Marquette L. Walker. Dr. Marquette L. Walker. Okay. We have M.K. Palmore. M.K. Palmore is the founder and principal advisor of Apogee Global Risk Management Solutions, RMS. A U.S. Marine Corps veteran and former FBI executive, M.K. brings decades of experience at the intersection of national security, technology, and executive advisory services. At Apogee Global RMS, M.K. leverages his deep background to help enterprises anticipate threats, build resilience, and align leadership teams for long-term success.
So I'll be real quick. Thank you to CXO for the recognition. Awards for me are about 2 things. They're an indication that maybe you're doing some things right, but they're also a beacon aspirationally. I'll continue to try and live up to this. Thank you.
Nancy Matthews. Nancy Matthews, CEO of Visions in Action, Inc., is a globally recognized speaker, strategist, and creator of the One Philosophy. With 40-plus years of experience and entrepreneurial leadership and background in law, she transforms unclear vision into messaging that moves people into action. Featured on NBC, CBS, and Fox, and honored with the 2024 Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award, she creates transformation one message at a time. Congratulations.
Thank you to CXO Conferences, and I wanted to just take a moment and acknowledge each and every one of you for being the ones willing to go out and do the tough job of creating positivity, impact, and good change in the world. Keep on being the ones and treat each and every person you meet with that same level of excitement and enthusiasm as we tend to do if we think someone's the one. You get that? Oh, they're the one that are going to do this. I invite you to an experiment of treating each and every person you meet as the one and watch the magic unfold. Thank you.
Nicole Vaughn. Nicole Vaughn? Nikki Vaughn is founder and chief executive of Access AI. Can you hear me? IT, Mecomb School of Business alumna and 2026 Junior League Catalyst Award recipient. She architected massive organizational shifts, including the 5-year strategic roadmap for 3,000 plus nurses at a $2 billion health system and architected 24/7 physician order system. She bridges high-level strategy with community impact as the co-founder of nation's largest Coder Dojo, regional chair for Jack and Jill, and Big Heart board member. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. So we are Access AI, where we're amplifying human potential by ensuring that organizations infuse accessibility into their AI strategy. And so thank you for the award. And I thank you all for being considerate as you think through your AI strategies and making sure that accessibility is infused from the onset. Thank you.
Omar Ramat. Omar Ramat is the founder and CEO and managing partner of Office Technology Partners, OTP. He started his professional career in sales and businesses development over 30 years ago. He founded OTP in 2011 specifically to help consumers navigate the complex world of procurement and project management, protecting the best interests of his clients and providing his services on a contingency basis have become the benchmark and standard for project management and customer service at OTP. Congratulations.
Thank you. I want to thank everybody. It's so great to be in company of such great leaders. I want to share this award with my beautiful wife who's in the audience today, without whom nothing would have been possible. So thank you.
Pankaj Kumar. Pankaj Kumar. Next we have Praful Kare. Praful Kare. As the global head of AI strategy and solution engineering at Radiant Digital and a Forbes Technology Council member, Praful Kare leads AI-first transformations for Fortune 500 enterprises and government agencies. He has enabled AI and 5G labs, launched and advised startups, and delivered industry-first platforms, including the world's first real-time network management system that saved $30 million annually. Guided by first principles mindset, he continued to advance AI-driven enterprise transformation worldwide. Congratulations.
See, a little while back, I heard a line here that it is not about me, it is about the people we serve. And that is something which is going to stay with me. I would like to congratulate all the leaders for getting recognized on this forum. I would like to thank CXO team. And also, I would like to thank my team who worked tirelessly to enable us for this particular award, and my family who supported me throughout the journey. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Rob Stewart. Rob Stewart. Okay, Sharonda Rochelle. Sharonda Rochelle. Okay, we'll make sure they get their awards. Sidra Sharmeen. Sidra Sharmeen. Okay, Srikar Reddy. Srikar Reddy. Next we have Tina Jackson. There we go. Tina Jackson is the president and CEO of Jackson Consulting Group and creator of the Pivot to Power platform. With nearly 3 decades of experience across national politics, corporate, and nonprofit sectors, she helps executives navigate complex organizational dynamics and lead with clarity and authority. She is an executive coach, strategist, and best-selling author who advises senior leaders on power, influence, and strategic leadership. Congratulations.
Thank you. You know, I have made it my mission in life to restore trust in leadership, one leader at a time in Washington, D.C. So please continue to pray for me.
Valerie Velasquez. Valerie Velasquez. Okay, we have Viva Chawla. Viva Chawla is the Chief Growth Partner of Focal Point Businesses. She has worked with $50 billion enterprises like AbbVie, Pfizer, and BMS, and small businesses making a meaningful impact. As a Focal Point business coach, Viva helps organizations achieve clarity, effectiveness, marketing strategy, improved sales performance, leadership, and operational efficiency. Congratulations.
I'm honored and thankful for this recognition, CXO team, and I know Joe for quite some time. I've been coming here. So it's actually great to see everybody here and meet a lot of wonderful people. And something that is sticking around with me also is that what is it that I can do for all the other people? So I help companies with increasing revenues and profits. I was a small child where I struggled with a small business owner, and revenue coming cash was always a challenge. So I actually like that. I appreciate that. My purpose has become to help other companies increase their revenues and profits so their families can live a better life. So thank you very much, CXO, and everybody else that I've been meeting here. Thank you.
Our last award goes to Boyd Melson. Boyd Melson, IMND Drinks Ambassador, owner and CEO of Raindrops Mindset LLC, is a West Point graduate and Army Reserve Lieutenant Colonel, known for his diverse accomplishments across athletics, service, and philanthropy, the 2004 World Military Boxing Championship, and WBC Boxing Champion. He transitioned into successful professional boxing career, donating 100% of his fight purses to spinal cord injury research. Congratulations.
Proud to have a member of the Long Gray Line up here with me. It's very special, fellow West Point graduate. So I think it's really cool when you get acknowledged for things, when you're just doing what you care about. And everything as a result of what I care about. I received the President's Lifetime Achievement Award for doing what I care about. And this is what I'll say for the theme I give to people about following what you care about. At any given point, we're at an A, and we always have a respective C we're trying to get to. So we go through our mind and we think, what's the B that's going to get me to the C? Now, unfortunately, what happens often is we lock into that B and we block out any other letter that may be offered to us. And what I tell people is, so long as that other random letter is in alignment with your life theme and what you care about, accept it, entertain that opportunity, put it in your pocket. At some point, because it's part of your theme, it's going to turn into, that random letter is going to turn into the B you need for the next C you care about. While you're doing it, care about the people you're speaking with. Care about them while you look in their eyes. Care about them and listen to them, and share your light so they laugh. They will never forget how you made them feel whenever they hear your name again.
A huge congratulations to all our awardees. Your vision, leadership, and impact are setting new benchmarks and inspiring everyone in the room. So it's time to take a well-earned lunch, and this is a great opportunity to connect with fellow executive, exchange ideas, visit exhibit booths, and build conversations that could turn into something meaningful. And while you're networking and exploring, feel free to share your key moments at hashtag CXO2Conf and bring others into the experience. Our upcoming editions in Singapore and Dubai are already taking shape with exciting opportunities and global conversations ahead. So make sure you get in touch with Jatine Sidhu from the 2.0 conferences team to find out what's in store. So we'll reconvene at 1:30. Keep the conversations flowing and enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back here then. Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
Good work.
Thank you. It's a lot of words.
Yeah, you got to adjust on the fly. I was traveling down the
It was crooked, I wasn't sure. It was by accident. Okay, great. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had an energizing lunch. And kicking off our post-lunch sessions, we have a keynote that promises to challenge the way we think about technology and leadership. The AI experience gap. Why every industry keeps making the same mistake is all about uncovering why organizations repeatedly stumble when adopting new tech and how aligning innovation with real-world needs can unlock its full potential. Get ready to learn from our speaker and bronze sponsor, Marisa Murgatroyd, co-founder and lead strategist and facilitator of the Experience Group, as she shares actionable insights that will help you bridge the gap between technology and impact. She helps leaders close the gap between their AI and digital investments. Over the years, she has designed and optimized thousands of customer journeys across industries, consistently outperforming benchmarks in retention, completion, and referrals. The session is packed with takeaways to inspire smarter decision-making and more meaningful outcomes across your organization. Please welcome Marisa Murgatroyd. Give her a big round of applause.
Thank you. All right, hello, hello. Good to see you all. All right, after lunch, you want to do a little bit of a movement, get the energy flowing? Yeah, thank you. He said he was going to be bringing the energy. So, fantastic. Well, I am looking forward to this talk. So, I am the founder of the Experience Group, and I'm here to talk about what I call the AI experience gap. All right, so here we go. Just give me a second. There we go. Yeah, so for the past decade, my work's been focused on one thing, and that's designing customer journeys that actually work for both the people going through them and also the companies who are delivering them. So I use behavioral science frameworks, and that's what makes this work really unique. So it draws heavily on the work of my mentors, Yu-Kai Chow, BJ Fogg, and others, to really help organizations redesign the experiences that their customers have across every touch point and every phase of the relationship to drive very specific outcomes. So what I've learned from designing and optimizing thousands of customer journeys is that when customers disengage, when they quietly stop using a product or stop renewing or stop recommending you, the reason is almost never what the organization thinks that it is. So there's usually something structural that's going on beneath the surface that the organization struggles to see. So increasingly, I'm seeing the same structural problem show up everywhere. And it's tied directly to how organizations are deploying AI across the customer journey. Now, how many of you are deploying significant AI augmentations or interventions in your workflows? Yeah? All right. We got a couple of hands. The significance a little bit too strong, but some. So whether it's aviation, insurance, retail, banking, telecom, tech, you name it, different industries, different technologies, same problem. Okay? And I believe the organizations in this room have an opportunity to catch the problem early, and the ones who do are going to have a significant competitive advantage over those who don't. So I'm going to start with a simple question, and this question has the power to change everything for you. So every conversation about AI right now, whether it's about automation, whether it's about omni-channel strategy or intelligent workflows or predictive analysis, it all starts with the same question. And that question is, what function can we improve? Or there could be variations, such as what process can we speed up? What role can we augment? What costs can we reduce? So if you've been in a boardroom or any kind of strategy meeting or vendor pitch any time in the last couple of years, you've probably heard this question dozens of times, am I right? Maybe your team is bringing you this particular question. So every time the logic is the same. Find the function, deploy the AI, measure the savings, and basically scale it up. And this is what CX and behavioral designers call function-focused design. And it optimizes for efficiency and usability. So it treats the customer journey as a series of operational problems to be solved. And there's nothing wrong with that question. There really isn't, because efficiency matters, scale matters, operational excellence matters. But the problem is when that's the only question being asked. So one of my mentors in behavioral design is Yu-Kai Chow, and he created the Octalysis framework. It's one of the most widely used behavioral design models in the world. So he makes a distinction that I think is critical for everyone in this room to hear right now. It's a line between what's called function-focused design and human-focused design. So function-focused design, it assumes that people are going to take the desired action because you tell them to do it. So it treats customers like units moving through a system. And your job as a designer, as someone working in a business, is to maximize throughput and minimize friction. So it's a factory model. Now, human-focused design starts from a completely different place. It optimizes for people, their feelings, their motivations, their vulnerabilities, and their context. And it assumes that people have very specific reasons why they do or don't want to engage. And it designs around those specific reasons. So I hope you can see this isn't a philosophical distinction. It's a design choice with measurable consequences, especially when it comes to AI implementation. And right now, the vast majority of AI deployments across industries all over the world are function-focused. So the question being asked is, what function can we replace? And the answer, pretty much universally, is customer service. Am I right? Now, when you design AI to replace a function rather than to serve a person, you inherit a structural flaw. And it's a flaw that shows up across every industry, every time. And most organizations can't see it until the damage is already done. So Forrester's 2025 CX Index confirmed what many of you may suspect. And that's that customer satisfaction scores hit an all-time low for the 4th consecutive year. So we're talking about 4 years of major decline during the exact same period that AI investment in customer experience has accelerated faster than anyone ever thought possible. So can you all see that this is not a coincidence? There's a direct correlation. Yeah. So what it does is it raises a question, and I think it's worth exploring this particular question, which is, what if the reason that AI keeps failing the customer experience is not a technology problem at all? What if it's a design problem? And what if every industry is actually making the exact same mistake? So to really see this structural flaw in action, what I want to do is walk you through a few examples, different industries, different technologies, different customers, the same exact mistake. So first of all, the aviation industry. So Air Canada depicted an AI chatbot to handle customer inquiries on their website. Now, a customer named Jake Moffat had lost his grandmother. So he actually went to the Air Canada website and to book a flight to his grandmother's funeral. And he asked the chatbot about bereavement fares. Now, the chatbot told him he could book at full price and then apply for a bereavement discount within 90 days. So based on that information, he went ahead, booked the ticket, paid over $1,600. Now, when he later on applied for the discount, Air Canada told him the chatbot was wrong and that bereavement fares don't work that way, and they denied the request. So Moffat actually challenged this, and Air Canada made an argument that I think says everything about the mindset behind function-focused AI. So they argued that the chatbot was a separate legal entity from the company, and that Air Canada couldn't be held liable for what it told its customers. And the tribunal basically disagreed and ruled that Air Canada was fully liable. So this is what really matters for the conversation we're having here right now, and it's that the chatbot was designed to deflect support tickets. It wasn't designed for the moment that a grieving person needed compassionate, empathetic information to get to a funeral. So the function that it was optimized for and the moment that the customer found themselves in were actually completely misaligned. So here's an example now from the insurance industry, because you're going to see this across every industry. United Healthcare deployed an algorithm to determine coverage for elderly patients. Now, when human reviewers examine the same cases, they actually overturn the AI's decisions 90% of the time. Now, the AI was not malfunctioning. it was actually doing exactly what it was designed to do, which was processing claims through the lens of cost efficiency. It was answering the question, can we justify denying this claim? But the human reviewers brought something that the algorithm structurally could not, and that's the ability to see the full context of a person's situation, to weigh factors that don't reduce to data points, and to apply professional judgment about what the right outcome should be for the specific human being, right? So these were patients who'd already been prescribed this kind of care by their doctor. So the question was never, do they need this? Of course they need this. It was actually said so by the doctor. So the right question was actually, how do we fulfill on this, our obligation to this particular human? Same case, same data, completely different question, am I right? And the distance between those two questions, that is the AI experience gap. Now, this is where the gap is most dangerous. So the highest staked moments in your customer journey, the ones where the person on the other end actually needs you the most, those are exactly the moments where function-focused AI falls the furthest short, because those moments require context, it requires judgment, and it requires an orientation towards the person that function-focused systems are not designed to have. So this pattern, it doesn't stop at aviation or insurance. In retail, a Forrester study found that 66% of retailers actually now target first-time visitors with AI-driven personalization, but only 38% of customers actually want it at that particular stage. So the personalization engine was designed to maximize conversions. It wasn't designed around what a first-time visitor actually needs, and that's the time and space to build trust and to build relationship at their own pace. So in banking, AI customer service actually consistently fails at the moments that matter most. So when a scam victim needed to secure his NatWest accounts right away, he spent 3 calls fighting through AI loops before reaching an actual human being, right? So research shows that 61% of bank customers end up contacting human agents because chatbot interactions actually failed them. And the failures happen exactly around the situations where customers are the most vulnerable. So we're talking about fraud, we're talking about urgent security concerns, we're talking about complex financial decisions that require judgment. So the AI was designed to reduce support volume, right? But it wasn't designed to support customers dealing with the most financially stressful situations of their entire lives. So this is the pattern, talking about 4 industries, aviation, insurance, retail, and banking, in the same structural flaw every single time. So in every case, the AI was designed around what the company needed from that interaction. We're talking about ticket deflection, claims processing, conversion optimization, and call reduction volume, right? But in every case, the person on the other end actually needed something completely different from that interaction. They needed accuracy, they needed empathy, space, and trust. This is the AI experience gap. It's the distance between what the AI was designed to optimize for and what the customer actually needs when they encounter it. So every single organization who's deploying AI has this gap. So whether you're in financial services, retail, telecom, insurance, any other industry, and I've had a chance to talk to many of you here in the room, the pattern is the same. So the question is whether you can see it. So if this gap is so widespread, why aren't more organizations catching it? Because the amount of spend is absolutely huge. Now, there are 2 reasons. One is structural and one is organizational. So let's go ahead and start with the structural reasons. The feedback systems that most organizations rely on were actually built on a world where humans were delivering the experience, right? So when a human agent has a bad interaction, well, guess what happens? There's actually a trail, right? A complaint, an escalation, some kind of survey response, a team lead who ultimately overhears it, and those signals travel through the organization, and eventually they reach someone who can actually act on it. So when AI delivers the experience, though, those signals actually go completely quiet because customers don't tend to argue with chatbots, am I right? They don't care enough. They don't fill out satisfaction surveys after a failed automation interaction, right? They don't write complaint letters to algorithms. Instead, they just leave quietly. And the really interesting things is that the organization's dashboards keep showing green because the metrics being tracked, resolution time, ticket volume, cost per interaction, are all function-focused metrics. So they're going in the right direction. But guess what? The system is performing exactly in the way that it's designed. But the customer's gone and nobody noticed it. So the organizational reason is something some of you may recognize from your own companies. So in a lot of organizations, the team responsible for AI deployment and the team responsible for customer experience don't share the same KPIs or the same timelines, right? And the result is that experience design happens after the technology architecture is set rather than forming it right from the start. So that disconnect, it's not anybody's fault, right? It's a structural and an organizational problem. But it's one big reason why the AI experience gap exists, right? So regardless of whether you're leading kind of strategy in your organization or building conversational AI or multi-channel infrastructure, digital transformation, you name it, this misalignment is impacting your investments and your work. And this is kind of where the real cost starts to accumulate. So research shows that 32% of customers actually leave after a single bad interaction. And 92% will abandon a company after 2 or 3 negative interactions. So those negative interactions can be small. It can be a confusing onboarding flow, a chatbot that loops through unhelpful responses, an automated process that locks an account with no path forward for resolution, or a personalization engine that feels intrusive rather than genuinely helpful. So each one of these things chips away at the trust that your organization worked so hard to build. Because AI is actually delivering these experiences at scale, the erosion can happen across hundreds, thousands, even millions of interactions simultaneously, and sometimes with nobody in the organization aware that it's actually happening. So what does it look like to close the AI experience gap? And what changes when you shift from function-focused design to human-focused AI design? Well, it actually starts with redesigning the customer journey, and not the company's workflow. So you want to look at it from the orientation of the customer. And every customer journey has 4 distinct phases, and each one has different psychology, different needs, and different risks. So they're discovery, onboarding, scaffolding, and endgame. And when you design your customer journey for the entire, all 4 phases, it really changes things. So discovery is how someone finds you, how they evaluate you. And it's a period of curiosity mixed with skepticism while trust is being formed. Onboarding is the critical first impression after they commit. So motivation's high, but it's fragile, right? And doubts can creep in super fast. So this phase actually sets the emotional tone for everything that follows. Scaffolding is sometimes known as the long middle, where the novelty has worn off and life intrudes. And this is where a lot of customers quietly disappear. And a lot of organizations have nothing designed for this particular phase. Finally, endgame is where the relationship is either cemented for the long term. How many of you have customers who've been with you for years, right? Years and years and years. I've had some for up to 9 years, yeah. Right, so this is where you can cement for the long term, or it ends with a whimper. And most organizations just end with a whimper. But the ones who design for this phase deliberately can see disproportionate results in retention, referral, and lifetime value. And when it costs more to acquire a lead now, optimizing for the customer journey oftentimes makes a lot more sense than throwing more money at marketing. But here's the problem. Most AI deployments are actually concentrated in just 1 or 2 of these phases, really in the discovery and also early onboarding. So they're designed also around functional metrics, such as how fast can we respond, how many tickets can we close, and how much volume can we absorb. So they're ignoring the emotional reality of each of these phases entirely. Now, human-focused AI design means asking a really different set of questions at every AI touch point across the journey. So would you all like a few questions that you can take back to your teams and start applying this week? Yeah, to really look at the AI deployment in different ways. Beautiful. So these work regardless of your industry, also regardless of your function, because the structural mistake, like you've seen, is the same everywhere. So the very first question is, what does someone need from this specific moment? And you're talking about the customer here. So a first-time customer who's exploring your product versus a long-term customer who's hitting basically a client who's hitting that problem 6 months in, and a frustrated user, right, who's about to cancel. All three of those audience members, all three of those customers need different things from the exact same system. So while function-focused AI treats them identically, human-focused design recognizes the moment and adapts. So think about it in terms of the 4 journey phases. What does a customer in discovery actually need? They need space, and they need trust. They're evaluating you at this stage. They don't want to be sold to yet. They want to explore, and they want to build confidence at their own pace. Now, if you remember that retail example, 66% of companies are pushing AI-driven personalization at first-time visitors, but only 38% of customers actually want it at that particular point. So this mismatch, it's not a technology failure, it's a failure to understand what the person needs from that moment, right? So a customer on onboarding now, they need to feel confident that they made the right decision. So this is the most vulnerable point in your entire customer journey. So if the AI at this particular phase feels generic, confusing, or impersonal, you're going to lose people. And this doesn't happen eventually. This happens super quickly. A customer in the long middle, scaffolding, needs to feel like their continued investment is paying off. It's worth it. They got to see progress. They got to feel that someone, right, or something recognizes their ongoing commitment. And finally, a customer reaching that end game phase needs to feel that their relationship was worthwhile. And it's worth deepening. It's worth continuing. There's a place for them to go and continue their evolution in the company. Now, can you see that AI that serves a customer in crisis in the same way that it serves a customer browsing for the first time has already failed, regardless of how fast it resolves a particular ticket? Yeah? Y'all see that? Now, here's question number 2. So if this moment goes wrong, will anyone in my organization actually know? And this is about building the feedback architecture, right, that AI has silenced. It's got to be rebuilt in real time. So every AI touchpoint needs built-in signal detection, looking at the drop-off patterns, the sentiment shifts, repeat contacts, and behavioral signals that indicate a customer's losing trust. So you're going to look for the low points that can erode an experience and the transitions where the customer needs to feel acknowledged and instead felt invisible. So the goal is to design your AI touchpoints to surface experience failures to the right humans in real time, not in a quarterly report. Because if your AI is creating trust fractures, you need to find out within hours, not within months. So here's something important for everyone here in this room, regardless of your function. This is also the data that can change internal conversations significantly. So when you show stakeholders in the company what the AI is actually doing to customer trust, with very specific signals and specific moments, the conversation about how experience design and AI deployment work together quickly shifts. All right, question number 3. What happens when this moment needs an actual human being, right? What happens? So the handoff between AI and a human agent is actually one of the most emotionally loaded moments in the entire customer journey. So a customer has already failed to get what they need from the AI, right? And so it arrives at the human interaction, frustrated and skeptical and with diminished trust. So function-focused design treats this as a routing problem. Human-focused design treats it as a trust recovery moment. So how that context is transferred to the human agent, whether the customer has to repeat themselves, whether the human acknowledges what just happened, These details determine whether you recover the relationship or whether you lose it permanently. And here's something worth noting, right? Research in behavioral psychology actually shows that recovering well from a negative moment can actually build more customer loyalty than if everything had gone smoothly to begin with. So a customer who hits a problem and then gets a thoughtful handoff to a human who acknowledges what happens and then resolves it with care can actually walk away more loyal than a customer who never had a problem whatsoever. So that means the handoff moment, it's not just damage control. Design well, this is one of the highest value moments in your entire customer journey. And most organizations spend almost no time designing for it. So the ones that do are going to see disproportionate impact on retention, satisfaction, and ultimately lifetime customer values. And the ones who don't, well, let's just say that the legal and the regulatory landscape has started to catch up to this problem. So 2026 is the year where AI liability moves from theoretical to operational. So we already saw it with Air Canada, who is held fully liable for what the chatbot told a grieving customer. That ruling set a precedent that if your AI says it, your company owns it, regardless of who built the system, right? And if that was just one chatbot giving one customer wrong information about a bereavement fare, now multiply that across every single AI-powered interaction in your customer journey. So it's no wonder that insurance companies are now writing broad AI exclusions into their policies. So the safety net that organizations assume they have may not be there when they actually need it. And the legal exposure, is just the visible cost that you can point to. So the larger cost here, the one that should concern everyone in this room even more, is that the experience debt that starts to accumulate invisibly across your AI-powered customer journey. Soon as you turn that on. So every month that your AI touch points remain function-focused is another month of potentially eroding trust, another month of silent churn, and another month of compounding damage to customer relationships that may have taken you years to build. So the organizations who are going to lead in this next phase of CX are not necessarily the one with the most advanced AI. They're the ones who recognize this problem early on and understood that the question, what function can we replace, was always incomplete. So the ones who started asking the question that actually determines whether any of this is going to work. And that is, what does the person on the other end of this interaction or this automation need from this exact moment? And this shift in question is available to every organization here. And the ones that actually make it are going to close this AI experience gap before it becomes a liability. And the ones who don't, well, they're going to keep making the same mistake that every industry is making across the board right now and wondering why the outcomes don't approve. So this is what we do here at the Experience Group, and we work with organizations to find and close the AI experience gap. And we design customer journeys around human-focused design principles grounded in behavioral science frameworks tested across thousands of organizations. So everything that I've talked about today raises that question, which is, where does this gap live in your organization? All right? So what phase of your customer journey is most exposed? And what are the function-focused blind spots that you can't see from the inside? So we actually built something to help you answer that. It's called the X Factor CX Scorecard, and it's at our booth. So here's how it works. We've got a game board with 36 proven experience design drivers mapped across all 4 phases of the journey: discovery, onboarding, scaffolding, and endgame. You just place a colored tile on each one: green for dialed in, yellow for needs work, and red for missing. It takes about 5 minutes, and it's our gift to you. Then just snap a photo, upload it with our QR code, and our platform will analyze your board and send you a customized report with your overall score, your strongest phases, your biggest gaps, and also recommended next steps. So this is a real diagnostic, and the patterns that show up on the board tend to map to the kind of invisible experience failures that we've been talking about today. So I got my colleagues over there. We've got Richard, and we've got Robin, and we've got Day. Raise your hand, guys. Yeah, over there. And they're going to be at the booth for the rest of the summit. So come play the board, get your results, and let's talk about what shows up, all right? 5 minutes on the board could really change how you approach this, even if you're not focused on AI implementation right now. So regardless of your role, this stuff really works, and we look forward to talking with you after the session's over. Thank you so very much. All right.
Let's give it up once again for Marisa. Thank you for such a powerful and insightful session. Now, let's shift our focus to a skill that every leader and executive needs in today's fast-paced business environment: the power to influence. Are you ready to discover how to create stronger connections and drive meaningful impact through your words and your actions? Up next, we have Unlocking the Power of Your Influence, where LaToya Littles, founder and CEO of multiple ventures, will guide us through the art of purposeful communication, authentic engagement, and strategic influence. With a proven track record of creating multiple income streams and high-converting platforms, she specializes in helping entrepreneurs monetize their knowledge. The stage is all yours, LaToya.
Hi, you guys. Thanks for having me. I'm so nervous, so just bear with me a little bit. This is my first one of these kind. Let's see if I got this right, too. How do I work the... Okay, gotcha. All right, now we're cooking with oil. Okay, so thank you guys so much for having me. My name is LaToya Billionaire Barbie Littles, and as she said, I specialize in multiple ventures. So I got my origin in hair, and that's kind of where I started. But from there, I've been able to literally unlock the power of my influence, and it's something that you all need to know. I think that everyone has influence. You just may not know you have it, and you may not know that you need it. So that's what we're going to discuss here today. Okay. So let's get into it. So let me ask you something. How many of you in this room have ever posted content and felt like you deserve more money than what you were making? Exactly. Okay, so be honest. You've been consistent, you've been showing up, you've been building your brand, but the money doesn't match the influence, which is what a lot of people have an issue with. Okay, so it's not a content problem, it's a strategy problem that you actually have. Okay, so the lie we were sold is this. For years we were taught one thing: post more, be consistent, stay visible, and eventually it'll pay off. But let me tell you the truth that nobody wants to say out loud. Visibility does not equal profitability. So just going a little bit off script, before I became who I am, I started behind the scenes in reality TV. I've seen countless celebrities, from rappers to athletes to reality TV stars, that have millions of followers, lots of visibility, zero income. So just because you have eyes on you, it doesn't mean it necessarily equals it producing profit. Okay, so you can have 100,000 followers and be broke. You can go viral and still not make $1, because influence without structure is literally just noise. And I don't teach people how to go viral just to look good. I teach people how to go viral and get paid, which is the point. And going off script a little bit there as well, I know you guys have seen 1 million viral posts on Instagram or TikTok with thousands of comments, and usually it's all people doing what? Heckling, probably making fun of the person, or just getting into arguments and debates. So even just going viral is still not enough for it to be profitable. Okay, so backing it up a little bit, let's go into my why and tell you guys a little bit about who I am, where I come from. So I'm a black woman. I come from Jacksonville, Florida. The neighborhood that I grew up in is one of the most impoverished and violent neighborhoods in the city. Growing up there, it was super tough for me. Constant fights, lots of jealousy and hate, no real success, lots of drama. So me looking around my circumference, I knew very early on that I wanted no parts of that. I literally knew as a little girl, I would not be staying in Jacksonville, Florida. That's what I knew for sure. Okay, so I moved away when I was 20 years old to Atlanta, Georgia. And when I got to Atlanta, it was like Black Hollywood for me. It was literally the first time I had truly seen successful Black people. And that was very, very impactful for me. Specifically women is what I saw. And that's what I wanted. But early on, I took all the wrong roads to obtain it. Like it really took me some time to get to where I'm at. Okay, so in my book, I wrote a book called Fell Into Fortune. It's available on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and I really go into like a lot of detail of like my story, my redemption, how it happened. I ended up going to prison, and when I came home, it literally changed my whole entire life. Like going through that experience was like nothing else I could describe to you all. And I like, when you go there, like what you don't realize is like people live there. That's where their house is. So you meet some really cool people that are never going to come home. So for me, that was really impactful. And I was like, yeah, I can't do the time, so I can't do the crime anymore. I got to find something else to do, for sure. But to sum it up and make a long story short, I went to prison for 1 year when I was 23 years old. I'm 41 years old now. That changed the trajectory of my entire life. It was my wake-up call, and I felt like it was God sitting me down to literally save my life. When I came home, I vowed to do something completely different and never go that same route again. It was hard at first, but I knew I needed to change my thoughts in order to change my life, so I did just that. I started working on my mindset and my way of thinking. I had always been a believer in Jesus Christ, but during that time, my faith in him increased and strengthened dramatically. And he began to reveal himself to me in ways that I didn't understand before. He also began to reveal his ways to me. And that's when I learned that the law of attraction and manifesting all came from Christ. And I really tapped into that, and that's where the shift happened for me. Okay, so my best friend, who I call my sister, was raised in Hawaii. So for my 27th birthday, she took me there, and I met my ex-husband now. And that really changed my life too. Moving to Hawaii was different. I'm from Jacksonville, Florida. So first of all, some people probably will never even make it to Hawaii in their lifetime. But to live there, y'all, it was a different experience for me. It definitely was. And that's where things began to change. So, hang on, guys, 1 second, sorry. Okay, so that's when things for me began to change. So when I got married to him, we moved to Hawaii. I was already talented with hair, so I posted my hair and my daughter's hair and my sister's hair on a Facebook group, and that is where everything started to change. Now, this is where I first learned to unlock the power of my influence. Then I opened a kiosk in a storefront in 2 military malls shortly after. One was on Schofield Army Base. I don't know who has military experience. I know you do, Shanika. But one was on Schofield Army Base, and the other one was on historic Pearl Harbor Hickam. Like I literally had a store on Pearl Harbor. It was crazy. I put commercials on TV, radio, posted in a ton of Facebook groups. This is before Instagram and Facebook ads and all of that. This is literally like 13 years ago. And that's how I got my successful start. Next up, it was time to move to a different city. When you're military, you have to PCS. You only get 3 years in a certain location. So we PCS to Newport News, and there in Virginia is where I learned how to market not just to the military crowd, but to everyone. So I had a storefront on J. Cloud Morris in Newport News. Then I moved to Hampton, Virginia, to the Coliseum Crossing Shopping Center. And in all of these places, it was always like I'm the first of my kind. First and only like young Black small business owner in all of these locations. So that part was really special to me too. And it's how I knew I was on the right path. I created a technique with wigs called Real Scalp Illusion, Scalpiana, and it went viral. Then I started doing celebrities' hair. I started working on reality TV show sets like Love and Hip Hop Hollywood, Hip Hop Squares, the BET Awards, Basketball Wives LA. I got an apartment in Hollywood on the Walk of Fame, and I appeared on season 7 of Basketball Wives LA as a cameo. And from that place there, my influence started to skyrocket. I started doing 1-hour pop-up sales and in-person pop-up sales where I would make anywhere from $40,000 to $100,000 in 1 hour with these hair sales. My most successful sale to date was $217,000 in 3 days, all from marketing on Instagram. So everything was great until it wasn't, because then COVID hit us. And this is where the pivot happened. So this is where I learned how to pivot. So during COVID, the hair quality became terrible. And then honestly, after 10 years, I was burnt out. I literally was over it. I lost my passion for it. And I'm the type of person that if I'm not passionate about it, I can't sell it to you. Like if I don't believe in it anymore, you're gonna feel that coming from me. So it was time to switch, but I just didn't know to what. So this is where I started to realize the real power was really in my influence. Then I got introduced to taxes and everything changed. I got introduced to credit and funding and the power of using OPM or other people's money to fund my projects. And since then, my life and bank account has literally never been the same. And it's all due to me unlocking the power of my influence. I had always been a teacher, so I taught my viral hair technique to students all over the world. But the shift made me passionate about helping everyone unlock the power of their influence. This is where I said, okay, I have something here. And I know that I could fit this in several different markets because I've used it in several different markets. And so I started to test that out. And the first person was actually my sister. I said, if I could duplicate the process with you, I could literally take this global. I could duplicate it with anyone. And I was able to do so. So the shift, the influence is that the influence is the new currency. Whether you like to post or you don't, whether you realize you have influence or you don't, the real currency is in you using your power to influence. So we're living in a different economy now. It's not a job economy. It's not even a business economy. We are an attention economy. It's digital and it's attention. And we've seen it. You guys, you've seen big brands close down. Forever 21, Party City, Toys R Us. We've seen big giants close down because they're not unlocking the power of their influence. They're not tapping into the digital scope. So as small business owners, as founders, you guys have to know that if we can watch giants that we grew up with fall, then our business stands no chance if we don't use our influence and we don't, embrace the digital wave that, business is turning into. So the people who understand attention, they control all the money. And just think about it. Think about people that are big on Instagram. Think about people that are big on TikTok, big on YouTube, whether it's brands. I'll even give you guys an example. If you're ever on Instagram, have you ever seen like the brands arguing with each other, like going back and forth? Like you'll see Wendy's and McDonald's arguing. You'll see all of them in the comments sometimes because all of these brands are starting to realize we have to make our voice heard in this digital mass that's going on. So we're seeing it start to turn everywhere. So let me break it down simple. Attention builds trust. Trust creates influence. Influence converts to sales, and sales create wealth. And that's literally my model. And I just rinse and repeat that over and over again. Okay, so you don't have a money problem, you have an attention strategy problem. So the reason why most people fail is this. Most people in this room, you don't need more followers, you don't need more likes, you don't need to figure out the algorithm no matter how many posts you scroll on that says that. That algorithm is gonna keep changing. What you have to figure out is what type of influence you have, what type of audience you have, and then what does your audience want? You need to solve a problem for them. If you're solution-based and you're solving problems for your audience, then sales are gonna be inevitable. You cannot help but to make sales if you're solving a real problem. But most people don't know who their audience is. They don't even know they have power and influence, and they don't know what their audience needs. So you have to do your market research to figure these things out, and sales is just a natural flow of things that will come behind you knowing this information. Okay, so because right now your content is not connected to a system. So it's either this, you don't post at all, which is a lot of people, you don't post at all, or you post but you don't have a clear and concise offer. Or you go viral, but what are you selling? Or people watch you, but what are they buying from you? See, the attention means nothing. The likes, the comments, the views, none of that means anything if you don't convert it into sales. The whole point is to convert it into sales. And the good thing about using social media is that it's a monkey see, monkey do type of platform, meaning there's FOMO all through it. The model is built that way. So if I have 100 people commenting a keyword for my clear and concise offer, the 101 person that's gonna come along, they're gonna wanna comment that as well. So you utilize that. This is the point of all of it. Otherwise, you're getting attention, but you're not getting any money. If you get the attention at all, because it's not an easy thing to get on social media. All right, so if your content doesn't lead to a transaction, you are building an audience for free. And if you don't post at all, then, well, if they can't see you, they can't pay you. And it's just really that simple. If they can't see you, there's no way for them to pay you. So just keep that in mind. So my framework, let me show you guys how we fix that. This is the framework I've used to help people double their income in 12 months in any niche. It doesn't matter what niche it is, it's a formula for it. My system, like I said, content, authority, offers, automation, scale, and then rinse and repeat. We don't want to stop doing something that's working, because that's a problem that we see often as well. You'll have something, it works, and then you stop doing the thing that's working. No, keep doing the thing that's working, but just scale it, make sure it's automated, and then rinse and repeat, meaning do it again. Once you have the system set for one business or for one offer, then you're just gonna take that same framework and plug it into your next offer, and everybody should have multiple offers, but we'll go into that in a second as well. So, number one, content. Not random posts, not trends, strategic content that positions you as the solution to a problem. This is where you start to really unlock the power of your influence. When your content is directed, it's just not random. It's just not random food posts or random luxury lifestyle posts or, you at the game with the kids. It's like we can take all of that, but we have to frame it into an offer that makes sense. So strategic content that positions you as the solution. Number two, authority. You don't need to be famous. You need to be trusted. Just like I said, I know tons of people who have millions of followers, but nobody trusts them to pay them a dime. They don't have the authority. So I know accounts that have 300 followers, you guys, 100 followers, but they're making over $100,000 a month on automation every month. The followers don't necessarily equal dollars. You have to learn how to turn those followers into dollars and turn that engagement into transactions. Okay, so people don't buy from who's popular, they buy from who they believe. And how you get them to believe you? Clear and concise offers. Clear and concise directed content. It all has to make sense. And then you have to be consistent with it. This is how you start to build your trust up. And these people will buy from you. You guys will really be surprised too. Some people will watch you for years at something that they want to tap in with you with, but they just want to see if you're going to be consistently doing it. So consistency is also like a major thing. All right, number three, offers. This is where most people mess up. They don't have clear monetizable offers. This is the nucleus of the framework for unlocking the power of your influence. If there is no offer, it doesn't make sense. So if there's no offer, it's like somebody might enjoy the content, they might like it, they might view it, but it's like you're not giving them anything for them to pay you. You're not asking them. You'll be surprised what people will do if you simply just tell them to do it or ask them to do it. So for instance, with me, my framework, like say I have, a speaker, I want to, do a speaker offer, and I put content out and say it's from this experience, me walking through this hotel, and I clip that up and I put that together as my content. Well, my offer is going to be led with a keyword. So it's going to be like, if you want to get on speaking stages like this, I can help you with that. Comment speaker or DM me speaker and tap in. That's me framing the offer out for you. I don't have to necessarily tell you all the details of it because I need to get you into my funnel. I just need to pique your interest and give you a keyword, and I'm telling you, DM me this word and tap in, comment this word and tap in, and then when you tap in, then we're gonna get you in that funnel, and then we got you forever. We're gonna, hit you over the head with text messages, with emails, and you just build your list up kind of from there. So number four, automation. This is another big thing because once people cross the offer stage, automation in back-end systems is like the thing that keeps your business either a hustle or really turns it into a real business. So if you're still manually responding to everything, you don't have a business, you have a job. And trust me, remember I said I got burnt out with hair? That's because I worked my business as a job. I really was an employee of my own business. And this is where burnout comes from. We all know the saying when they say, if you want something right, you have to do it yourself. No, if you want something done right, you have to delegate it out to someone else. Give that task to someone else. Don't be, so like big on holding on and trying to do every single thing in your business, because now you're just gonna be a slave of your business. Delegate those tasks out, pay someone to do it, work with them. Whenever you're introducing a team, they're gonna make mistakes. Work with them through the mistakes, but you delegating those tasks off is how you automate your business. Because if it's not automated, you're just hustling. You're just hustling for your own business at that point. So number 5, scale. Once it converts, we multiply it. Ads, systems, teams. That's how we go from thousands to millions, literally. Like, it's a framework. And if you look at the back end of any successful company, especially a self-made company, this is going to be the framework. Once we have something that works, we're going to keep working it. There are some posts on my page from 3 years ago that I still put ad money behind to this day. Like, I could literally go on my page and show you like several posts where they still work, so I don't stop boosting ads on them. I don't stop putting ad spend on them because they still bring in customers like over the course of years. So think about it like this. All right, you guys know the M&M's commercial? The Christmas commercial, we all seen it. You know, they're like seeing Santa Claus and they're like, he does exist, and Santa's like, they do exist. Now, by a show of hands in this room, how many people seen that commercial? The whole entire room almost, exactly. And you've been seeing that commercial probably since you were a little kid, meaning M&M still keeps using that commercial because it works. So why would they change it? It works. We can introduce new commercials and we can introduce new things, but we're still gonna keep running that same thing that works. So you have to think about it like that for your brand as well. If it works, don't stop doing it. You can incorporate new things, but if that ad still works and still brings in business, keep putting spin behind the ad and keep running into the grind. You see McDonald's do it, M&M's, Coca-Cola, and the list goes on and on. All right, and then I already said that, rinse and repeat. So rinse and repeat. When it works, keep doing it. And then now you have the framework and the structure. You're just gonna keep, it's like a present with a different wrapping on it. I'm going to unwrap the same thing though. Inside the box, it's the same framework. So for whatever one of my offers, I'm going to use this same framework. Now, turning influence into multiple streams of income. Now let me show you how I apply this in real life. Now, one of my offers is taxes, but it's several different offers even in that. So Rich Off Taxes University is number 1. I have the number 1 paid tax training community on the school platform. I've helped people go from 0 to generating 6 figures in 90 days in real life. This is literally what I do, just by learning how to file taxes and position themselves online. So you guys, when it comes down to taxes and students from that, I literally have people that tell me they've been in the tax industry for 20 years, 30 years. And I'm like, well, I've been in the tax industry for 3 years in July. But the difference is, like, why would someone that's been in it for 20 years or 10 years come to me and I've just been in it for 3 years? It's the strategy, it's the systems, it's the back end, it's the positioning. Because most people in that industry are using word-of-mouth clientele. I would never rely on word-of-mouth clientele. People are only as big as their circle of influence. So why would I rely on that for my business? I'm going to rely on putting ad spend behind my business and putting my ads in front of people that are interested in what I'm offering before I ever rely on that. So this is where, like, the differences come in. Next up is tax services. This is another one of my offers. So personal taxes, we do business taxes, we do payroll taxes. So this is a skill that prints money every single year and all year long. Contrary to what some people think, taxes don't end at April 15th. April 15th is just the deadline for that first quarterly payment for anyone who is not a W-2 employee. Meaning if you don't make W-2 income, you are required to pay quarterly taxes every quarter. So April 15th is just the first cutoff of that deadline, and it ends what we call low income season, or where we're looking to file people who have dependents and get them in and out. But after that, taxes get very complicated, and everybody's individual tax situation is different. So inside this one offer, someone might need, business taxes, but then if they have a corporation, that's a different type of tax return. That's an 1120S or 1120C, versus if they just have an LLC, that's gonna go in their 1040 on a Schedule C. You have payroll taxes. If they have like a team or employees they pay, that's a whole different ballgame with taxes as well. So a million different ways to get paid off taxes. We also have tax planning. That's the one that I forgot to add, but tax planning is a real big one as well, because with tax planning, we're seeing you come in. Most of the time, people are not paying their taxes. That's the number 1 problem that we see. So we show you how to strategize and pay less taxes legally. It's called tax avoidance. and it's legal. You guys know there are what, 80,000 tax codes, and mostly all of them are trying to tell you how to pay less taxes legally. So that's another offer. All right, credit and funding. This is also fixing your credit, accessing capital, using it to fund your projects. We're talking 50K, 100K, 250K in funding, and this is how you scale fast with OPM, other people's money. Gotta stop using our own money, and we gotta start using these banks' money to fund our projects. Oh, can I go back one? Okay, next up, product brands. Billionaires Here, that was my initial company. The Star Status Collection is something that I passed on from my initial company to my daughter, which is in hair school at Aveda now. And then Real Scalp Illusion Scalpiana, that was my technique that I created that made me go viral. Okay, so because influence should also create product income. Also, we have digital products, you guys. Ebooks, playbooks, courses, mini courses, coaching, consulting, mentoring. This is how you create success stories and make money in your sleep. Personal and business protection, this is also another big one. Legal Shield is another company that I work with, because what's the point of making money if you're not protecting it and you're not legally protected while doing it? New levels, new doubles. So once you get to a certain income range, you have to protect yourself and protect your assets as well. Now, fun fact, almost every multimillionaire, billionaire has at least 7 streams of income. You shouldn't have only one way to make money. Your influence should pay you from every angle. The real difference. Now, let me tell you where the real transformation happens. The Rich Regardless 10-Figure Club. This is where we build real brands, not just content creators, business owners. I made it a private wealth society because proximity changes literally everything. You get in the right rooms like these, and your income can change almost instantaneously. Content to cash weekends, this is also something that's a part of it. We don't just talk content, we create it. Luxury environments, exotic cars, yachts, but more importantly, we turn that content into cash. So I do weekends where I fly everyone out to experiences and then have videographers and photographers get their content in real time. So they literally have no excuse not to post. And what we did in Miami wasn't just a vibe, we just did one. It was a system. It was very, very, very strategic. So now, you have the power to unlock your influence because you are the creator. Let me say this, and I really want this to land. You're already powerful, you're already influential, you already have what it takes to change your income and change your situation. But the truth is, most people will leave this room and go back to doing the same thing. And nothing will change for them because in order to get something you've never had, you have to do something you've never done. But there's a small group that hears something different. They don't just hear information, they feel alignment. They realize I've been playing way too small. This is not a pitch. This is a decision for you to make. Are you going to take your content seriously? Are you going to take your influence seriously? Are you going to care enough to do what it takes for you to get to the next level that you say you want to reach? Because when I leave here, I'm going back to the beautiful, blessed, and curated life that I love. I've literally created from unlocking the power of my influence. But for some of you, you're going back to lives and careers that you are unhappy in. And some of you are going back to lives that you actually hate. And like you guys, we only get one of them. So if you can shift into a place where you do what you want, then you do what you love, then you will never work a day in your life. Like, if you do what you love, it won't be work to you because you love doing it. But if you're waking up doing what you hate for a paycheck, we got to change that. You only get one of these. You don't get to get a do-over. So if you hate what you get up and do every single day, that's going to shape how you deal with people, your interpersonal relationships. I could go on and on and on. So if you feel that shift stirring in your soul and you know you're ready to monetize your influence, build real systems, double your income, and finally operate like the CEO of your own brand, then this is your moment. Don't be the person that never misses the opportunity to miss the opportunity, okay? Tap in. Success loves speed, so tap in where you see the opportunity available for you. Follow me on Instagram at I am Billionaire Barbie, and tap in. Just comment keyword or DM me keyword CXO, and that's how you can connect with me. And one thing I want you guys to do. I want you guys to repeat after me, and I want you all to say rich off influence on the count of 3. So 1, 2, 3, rich off influence. Okay, you guys, thank you.
Thank you, LaToya, for all your insights. Thank you. What does it really take to turn sustainability from a goal into something that works in practice? Today, organizations are being challenged to move beyond commitments and actually embed ESG into the way we operate and grow. Coming up is Sustainability in Action: How Leading Companies Make ESG Work, in which Kevin Boland, founder of Greenisms LLC, and Mike Sandiego, SVP and CFO of Eon Group, will share how companies are doing exactly that, integrating ESG into operations, navigating evolving expectations, and driving real business results. Please join me in welcoming Kevin Boland, founder of Greenisms LLC, and Mike Sandiego, SVP and CFO of Eon Group.
Thanks for having us.
Good morning. Okay. Over the past decades, ESG has evolved from a conversation about values into a conversation about value creation. But I would go one step further. Sustainability is becoming a new form of business currency. Imagine by 2030, the sustainable finance market would grow from 8 trillion to at least $13 trillion. So it is influencing how capital is allocated, how companies are valued, and how trust is built with stakeholders. At the same time, what's enabling the shift is technology, particularly AI, and data analytics, which are transforming ESG from reporting into something that is measurable, predictive, and actionable. And what makes this even more interesting is how it plays out across region. In developed markets like the US, ESG is often driven by regulation and investor pressure. But in regions like Asia and from where I came from, the Philippines, sustainability is also about resilience, infrastructure, and economic survival. Actually, in most countries in Asia, only publicly listed companies are required to submit their ESG annual sustainability report along with their annual audited financial statements. So today, Kevin and I will explore one central question. How do we move ESG from intention to execution and ultimately to value creation? So joining me today is Kevin. Kevin brings a unique perspective to ESG, working at the intersection of environmental systems, infrastructure, and regulatory strategy. His experience in areas like land use and environmental analysis gives him a strong view of how ESG must work in real-world system, not just frameworks. Kevin, great to have you here. Maybe you can tell something more about yourself and about your business and your passion about sustainability.
Sure. No, thank you so much. That was a brilliant introduction, and I appreciate being here with everybody. Thank you for coming and paying attention to us as we discuss a topic that's a little bit unfamiliar to most, and that's environmental, social, and governance policy. In today's world, environmental, social, governance policy is city, it's county, it's state, it's federal, it's international policy. And the way that people approach these different policy changes and frankly, the goals or the plans of a community that they're operating in can change the way that they approach their business. And in today's world, I think that we need to humanize those metrics. I think we need to make these goals more personal, intentional. And as you said, it's about how to move it from intention to execution.
Yes.
And so I appreciate your question, and thank you for having me.
For the last 2 days, I've been hearing a lot of discussion about AI and all, but not much about ESG. Even when I was in a conference in Bangkok, the audience was asked, what is your priority as a finance leader right now? And about 90% of the audience answered AI and digital transformation. And only about 6% answered about sustainability or ESG. So I told the audience, I'm happy to hear that a lot of us there are concerned about digital transformation, AI, but I'm equally sad to hear that people are really concerned about our environment and, and being sustainable. So Kevin, to start from your perspective, particularly from a systems and regulatory standpoint, why does ESG remain such a critical business priority today?
Well, I think it's really about defining a company's mission and their original value statement, not only how they provide value to their customers, but also how they value their employees and how they've developed their business through their own sense of values, and how ESG goals can align their business activities with their own values. And I think in today's world, with ESG being a new topic and something people are approaching from various different areas and different perspectives, each company and each individual and each household needs to take a look at ESG on a more personal level. And I personally think AI has a huge potential as a tool to be applied to optimizing a person's life or property or business on a certain level, but I also think that it can create homogeny, that it can dilute the actual presence of mind and the experience we can get from interacting with the environment. And so I try to bridge that gap a little bit, and coming from the environmental planning side of things, I've seen people work on properties that are worth millions of dollars building malls, and they still end up with a really hot and dry parking lot. Whereas you look at people that start with a smaller budget and you can create a more popular and more revenue generating place with less budget by focusing on the human experience.
I just hope that people will not, consider ESG as critical part of their business because it is required by the government or by the government, but because we really have something that we really need to do in terms of the whole ESG, like environment, social, and not just governance.
It's a system as a whole.
Yes, yes. Well, from a finance point of view, like as a CFO, ESG is now embedded in terms of risk management, capital allocation, and enterprise value. One of the biggest challenges organizations face is moving from ambition to execution, as you mentioned as well. What does it really take to translate ESG from strategy to real-world systems and operations?
Well, I guess, again, it depends on the company you're working with. And I mean, in my case, I've worked with individuals who are just starting a company from the ground up, looking at paperwork and just how to get through day-to-day struggles of what to do next. And I mean, even in my own life and bootstrapping and the journey is like, how do you prioritize your resources and your time? And how do you approach your audience in a way where you know that you can grow at a rate that you can handle? And we talked earlier in a different conference session, or they talked earlier, about how you can get too much and almost drown in too much income or too much influence. And as the session before us was speaking about using your influence, I think that that's important, but there's a balance there as well, that you've got to remember what your roots are and what your values are to start with. And so I believe ESG is moving more from the metrics and the corporate language side of things to an area where it's human-centered and values-oriented and where it's about the human experience.
Yeah, I think whether you're working for a multinational or corporation or just you're just working individually, I think two things. Number one, we had been talking about the leadership in the organization, so we really have to make or to get the buy-in of all the leaders in the organization. And I agree with you, just like the session a while ago about influence. We really need to use our influence to convince other people to really consider ESG or take ESG very seriously, because there's no way to really grow our business and impact our GDP or the world's GDP by just setting aside the ESG. Okay.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it comes down to both measurable and immeasurable value. You can get something from a system that you almost can't measure on a financial level, but by investing in those things, they can give back over time. And I think that instead of just focusing on the hard bottom line, that by focusing on how people interact with each other and how relationships are built and how we foster the next generation and their knowledge and their acquisition of talent, I think it creates a system that is more sustainable, and that will save money and it'll save time, and it becomes more equitable and it becomes inclusive naturally. It doesn't have to be a forced policy of any kind when it's built from the ground up as part of the framework of the system.
Yeah, I agree with you. Before we just used to put our framework using the balance scorecard with all the different focus, especially on profitability. But now, profitability is no longer just the main metrics why people should trust or invest in your organization.
Absolutely. Sometimes a steady ship is worth a lot more than steady growth.
Yeah, that's why they're saying sustainability is the new business currency nowadays.
Absolutely. The companies that we recognize the most are the ones that last the longest. And you don't last the longest unless you have a long-term strategy. Sometimes the long-term strategy takes consistency and intentionality and organic growth. Sort of another line that I heard in another conference earlier was that you've got to respect the timing. And if you don't respect the timing, then you can overdo it or you can underdo it and you can misstep, and it creates a pothole or a speed bump for your business where you'll fail. And while, failure is required for a lot of businesses, and large businesses never get to where they are without failure, the ones that stand the test of time build with sustainability intentionally involved.
Yeah, I agree with you. Whatever you're going to do, perfect timing is always the key to be successful, right? Let's talk about business case. How do organizations move from seeing ESG as a compliance requirement to treating it as a driver of business value?
It's a good question. And again, it depends on which businesses you're kind of looking at. You have different sectors, and you have retail, and you have oil and gas, and you've got different areas where their method of operating is completely different. And so comparing one to another and how they're making ESG work is a rather complex matter of speaking, that some companies, like you said, report and others don't. And depending on how big your team is, ESG can look like implementing a certain calendar, or it can look like working with a team using a new type of convenient software. And sometimes it's going to be a little bit of a growing process. But I personally have found that the most sustainable changes often are human-centered or social-focused, and that when you work with a team, you end up saving an organization tons of money, not only just in terms of turnover, because turnover is always really expensive for an organization, but in terms of retaining the best talent and fostering the growth from where it needs to start, which is within the organization in a culture that has been built around intentional ESG strategies.
I'm just happy to note that a lot of industries are already embedding ESG into their operations. Even when I was in San Francisco last week, I've seen this Waymo, the driverless car.
Yeah, and they're
so
all
I
over
think
Los
it's a
Angeles.
combination of AI and ESG, right?
Yeah, totally.
And the other day, I was really checking if I can ride that SUX by Amazon. It's also
I don't know if I've heard of that one.
yeah, it's bigger than the Waymo car, which is normally Jaguar, and it's operating now in San Francisco and here in Las Vegas. But I've actually seen the other day one of the SUX, roaming around the city. And I told my aunt and my sister that look at that car. It's really a model for AI and ESG working together. But the thing is, in terms of compliance, most of the multinational or global companies are probably 90% in terms of compliance and in terms of plan. But in terms of maturity, I think they're still at the 70%. But unfortunately, SMEs, small, medium enterprises, the maturity level is at just 20%. So I hope we can all, start influencing small businesses to start doing, sustainability efforts for their companies, because there's a lot of potential in terms of GDP or the gross domestic product for each country or for each city. If we are going to really be on our lookout in terms of AI and ESG implementation for our businesses.
I think there's going to be a balance in the future between how much information we rely on that is sourced from artificial intelligence and the data sets that we feed it. But also, there needs to be a certain level of perhaps social engineering where we move away from the negativity that can sponsor what, again, like a past panelist was mentioning, was the attention economy, and how people can feed these reinforced cycles, and it almost creates what I was speaking earlier with my wife about, these sort of dichotomous social situations where people can be really different in terms of how they react online than how they are in person. And I think that ESG is going to start bringing people closer together in a closer knit circle. And I think it's built around local community. It starts from your doorstep and goes outwards. It's not necessarily a company metric for 20% cuts. It's about how you can make your life and your experience more intentional. And that's where I totally agree with the past panelist, and what she was saying is that it's about building a life that you can get behind. You want to get behind something that you can enjoy on a day-to-day basis. If you're anxious and you're concerned and you're losing hair over your job or over these deals that you're making or over the work schedule and it's impacting your relationships with your children or your home life or your health, all these different things, then is it really worth the money to do that? And like she was saying, you only have one life. If you only have one life, you may as well live it in a way that's sustainable for an extended period of time. And while that may change, while the data may change, while the data sets that we feed AI may change over time, and the reliability of that information may change over time, we've got to adapt. And as we adapt and as we grow with this information, we've got to be intelligent enough to know when to change our opinion and when to adapt to and apply and implement a new solution that has more potential, despite that it might not look the same on the bottom line on the financial paperwork. It might cost more to install a tree, but over time, the shade is going to be worth it.
Yeah. And I think we need to be more conscious about these efforts, about the sustainability efforts. Like when I check how's the Bellagio efforts on ESG, I just realized that our people might realize that the Vegas Strip are consuming a lot of energy. But MGM's goal is to have this powered 100% by renewable energy by 2030. And imagine the whole Bellagio, including the fountains. Like in terms of the water, the fountains of Bellagio are not using potable water. They're not getting water from the Lake Mead. These are all non-potable water. And in terms of energy, they are already using 90% renewable for their day power. So imagine that, right? So I think we just really need to be more conscious on what the companies or other people are doing in terms of sustainability, so we can also be conscious as well.
the capabilities there. It's sort of, we have the technology, now we just need to apply it. We need to get it to where it needs to be. And admittedly, there's a huge discussion about how to equitably distribute technology or fresh water or whatever it is to the communities that most need it. That's important. How do you determine most? How do you make a decision about where to put these practices into place? However, the point is that, yeah, big companies, Bellagio and MGM as a whole, can implement these on scale. And each business might have a different scale to work on, a different level that they can play at. But each little step can count, and it's about a behavior that allows them to facilitate their overall mission. And the Bellagio's obviously had a pretty similar mission for an extended period of time. It hasn't changed a lot in the last 50 years since it's been built or whatever, that, you know, the Bellagio can still look and operate and feel like a luxury experience, but it can also be sustainable or powered by renewable energy, or it can also be productive on a sustainable level towards goals that it might not have achieved just yet, but through future investment and through recognizing the value of the human experience, they've been able to make changes that are effectively invisible to their average customer. And that sustainability is very valuable.
I agree with you. As long as the multinational will be very conscious of their efforts and how they are impacting the people or the community, I guess we will be on the right track. Even in terms of AI, people are conscious that will AI already replace me? I guess not yet, right? They're here to mimic the way we think for now. So, and I've been telling people that, you know, you don't need to be afraid as long as you are upskilling yourself in terms of AI, because people without AI will definitely be replaced by people with AI. So just the same in terms of sustainability, we just need to be very conscious and create conscious efforts to contribute to the society and to the environment.
Yeah, I mean, AI isn't necessarily the enemy. It's a tool, and it's how you use the tool that becomes nefarious. And if data centers are powered 100% by renewable energy, that's awesome. I mean, that means that we can multiply our efforts using AI in ways that are, prior to this in human history, would have been considered impossible or miraculous.
As they say, AI is the enabler of sustainability or ESG, and ESG is the governor of AI. Okay?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
One of the biggest challenge in ESG today is credibility. So companies needs to be trusted. What makes ESG truly credible in today's environment?
I really like that question, but it definitely goes back to the human experience. And I think that's something that's very, very tangible for most people. That sort of using the shade in the tree example again, that a shady tree on a really hot day has value. You can't really necessarily put a dollar line figure on that. But when you go to the park and it's a really hot day, you're going to see people hanging out in the shade because that's got value. And that's an environmental context, that situation. It's a playing field. It's a game board that developers play with when they build property. And I think a lot of the times they ignore this potential future story that's involved with their property, with where the customer or where the client or where the resident or where the business or where the employee is living on this property or working on this property or being on this property, and how does it actually translate to their experience. And as your question kind of points to, that the human experience is where you can find definitive value, that like you can say this environment is less noisy, this environment is less of a fire hazard, this environment does not have any air contamination. And by saying those things, it's a firm pin that says this is safe or this is credible. And that credibility statement is incredibly valuable in reports and in governance and in policy. And I think creating ways to measure that is becoming easier with AI. And it's also becoming a lot faster.
That's true, because experience will establish the trust as well as the credibility of the company trying to, implement their so-called ESG efforts. So I agree with you. Experience is very important. And how can you influence people if they are not experiencing what you are trying to promote, right? Or what you are trying to sell to them. So at the end of the day, they will just regard your efforts as just press release. To just,
Sure. Yeah, there's sort of a dilution happening with digital content. I think that one of the things that ESG could use better PR is, or where ESG could use better PR is the human experience of being in the moment and not worrying about your digital footprint, not stressing out about taking a photo of your meal, and not being an influencer in the moment of trying to copy your life from real life to digital life. And I think ESG is about, I guess the younger generation says touching grass. You got to go outside and you've got to like touch grass. You've got to involve yourself in the garden or at the park or in the environment somehow, go kayaking. And that environment doesn't have to be captured digitally. It's not supposed to be. It's about where you are, and it's a way for you to be more present-minded. And I think it helps on an educational level. It helps on a health level. It helps for technology because it gives you a dichotomous break from behind a screen to just being in nature. And I think that helps people. I've helped people with that before. And I think that each of these segments in this conference, whether you're a CEO or whether you're a health executive or a teacher, I think everybody has something that they can learn from sustainability and ESG, even if it's just the mindset behind how creating and fostering a positive social environment has benefits that are way beyond financially measurable.
Well said, Kevin. I just hope that we can really influence more people to start be conscious about sustainability, especially the leaders in our organization. So if there's one takeaway from today's discussion, it's this: ESG is no longer about intention, it's about execution, data, and value creation. And increasingly, it is being shared by two powerful forces: sustainability as a new business currency, and AI as the enabler of insight and action. Last word for the audience, Kevin?
I think sometimes people will prioritize growth over sustainability, and that it leads them to a position of stress and burnout. We've heard a lot about that from a lot of different places, a lot of different lines of work. And I think in today's world, it's been at least very valuable to me to more or less take the organic route and just let it happen slow, respect the timing, be slow and intentional. And if the timing and sort of the stars align, then the people you meet and the organizations that you work with and the relationships you build and the way that happens is sort of a vibe. And when you get into that position where you work with people well and you find the right route and the path of least resistance, you can create a system that's truly sustainable for your life. And whether or not that's incredible riches or wealth in the respect of having access or having a place that's safe or having clean clothing and your own place to do your laundry or safety and security with family. There's different ways to measure wealth, and there's different ways to measure how you can attain that. And I think people get fixated in the finance world on like the dollar figure and how you can cut costs by a specific percentage. But I think that sometimes the best route might be adding a little bit. You add something and then you open up the door to a life that was previously completely unavailable to somebody you work with, and that enabling process, that process of speaking into somebody's life or educating somebody, or that process of building somebody up can really lead to incredible opportunities. And that putting yourself out there takes a little effort and time, but in the process of doing so, it leads you to great places. And so as a closing statement for myself, I would like to thank my wife, Rebecca. I'm thankful for her and her support. And she's my first sustainable venture as a custom design bespoke clothing designer. And we've presented at New York Fashion Week twice, and it's been a huge pleasure to just grow with her and experience new things. And this process has been a learning opportunity for us both, and I think that's where sustainability really shines, is when people learn and see how making small changes can lead to really enriching rewards.
I just hope people would really realize that sustainability is the new business currency. So as you were saying, what's the use of wealth if you don't have the environment? Right?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us. Appreciate you.
So thank you, experts, for such an eye-opening session. So let's now broaden our lens and look at the bigger picture, how leadership and influence are evolving on a global scale. Excuse me. As the world continues to shift, understanding who is shaping that change and what it means for businesses and leaders has never been more important. In the upcoming panel on the next 50 years of global power, who will lead, who will follow, and who will be left behind? Excuse me. Experts will explore the forces redefining global influence, the players driving change, and what it means for those looking to stay ahead. With, pardon me, one moment, sorry. Without any further ado, let's welcome moderators J. Patrick Lang, founder and CEO of Certainty Management and S3 Energy Development. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Welcome to the stage. And Viva Chawla, Chief Growth Partner at Focal Point Business, and our panelists, John Warner, Chief Customer Officer at American Battery Solutions, Dr. Robert Hutchinson, CEO of Optimize Consulting LLC, and Dr. Trina Wilson, owner and CEO of Life Counseling and Assessment Center. Welcome to the stage. Make yourselves comfortable.
One, two, one more. There we go. Oh, Dr. Trina. Can you hear me okay? All right. Welcome and thank you for joining us for our panel today. As was explained, the topic is global power. Who will lead, who will follow, and who will be left behind? We have a diverse and a unique panel here from various industries and various walks of life. We had a good time. We've had a good time getting to know each other a little bit and talking through this topic that touches a lot of industries, a lot of areas, and a lot of interests. I thought we'd start out. Maybe I can introduce myself first, and then we'll go down the line here. As stated, my name is Patrick Lang. I'm the owner of Certainty Management. We're a profitability consultant, so we help clients to make more and keep more. We also encourage them to give more. We have associates coast to coast and clients in all 50 states as well as abroad. And then I also own a technology company named Certainty Global, a company named Certainty Holdings, and we just started a new one called Certainty Veterans. We need to help our veterans access their benefits. So through our work, we are involved in power for AI data centers. It's a certain kind of power, but we're going to be talking about lots of different kinds, right? So next up we have Dr. Trina. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Trina Wilson, and I am from Atlanta, Georgia, and I am the founder and CEO of Life Counseling and Assessment Center. And what we do there is we offer a wide variety of services. We also provide services to veterans as well, and we help them, get more benefits that they need and that they deserve from serving our country. In addition to that, we also help entrepreneurs scale their businesses from what they currently have to what it is that they desire to do by placing systems in place. So we provide a wide variety of services.
Next up, I think you have to pass the mic.
Oh, we're mic'd up.
Or is everybody mic'd? Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Robert Hutcherson, CEO of Optimized Consultant and founder of the Organizational Optimization Framework. Where basically it's strategic alignment and execution. We've been blessed to have some very interesting clients, including U.S. Army Central Command, the Defense Logistics Agency, which handles the supply chain for the military, and other government agencies. And so we've helped them to become more strategically aligned and operate in a more efficient and effective manner. I've authored 3 books, and we just launched Optimize University to help teach the organizations as well that want to know more about the optimization model.
Awesome. Thanks. So I'm Dr. John Warner. I am the Chief Industry Relations Officer and one of the co-founders for American Battery Solutions. American Battery Solutions, or ABS, is a battery pack manufacturer. We focus on providing propulsion batteries for things like transit buses, delivery vehicles, kind of industrial and fleet applications. Working in a very competitive market, very interesting for this panel when we talk about global power. But I've spent about 20 years in the auto industry and the last 17 years in the battery space. So I've been with 5 different startups, including this one that we've helped start today. So I'm really excited to talk about this subject and dig into it with the panelists.
Hello, this is Vibha Chawla. I am from Focal Point Business Coaching. I'm the Chief Growth Partner. What we do is we help companies increase revenues and profits. So how do we do that? There are 5 aspects of this: clarity, operational efficiency, marketing strategy, sales, and leadership. Our specialty is 10 to 30% revenue increment in 3 months and doubling revenues or profits in 1 to 3 years. So I'm very excited about the topic that we have here, what lies in the next 50 years. I think there are similar themes to what has been going on in the past, but yeah, excited to be on the panel. Thank you.
So as we talk about this topic of global power, again, it touches a lot of different areas. We have some various backgrounds here on our panel. But we asked the question last night as we were talking about what we'd say today, and the first question I said was, what does it mean to you? What is the first thing that comes to mind for you, for example, Dr. Trina, when you think global power? How is it going to be affected? Who's going to lead? Who's going to follow? Who's going to fall behind? What's the first thing that comes to mind for you?
I believe the first thing that comes to mind for me is preventive. We need to put some preventive measures in place so that we don't continue to have a widening of the gap that we currently have.
So we have to have some foresight. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely, absolutely.
They say if you don't prepare, If you fail to prepare, you prepare to fail, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. We don't want to do that. We don't want to continue to do that.
That's
we want
right.
to put a plan in place so that we can know what we need to execute so that we can perform better.
100%. You know, as I look at my career and as we've discussed our careers, you see these themes that come through, these, I call them eternal principles that don't change. It doesn't matter what industry you're in.
That's right.
Doesn't matter what your background is, these principles stay the same. I'm a big systems manager. Robert here on our left, we have 3 doctors in the middle of us, so Viva and I are the bookends. But Robert, I know you're a systems expert, right? And you've worked with strategic command, the military, the government, et cetera, et cetera. You know, sometimes we joke that the government needs to have more foresight. You are actively seeking to help them do so. What's the first thing that comes to mind for you when you think of global power, and we'll talk more about who's going to lead it, but first, how do we prepare and do it right?
Oh, absolutely. You think of this as citizens of our countries and stuff. We are the customers. We should be looked at as the customers, and they should spend our money in an efficient and effective manner. Now, the joke is that most governments do not do that. They are not strategically aligned. They work in fragments and silos and so forth. So I believe the countries who will lead in the next 50 years or so are going to be better strategically aligned. They're going to look at, the leaders will look at their organization holistically, understand cause and effect better, and actually get the biggest bang for the buck, so to speak.
Well, and 50 years sounds like a long time, but it's a drop in the bucket, right?
It is.
Last night, John and I, Dr. Hutcherson on the end there, he and I were talking about, or excuse me, Warner. Yeah, you're right. Dr. Hutcherson, too many doctors in our group. Dr. Warner and I, we were talking about some of the differences between China and America, right? And how they have a 5-year plan. They continue to update. Maybe you can talk a little bit about that, because so much of where we go is the plan we have.
Yeah, exactly right. And so again, I work in the battery industry, and the battery industry is right now being led by China. And largely, one of the reasons China is leading in that industry is because of the 5-year plan. And we're now in the 15th 5-year plan in China, and it's just getting ready to get published, so I'm looking forward to reviewing it. But they've been very consistent. It's been very interesting. They decided in 2005 or something, that was the first 5-year plan, but they decided that these are the technologies and the industries that we need to invest in for the country. And so for the last 20 years, they have been consistently investing into that one. So you've seen them making investments in things like infrastructure, and things like energy, in batteries, and technologies that affect their country and their nation. And so, they've been able to take a leadership position in some of these industries that, at least that I participate in, like the battery space. And it's largely because of this consistent, plan. I think that's one of the things I struggle with in my industry here in the U.S. is that our policy changes every 2 to 4 years. It's hard to do long-term planning when you can only look 2 years out.
And it's hard to affect real change if you're constantly reactive,
Exactly.
right? You have to be proactive. That's one thing China is doing well. They are proactively implementing this plan, following this 5-year plan. And then it's not set in stone. Every year they're adjusting it, right? Is it every year they do it, or every 5 years?
So it's every 5 years.
Okay, and so every 5 years they're recalculating, and they're constantly adjusting and getting better, right? I think there's something we could learn from that, perhaps.
Absolutely.
I have a question for you, Viva, but I thought of an analogy of that. In one of our businesses, we help employers who have at least 10 or more W-2 employees. We help them access a benefit platform. It's AI-driven, it's health and wellness, it learns the employees' needs and so forth. Every employee can get it at no cost to them, plus an insurance policy, et cetera, but it's paid for out of FICA tax. And we joke that it's an example of Congress having foresight. They're saying, we'll let you pay less taxes if you use it toward health and wellness for your employees, right? They know that if they do that now, it's going to save billions later on Medicare. And we do joke about it. We say, that doesn't happen very often, but here's an example of them having some foresight. I think that's a really critical principle. We're talking about these recurring or eternal principles. Having a plan and having foresight is maybe the first step, right? Viva.
Yes.
You are an excellent example of someone who understands this principle well and is implementing it and teaching it to your clients. Do you have an example maybe you could share?
Yeah, I think I'm going to take a little bit pivot to it in the sense that I think the problems that I see with my clients as to why they are not increasing their revenue and profits is I think we need to change that volume mindset. That's what is happening with a lot of my clients. Like they're putting in a lot of investments, more initiatives, more innovation, and they're so distracted, right? We implemented technology, okay. What was the value realization out of it? Projects are delivered, but at the same time, there is no profit measurement of it. So I think that's where I feel like we need to change things a little bit there. We need to be more proactive, but not thinking more as a volume mindset, but more as a focus mindset. What is one thing that the company is going to do? Talking about one thing, there could be 1 to 3, but there shouldn't be hundreds of initiatives that are going on, and we are spending billions of dollars. I'm like, okay, what's going on here? Versus, so the scale, if you want to scale, it's not the volume that is going to scale, it's the focus that's going to scale.
Right.
Clear, focused initiatives that are going to scale. Because I talk about revenue and profits, I think that is going to be the same thing in future as well. With AI coming into the picture, now it's like, oh, let's put AI here, let's put AI. I'm like, what is the outcome that we are trying to drive?
Right.
So outcome-based strategic planning, but also at the same time focused, not distracted. So focused efforts to make sure that we are driving the outcomes that the clients need. Absolutely.
And feel free to interject, anybody, if you have a thought. But you know, we talk all the time about quality versus quantity, right? And it's along the same lines. When you have this plan, this objective, you have your 5-year plan or your 1-year plan or your 10-year plan, whatever it is, it starts with values, right? You talked about that last night, Trina. Maybe you can share some thoughts, because I think having that compass correct when you get started is a first step in the right direction.
For me, what I believe is that we really need to check what our moral compass is.
Right.
What do we want to do as a human being? I'm real big on, if it doesn't feel right, then don't do it. We want to do preventive measures that will enhance the human life. Not really about the profit margin, but if we enhance human life, if we put systems in place that are preventive, if we feel good about that when we go to sleep at night and we're able to enhance the lives of others, then I believe that we've done a good thing that day.
I couldn't agree more. I think a lot of it comes down to asking the question, what is the value we're adding? Not just what are we taking, what are we getting, but what is the value we're adding? There's one of my favorite book series is called the Go-Giver series, and it's about what are you giving? There's a Go-Giver salesman, or Go-Giver sell more, the Go-Giver marriage, and the Go-Giver leader. I highly recommend it. Look up the Go-Giver. I'm not the author, but I endorse it. But, Robert, you and I are in actually some similar arenas where you're working with military government. We provide energy and power for military installations, for AI manufacturers, et cetera. You're a systems expert. And where it starts with value and having our moral compass right, and hopefully we have that as a country and have that as individuals or companies, how do we ensure those values get inserted into the actual act of doing business?
No, absolutely. It's strategic alignment, which it comes down to. It doesn't matter what your organization is. If you're in the military, you have a mission. And if everything that you do does not contribute to that mission, why are you doing it? Right. And so the same with any type of organization, whether you're a government entity, a military, a non-for-profit, and so forth. Everybody has a strategy, but how well do you execute on that strategy? You need to make sure your metrics are aligned, and support that you're measuring so that you know that when you make an impact, your processes are aligned. Everything needs to be in alignment. And good leaders for those type of organizations will know that it's an interconnected organism, and you cannot operate in silos. Even within an organization, you better make sure that one hand is talking to the other so you have a smooth and consistent flow and you're operating, efficiently and effectively.
Too often, I couldn't agree more, but too often we are out of alignment, right? Where we really need to work on our communication. I think one of the biggest things we can do is remove our ego. Because even within our government, there's this ego battle, right? This battle of wills and battle of egos. In fact, a year ago today, approximately, I was at this conference, the first time I came to CXO, and I met a gentleman named Tyler Watkins. He wrote a book called Cellular Alignment. I think alignment might be the most important word we share today. That and reciprocity is my favorite word. But alignment, he teaches in his book, I hadn't even thought about this till now, but he teaches a principle of how the reason we get out of alignment in our lives and in our businesses is because we have addictions and allergies. Addictions are things we're holding on to, might be our ego, right? And allergies are things we're pushing away that would be good for us, right? Last night we were talking about how one of the principles for leadership, the leaders who will lead and who's going to follow them, who's going to be left behind, this topic. The leaders who will do it most effectively are those who will listen, right? They're leaders who are open to input. We all have our favorite politicians and favorite business leaders, et cetera, and sometimes there's a really great leader, but they're not very good at listening. You're like, man, if you just removed your ego, you'd be phenomenal, right? Absolutely. And you'd be so good at this and this and this, but you never admit you're wrong and you never apologize, right? But I've tried to learn that in my life. And what's interesting is when we do admit we were at fault and take accountability, or we do ask for help, we do apologize if necessary, that earns us far more credibility and loyalty than if we pass the buck, right? So, John, I need to remember, my first name is John, I should remember that, and my dad's name. I believe the way to make it happen is to get the people on the same page behind that, right? I know you have some thoughts on that, because to affect true change, it doesn't have to start at the top. Oftentimes it has to, but to really affect change and see this happen across industries and across nations, we have to get the people pushing for it, right? Would you agree?
Absolutely, and that's a great point. And I follow what Dr. Hutchinson said right now, is that, again, it's we think about alignment, we think about getting people on board. One of the things I spend a lot of time with is engaging with some of the trade groups and the industry groups, right? And then we use that as a lever to help get our message up into the government, into the DOE, into the Department of War, all of the departments there, so that we can do that one. So the question is, a single straw you can bend, but again, if you've got a group of straws, it's much harder to break those, right? So we try to use that philosophy in the industry as far as how do we get our voice lifted. We're in the midst of doing that with a couple of things with USITC right now. There's some proposed regulation, and they've asked for some feedback, so we're putting our voices together to do it. And so I think on one hand, it's getting that strategic alignment. And then within an organization, kind of building on what you just said, is one of the things that jumped out at me was that mission and vision and values, they're not actually static, right? So you've got to look at them every few years and make sure that you're changing and you're modifying those as the organization evolves. And just a quick example from us is that we were very fortunate. We got acquired in 2023 by Komatsu. So now you've got this small American battery manufacturer and this giant Japanese company there. So how do we merge those together? So we're actually going through this activity right now where we're reevaluating all of our mission, vision, and values. Is it still accurate? Do we need to merge, and do we need to evolve those? And I think that's something we need to remember, that you may write those down on day one when you start the company, but you've got to go back and look at them every so often, because you want to make sure that you're keeping people aligned with those.
So, Robert, you talk about fragmented efficiency versus, I'm going to use your exact phrase, true system level optimization.
Yes.
There's a big difference between those two, and it goes in line with what we're talking about, right?
Absolutely.
Any thoughts on that?
So we do maturity levels. So when we do a snapshot of any organization, we look at their current state. And then based off of that current state, you know where you're at. And what is your desired future state? And to get there, you go through the optimization process bit by bit, looking at the different categories of your organization, whether it's marketing, whether it's strategy, whether it's processes, and you got to be nimble. And the whole thing with optimization is basically how do we migrate from a reactionary organization to a more proactive, anticipating organization. Now, the countries that I believe are the leaders in that, but they're still very fragmented and stuff, but they're moving in that direction, is India, China, the United States, and the United Arab Emirates. And they're looking at their systems more holistically instead of, piece by piece. And like you mentioned too as well, you've got to look at your short-term strategies, but as well too, your 50-year, 10-year, and all of those get adjusted as things change and get adjusted, with technology and so forth.
I love that. I was just in Dubai, as I said, in December for CXO. I was actually impressed, and I know there's glitches and things with any conference. Imagine putting together 5 different conferences at the same time, all the moving parts, and having it all go off seamlessly. I don't think it's possible, right? But I was impressed enough. I went to Dubai, and I was impressed with Dubai as a city, right? They have no crime. It's very clean. They've implemented systems in that city, and they're very adamant about them. You break the law, you get kicked out, and you're not coming back, right? Right? But I think of you, Viva, when you talk about how do you do sustained compounding advantage, right? We're talking about implementing these systems, listening as leaders, having a plan, being open to input, having some foresight. But then how do you make it compound and expand?
Compounded. So as I think it's counterintuitive, but as the AI is coming more into the picture, humans are becoming more important, right? The emotional intelligence aspect of things, we are seeing, we used to do leadership assessment. That has been staying here, I think, for decades. But the usage of it has started to increase significantly higher now. Now people want to become more emotionally intelligent because there is so much, fear of job replacement, of how we will be replaced by AI. So I think what we are seeing here is in the last couple of years that we have started to see a lot more of those leadership assessments being done. So how do you compound it? I think I've seen that a lot of companies have started to come back and say, we want to do more leadership assessment. We want to be better leader. We want to be more adaptable, more emotionally intelligent, because these technology, now combining this, right? The technology can do the assessment of these human beings, and they can implement it there to improve their interactions with the humans and be great leaders. So adaptability is very key here, right? Being open to ideas. How do you compound it? It's also once you get those results, we were talking about the speed to impact, but it's also the consistency, consistently being great leaders and being adaptable, being open to ideas, being open to looking at new things. So that's what I think I'm going to predict more and more in the next 50 years. People are going to do more and more leadership assessments because we can actually do now with AI, we can even do a lot of sales assessments very quickly for people. People have to enter the information, but that can impact the revenue significantly too. I know we're talking, this is not just about money, but there are a lot of businesses that struggle, that impact their families. So it really affects their lives. So that's where we are trying to make impact too.
That's right. It's a fact, and one of these eternal principles, these recurring principles that you improve what you measure, right? We've talked about it's not you can't improve something if you're not measuring it, if you're not tracking it, if you're not assessing it. And it's I call it recalculation, like a GPS. We're constantly getting back online. Even a pilot will tell you they're off course more often than not. They constantly have to adjust. As we're driving a car down the road, our hands aren't static. They're constantly keeping us from going in the next lane. Unless you have a Tesla that does it for you, but right, or something like that. But I'd like to ask you a question, Dr. Trina, because all of this, as we're making our plan, we're trying to listen, we're trying to grow, we are assessing and measuring and implementing systems. Mental health weaves through all of it, right? And you are an expert in this area. You're helping companies and your clients across the nation to do it right. Any thoughts on how it applies? You only have 60 seconds. No, just kidding. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, first of all, time, we only have 24 hours in a day.
Yeah.
Right? And one of the things that we have implemented within our company is I don't do any consultations anymore. I have an AI assistant who asks all the questions, and they have a script and will provide me with a summary. So I have more time to service the people. And with that more time, what we want to do is we want to get better care for our people. We want to be able to connect them with the services in which they need, so that we can minimize the amount of we can decrease. Let me say it in this way: we can decrease the number of people who we will continue to have that we desire not to have. For example, I desire for the homeless population to go down.
Me too.
Right? And if the homeless population, the only way we can do that is providing more training and more resources. So why am I going to be on the phone with someone to do a consultation when I look at my time management, at the end of the day, I've already utilized 4 of those hours? When I can be utilizing those hours, I can just take that time to help someone get benefits.
Right.
For example, I can help someone figure out what they need to do with their LexisNexis letter that I need to write. Okay, so that will make an immediate impact on the individual, right? That will hopefully yield them more income, which will place them in a better situation to live. So if I have taken away 4 hours of my day during consultation and I'm working 5 hours, that's 20 hours now that I have to put towards someone's growth and betterment. So if we can put systems in place now for the longevity of the next 5-10 years, you can imagine how many people we will not have on the streets.
I couldn't agree more. I'm a big fan of AI. I think it needs to be used wisely. Safeguards need to be put into place. But I think there is this maybe irrational or unmerited fear of AI. I think we need to be wise. But there's a fear, for example, that's going to eliminate a lot of jobs and going to get out of control. It's just ones and zeros, right? But it is a tool, speaking about global power, that will be implemented. It is being implemented, and whoever understands it and utilizes it well will wield power. However, if you don't understand it, it'll teach you. Put it in ChatGPT. What are 100 ways I could use ChatGPT? Whatever. It's not being reactive. We've talked a little bit about being responsive versus reactive, right? Being proactive versus fearful. In so many things, whether it's mental health, whether it's implementing systems, correcting and recalculating, whatever the case might be. As I look at it, I'm in the power industry, so I love the fact that AI is growing because it needs energy, and I can provide it. We come in and provide utility scale baseload power. We'll even fund the entire thing. So we're helping eliminate the bottleneck that is created. You can have power without raising utility rates, without destroying the grid, without getting sued by the environmentalists. We eliminate all of that because we work in hydrogen. A lot of that has to do with us understanding the value of AI, and we want it to work, right? We want to help fast track the industry because it is happening fast. We talked about that yesterday, John. one of the first principles is listening and learning, being open to input, the next one is to do it fast, right?
Yeah.
Do you mind commenting on that?
Yeah,
because
no,
the
so- speed. It's all about speed.
To result it's what it's all about.
And again, I spent a lot of time working in China, especially in the battery industry. And one of the things that has really helped them is speed, right? So again, one of the old adages that I've used for a very long time was, I want my team, if you're going to fail fast, right? Because we can learn from that, and then we move on to the next one. And that's exactly what China has done. And it's been, phenomenal in driving them to this leadership position in some of these technologies, including AI. If you go to a battery factory in China right now, especially to one of the major ones, what you're going to find is that it's highly automated, and it's largely run by AI. And they have, one of my favorites, they have what they call blackout floors. They have floors where there's no people on. Never. It's a material handling floor. Robots come in.
A lot less HR problems on that floor, right?
Yeah, all the HR problems. But again, they've taken that and they've applied those philosophies around speed to market, speed, and even just again some of the things that we do here in the battery industry. It may take years to get. Let's say if we look at a mine, right? So it takes 7 to 10 years to get a new mine approved in the U.S. Australia has just revamped all their processes. They can get permitting done in about 3 years now. So we've got to look at how do we do things faster, because sitting and waiting is not going to drive us to the new technology. We're going to be slow followers in the industry.
Viva, how do we do that? How do we do things faster, in your opinion? Because others are, and if we don't do it, we will fall behind even more than we already are.
Yeah, I think Dr. John already said that. You have to continue to act on it, right? You don't sit and wait, but there is speed. But I think for me, it's more about, I see the speed for action, but at the same time, I don't see consistency with it. So
it goes in spurts, kind
it's
of like a roller coaster? Or?
Yeah, he was talking about speed to impact for, if you're failing, fail fast. But then what is succeeding, what I see is they don't continue to work on that. So that's a big challenge. Like, if you're seeing success somewhere, then compound it to growth. Right. Be consistent about it. Instead, they're like, okay, let's try something else. Let's try something else. I'm like, you're pivoting too much, but you already know there is a success here. So I think for me, it's more, what I see the challenge is consistency. They're failing fast, they're learning, but at the same time, wherever they are learning, they're not compounding to growth. They just pivot and say, okay, let's try something new.
Right. I agree.
That's my challenge.
There's an interesting blend of these principles. They touch each other, right? There's this almost like a kaleidoscope or a tapestry. So much of moving fast is measuring how you're doing and making improvements. It's listening to feedback from the people in the trenches, the people on the street, from the people in the country, right? What do we want to go fast at, et cetera. I remember the example, I heard it in one of the other keynotes earlier today. They were talking about how they spent millions of dollars to try to come up with a pen that would work in space.
Yeah.
And I think it was the Russians who just sent a pencil. Right? Cost a lot less and it was a lot faster, right? And so sometimes it's just stepping back and asking just common sense questions is, are we on the right track, or do we need to backpedal a little bit and get off? And so.
Patrick, let me jump on that one. So
go ahead.
I want to add something to that, because the other thing I think the aspect of that is partnerships, right? So again, when we think about speed and how do we accelerate that speed, again, we've got to eliminate the not invented here syndrome sometime, because a lot of times you get into this focus in an organization that we've got to do this, but you may find that, hey, there's somebody out there that we can partner with who may already have that one. Let's take advantage of those, whether it's in another country or it's a potential competitor. How do we partner with them in ways that are non-competitive, right, so that we can take advantage of some of those technologies? That's one of the things that I don't know that we always do enough is partnering.
I couldn't agree more. That's actually our third principle. We talk about learning and listening, being open to input, and then moving as fast as you can. It has to be speed with wisdom, right? And part of that is measuring, assessing, recalculating, and then collaborating. Some of the best examples I think of are the Apollo 11 mission. There was this spacecraft in peril, and nations came together to get them home safely, right? Same thing with the Marshall Plan. Remember, after World War II, even enemies came together and worked to help Europe recover. And so we have to learn to work together, even with those we have differences of opinion. We can agree to disagree on things, right? Let's work for the overall good of the planet and the good for each other in our nations. Maybe spend less on defense and more on education and some of those things. Mental health, right, Dr. Trina? So I have a question for you, Robert, though. Where is the biggest breakdown, do you think, between strategy and execution?
It's having a execution framework. So everybody has a strategy, but they don't necessarily have a framework to execute.
Yes.
So more organizations, their studies have been done, 75 to 90% of organizations, they fail to execute on their strategy. Not that they didn't have a strategy, but they didn't have an execution vehicle to do that. And also, too, as well, like you mentioned, I think the whole world learned a lesson during COVID. That if you're not adaptable, have adaptable supply chains and all of those kind of things, so risk mitigation plays a key role too as well, no matter what your strategy is.
The wheels fall off pretty quickly, don't they?
The wheels fall off, and as things are changing, and we're in an ever changing world, the human element is key. We can have all the technology, all the systems, and so forth, but those are all tools that help this, whether it's military, whether it's an organization, whether it's a nonprofit, to execute properly. So I think that's the biggest gap, is that most organizations don't have a strategic framework to execute. So.
Right, and I think so much of success as leaders, as founders, as C-suite, whatever our role is or our objectives are, so much of it comes to abiding by these principles of listening, having a plan, going fast, but going wisely, right? And then collaborating. John, you talked about consolidation the other day.
Yeah.
I think it's just one example, right, of collaborating and combining our forces. You were bought out by a larger company, and now it's I assume they're taking it to another level, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, in my industry, that's kind of, again, we've seen this go through different phases. And you see this in a lot of industries, but we're in the midst of what we call a consolidation phase right now. And for us, it's a capital is actually the driver for it. So our industry tends to be very capital intensive. It can cost, $60 to $100 million to put in a small line. So you can imagine putting in a full cell factory. We generally tell people if you're going to put in cell manufacturing, you're going to spend billions with a B, right? And so if you're not prepared to do that one. And so I think that's what we're seeing is a lot of us smaller and mid-sized companies, we get to that point where we need that capital to be able to expand into that next range. And it's just difficult to do with VC funding at that point. And so that's where some of the larger companies that are strategically aligned are starting to absorb some of the smaller ones and partner with them and be able to create those win-win solutions. That was certainly what it was with us when Komatsu acquired us. We are culturally very strategically aligned. They've got a great long-term focus, and they've been a great partner for us. And it's pushed us to new limits, right? So it's pushed us to those areas where, again, a 5-year-old manufacturing company and a 105-year-old manufacturing company have different experiences.
That's right.
So we were able to take advantage of those learnings in their quality systems and their supply chains and try to apply some of those learnings and improve our processes and the way we do business. Well, we're seeing that all through our industry.
Right. Here in the United States, we think we're old because we're coming up on, 150 years, 200 years?
250.
And you go to Europe, and I was in Munich in December, and there was a restaurant that was established in, I think, 672 AD, right? It's 1,400 years old, right? We might be able to learn something
same management?
From the Germans or from the Chinese or from UAE. How old is the Persian Empire, right? I think we can learn things from each other. And there are things that we can teach, obviously. Here in the United States, we're pretty smart. We've learned some things, and they are things, we are the example of democracy, right? That the entire world looks at and wants to follow. At least they aspire to it, right?
Right.
Robert, as you're hearing us talk about systems and advantages and how to shorten the learning curve, that's really what we want, right? We want to figure it out as fast as we can, as painlessly as possible. From your experience working with Strategic Command and the federal government, so if anybody's bureaucratic, those guys are, right?
Can be.
What's the secret to working with them or with any customer or any country that's slow to figure it out? They're not listening, or they're, in your experience, I assume from your career, you've learned how to be heard.
Yes.
Got anything you want to share with us about that?
Absolutely. Well, like you mentioned earlier, be a good listener. So when we go in, it's like, what the heck are these guys going to tell us that we've been doing all our lives, you know? And so what we try to do is, I've been blessed with working with very open-minded leaders. And general officers, I mean, you want to talk about egos and everything else, you know, a lot of them have that. But if you go there and basically explain to them how you can help them become strategically aligned, become more efficient, help to mitigate the risks to prevent soldiers from dying on the battlefield, all of those kind of things. You know, I've been blessed to have leaders, you know, with an open mind. I had one leader in Europe, the European Command, is like, Hutch, I look at 120 metrics, and it's like it drives him nuts. So it's like, no, sir, let's align those, find out cause and effects of each of those, whatever, so it's manageable at your level, at the next level, and then at the next level. And so, you know, it's definitely listening, working together as a community, whether it's a command or a governmental agency or whatever, get everybody's input and assess, you know, where there is gaps, where there is a lack of alignment, where there are a lack of metrics. Are you working on outdated IT systems or whatever it may be? How can we reduce the cycle time of the strategy to the actual execution of whatever that may be? And so we were able to make a huge impact in several of the entities and, you know, a benefit to the taxpayer in essence of $4 billion.
That's great. You know, you talk, John, about failing fast. I always talk about failing forward. You know, we can fall back and give up or lose hope or get frustrated, or we can learn from it. I love Thomas Edison's example. You talked about that last night about he didn't fail 10,000 times. He found 10,000 ways to not do a light bulb. Right? And how much did he learn in that process? Right? You've seen that in your career, I'm sure. I know you have, Viva.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I appreciate you bringing that. That's one of my favorite quotes. Thomas Edison was being interviewed by one of his good friends, and the guy says, "Aren't you getting depressed? You failed." And they were trying to develop a new battery, right? At the time, lead acid was brand new. It was 1890, right? 1900. And so he says, "Oh, you guys you failed like 10,000 times." He goes, "Wait a minute, I found 10,000 ways it doesn't work." Right. So again, it's all about your mindset, right? And how you're positioning yourself, because that next 10,001 may be the time when it works. So it's not about, it's about learning from each one and then using that to be able to drive yourself forward and keep pushing forward.
Yeah, I think I can add to that as well.
Sure.
The greatest successes come from the greatest failures as well. Earlier, I was interviewing one lady, and she was in pharma world, because that's where I come from, and she was trying to find a job. I think multiple years she couldn't find a job, and she said, "Okay, nobody is going to offer me the job. I'm going to set up my organization." And today, she owns like $300 to $400 million revenue company. So, so that was her learning, and yeah, I mean, I think it's $1 billion evaluation, and I think the other lady, if I'm not mistaken, Canva founder, her company is valuated as I think 40 billion, something like that. But she was also struggling for 3 years, and I think it was 101 rejection when she got the success. So I totally agree. Like, the greatest success comes from the greatest failure. Who would have thought that person who cannot find a job is going to build a $50 billion company?
That's right.
Right.
How many of us couldn't find a job, hated what we did, and so we started our own business, right?
Absolutely. I just want to jump in there and talk
Go
about
ahead.
mindset a little bit.
Yeah, and
It's the mindset, right?
Yes.
And that's what we do. We want people to affirm who they are.
Yes.
We want you to know who you are. We want you to know what your moral compass is and affirm yourself. And nothing beats a failure but a try. You just have to keep trying. Keep trying, keep educating yourself, right? And it's just going to all come together. It's all going to come together.
So what are, Dr. Trina, as she's talking about this entrepreneur who grew this multi-million-dollar company, I thought of you because that's what you've done, right? What are the consequences of us not doing it right on a national level, a global level?
Yeah. You know, I was asked that yesterday on a different panel, and everyone keeps asking me the same question. What are the consequences, right? Have you counted the cost? And I always tell people, you know, I counted the cost. You know, when I started my business, I just quit my job because I could not deal with how they were just treating people. Like, you want me to go in and do an assessment with a grandmother who hasn't seen anyone in 6 weeks, and you want me to be in and out in 15 minutes. Well, she took her 15 minutes to get to the chair. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're trying to, you know, what do you want me to do here? No, this is not, doesn't feel right. So I did my own business. And the cost of you not doing your own business, you're going to sacrifice yourself. You're going to take those great ideas to the grave. You know, and one of my good friends says this to me all the time: the richest place in the world is the graveyard. There are a lot of dreams that are unfulfilled. There are a lot of amazing ideas where people were just too fearful.
Yeah.
They didn't believe in themselves enough just to keep trying, just to keep going, because they felt like the cost was too much. Well, is it too much of a cost to keep going, or is it too much of a cost to look at yourself in the mirror when you're 90, 95 years old and say, woulda, shoulda, coulda. I wish I could have, I should have, if I would only have. You can't afford to do that. So what we try to do is to help motivate people. Get your mind right. Get a reset in your mind. Wake up every day, look yourself in the mirror, do some affirmations, ground yourself, you know?
And say, I'm worth it.
There you go. There you go. Absolutely.
Yeah. The panel here are examples of several entrepreneurs who went through that epiphany, right? I did, you did, so many of us did. And the most common response you hear from entrepreneurs is, I wish I'd done it sooner.
Absolutely.
Right? It is fear that keeps us from going, maybe fear of change, etc. I always say that there's 3 different shelves that we look at. The bottom shelf are things we've learned in the past that we draw from, our experience, our upbringing, and we can hold on to those. We can utilize those to grow from and build from. The middle shelf is all of the things that we're learning today, right? Hopefully we're keeping our mind open, we're networking, we're collaborating, we're consolidating, we're keeping our mind open to input and growing every minute. But the top shelf are the things we don't know yet, we haven't learned yet. And too often we think we have to know it all, have all the answers to all the questions before we take that step into the dark. Remember Indiana Jones when he was going after the Holy Grail and he stepped out into the dark and realized there was a bridge. Yeah. Couldn't see it, right? We're out of time. We need to wrap up. But one of my favorite stories, I'll just end with this if I may. Unless there's anything anybody wants to add, I'm going to turn the time. Okay. We have 2 minutes. We're right on track. So one of my favorite stories is from the author C.S. Lewis. He's a famous Christian author, but you know he was an atheist. And he was very good friends with the author of the Hobbit series and the Lord of the Rings, J.R.R. Tolkien, who was a Christian. And they didn't agree on this God question, right? And C.S. Lewis cared for his friend, he respected him, and he said, I'll hear you out. And they had many great conversations. In the process, C.S. Lewis became a Christian. He opened his mind, he listened to his friend, and R.R. Tolkien and others, and he ended up changing, he ended up growing, right? And he went on to write some of most extraordinary Christian literature, Mere Christianity, the Screwtape Letters, I mean, et cetera, et cetera. And he talks about, one of his quotes that I really love, he says, "I believe in the sun, not because I can see it, but because by it I can see all things. I can see everything else." These principles of being open and listening, right? Of hearing input, being willing to admit when you're wrong, trying to go fast but also going wise, recalculating when you can, collaborating. We all want our kids to be better than us. We hope they get good mentors and coaches and teachers, right? They say you'll become the sum total of the 5 people you spend the most time with. If you don't like those 5, go find 5 more, right? But that quote about, "I believe in the sun because I can see it, but not because just I can see it, but by it I see all things." These principles, they enable you to see more and do it faster. And it creates not just these ripple effects, it creates a snowball effect that's picking up speed and getting bigger as it goes. To answer our original question, who will lead and who will follow and who will get left behind, I know my panelists here agree that the people who lead, the countries that lead, are those who figure that out, who do those principles, because it permeates into everything else. And the people in countries who do that will be followed. We will be loyal, we'll be collaborative, and we'll accomplish much more. We're out of time. Thanks for being here today. And thanks for putting up with us. Nice job, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Okay, so we have a next panel. We're just changing out some lavalier mics. We'll be done shortly, so just 1 or 2 minutes. Thank you. Okay, so that was an eye-opening discussion on global dynamics for the last panel. I hope you enjoyed that. So, economic uncertainty is something every leader has to plan for. But the real question is how you respond when it arrives. Do you focus on getting through it, or do you position your organization to come out stronger? Our upcoming panel, From Surviving to Thriving, the 2026 Recession-Proofing Blueprint, brings this conversation into focus. exploring how businesses can build financial resilience, adapt to shifting markets, and make strategic decisions that drive long-term growth. To shed light on the topic, we have the session's moderator, Richard Curran, CEO and President of Expo Conventions, Contractors, and the panelists. Over to you, experts. Come on up.
Them a little bit, or?
All right, well, thank you everybody and for joining us in this session. Getting a little feedback. Not sure if I'm the right spot here. All right, so from surviving to thriving, the 2026 recession-proofing blueprint. We're here today, recessions don't just destroy companies, what they do is they expose them. And the question isn't if the pressure's coming, it's whether if your business is built to absorb it or break under it. And I have a dynamic group of panelists with me today that are really going to help us map out this blueprint. So I'm going to let them do self-introductions, starting with Frida.
Thank you so much. So my name is Dr. Frida, and I am the founder and director of Spiral with Frida and a nonprofit called Rainbow Sanctuary. And in this panel, as I'm looking at it, I'm thinking about self-leadership. So that will be my foundation.
All right, I'm Marisa Murgatroyd. I'm the co-founder and lead strategist at the Experience Group. And we support businesses in engineering dynamic customer experiences that skyrocket lifetime value and eliminate churn and create people who rave about what you do.
Yeah, so hello, my name is Siegfried Isle. I'm the guy from the mountains from Switzerland, and I'm running a business here in the US as well as in Switzerland and in Dubai, focusing on legacy system, on maintaining them, on moving them, and bringing them to the foundation of AI needs. Because any AI is only as good as the data which is coming into, and that's why we are polishing and cleaning them up before. So that's a little bit about me.
Great. Well, I guess I have to mention the mountains around Tahoe where I currently live. So
I have seen them last year.
So I'm Dave Adams, CEO and founder of the Business Freedom Group. And as the name implies, we help businesses get from being an anchor around their owner's neck to a source of freedom. And we do that through careful strategic planning, but then hands-on tactical action. It's not just a plan. We make stuff happen for that business to close the gap between where they are and where they've always dreamed to be.
Great, thank you everybody. So starting with early warning signs. When you look at today's economy, what are the early warning signs that tell you if a business is vulnerable to a downturn? David, why don't you start with that one?
Sure. If you look up some of the classical things, they will talk about many of the accounting measures, and as an engineer, I really love numbers, but many of those accounting things, cash flow, profitability, things like that, they're really looking in the rearview mirror. So you've got to keep your eye focused on what's coming, and that's through sales KPIs. Are your salespeople talking in numbers, or are they just long-winded, wordy explanations? So really keep your eyes on customer intimacy to know where your company's going to go.
So I believe a big lack, which a lot of companies have, is they don't know really their operation model. Because if they know their operating model, it doesn't matter what is the surrounding, because then they can adjust their operating model to the situation. But they need to have a vision where they are currently and where they want to be in the future. And then you can steer it. It's like going with a sailing boat. Yes, I'm from the mountains, but we have also lakes. But if you have a sailing boat, in nice weather, everybody can sail. But in wind and storm, it's difficult. But you need to know your things. And this is really often that a lot of companies look only from the next step, to the next quarter of sales or whatever. But they need to be really aligned with their operational model because this is giving them the governance, and therefore they have the compliance. And now we are on the same page with the KPIs, because KPIs are part of the compliance. And this is what I think is the best. If you know your things, you have your own radar on that.
And do you find that companies are missing these things, or are they more ignoring it?
During the day-by-day business, they are not focusing on that. And as a leader, you should focus on that. The day-by-day business is not your cup of tea. It's not your focus. This is with your people. This is with your team. And you must trust to your team what they are doing on the day-by-day. But the vision is with the owner. And you have to steer that. This is what I meant with sailing into the storm.
Yeah. Same question.
Yeah, so I believe that sales and profitability are lagging indicators. So many businesses are orienting their P&Ls and their quarterly reports and everything else, their strategy, around sales and profitability, but that can have you chase strategies that ultimately destroy long-term profitability and the long-term sustainability of a company. So for me, the leading indicator is oftentimes time to value and customer success. And what are your customers saying about you in the marketplace, and are they continuing to buy from you over and over again? So I took a stand in our company and made customer success our North Star metric about 5 years ago. And we have seen industry contractions with the current market conditions, but most of my peers are seeing far deeper industry contractions. So for me, if you focus on the value to the customer and making sure that your customers win, and you clearly articulated what that value actually is, so how quickly does the customer achieve the outcome, or at least taste the full value of whatever it is that you do? What's the transformation 30 days out, 60 days out, 90 days out and beyond? And if you focus on delivering value and actually following through on the promises that you make in your marketing, your business will survive, because that will lead to more sales and greater profitability later on as you make more from every customer coming in.
Well, you said you focused on customer success metrics. So is that also something that you put in line when you're working with customers, as far as, because you can put your North Star as customer experience, but if you're not measuring it, how do you know?
100%. So, for example, with customer success, there's so many different metrics and it can easily be intangible. So you've got to get clear on your value proposition as a company and what success looks like for clients in order to define a relevant metric, right? Because a metric isn't just how good does your people feel about your company. That's too wishy-washy to run a business on. But what is that core value proposition? How do you deliver that? How quickly can you deliver it, and do people know when they've received it? And if you can measure that, that will tend to create long-term value and long-term profitability.
Right. And Frida, same question. Any the vulnerability for companies?
The vulnerability that I usually see, because I'm also a small business advisor and coach, is that when they panic, it's like they're hitting the panic button. But in the process of hitting that button, they start communicating and making decisions poorly. And they think that if they go to a team meeting, and they make decisions quickly, so they're focusing on speed, then they think that they're going to be thriving because, we are making decisions. Mm-hmm. But the problem is when you make a decision for speed rather than for stability. And like Dr. Sigo was saying, when you make a decision and you're looking only at the short term instead of the long term, then stability is lost right there.
Right.
So because of that, then it becomes a communication issue. Because here we are in the boardroom, we are trying to make a decision, but then as a team, you go to your team and you interpret the decision we made together differently from the way I'm going to do it, from the way she's going to do it, from the way every other team leader is going to do it. And so the decision then gets lost through poor communication, because we are communicating for speed, pushing the sales team, go make us some money, marketing, go get us some customers, And so for me, when I am advising small businesses, I want to see whether their decisions are interpreted the same way. Shared communication, shared values, so that if we say we are here and we stand for this value, we are standing for our customers, then that's the communication that goes throughout the whole organization. No silo effect, no seesaw effect, or else we are just working for speed and thinking, oh, maybe a price increase will help. Yeah. So decisions and the way we communicate together. Yes.
I want to jump to you, Marissa. What's one strategic shift companies need to make before a recession hits?
100%. So following on what I was saying earlier, really understanding how do you tighten up basically the timeline to receiving value. So in many different industries, a lot of times, the customer journey might take months, or, the value proposition's a little bit vague. And vague value propositions still work in good markets, but when the competition increases, when people are tightening up their wallets, when they're starting to hesitate, they're asking, is this expense 100% necessary? What am I going to gain from this in the next 90 days? Right? So to stay at the top of the list, you've got to have an incredibly clear value proposition, understand what is the win state, how quickly can you get people to that win state, and how do you engineer the milestones in route so people can see that they're receiving value all the way through. It's not an invisible process that people drop into and eventually, if they do a lot of work and put in a lot of effort, they're going to get to value. So it's re-engineering the journey to get to value super fast, and to make sure people know that they're winning, and to deliver that win as quickly and powerfully and in as memorable a way as possible, so you no longer become the thing that they get cut, but it's becoming essential versus providing invisible value.
Excellent. Thank you. Dave, I want to jump to you on that one. The strategic shift for companies?
Well, I'd love to build on what Marissa said. I mean, time to value is a great concept. The key thing is not doing that from your perspective, doing it from the customer's perspective. Where are they getting value? How quickly are they getting value? And how much of their own time do they need to invest to get that value? So it's getting the full trade-off.
Is it a mindset or an operational shift that you're?
Well, I'll just play with the words, the vocabulary shift.
Okay.
I think it's actually a mindset shift, because a lot of people are focusing on selling products and services and features.
Right. And then it's more of like, okay, we know we're seeing the signs in the next 90 days. So like, you got to get everybody on board. You got to get everybody in the same mindset and same.
Well, it's about shifting from what you have to sell to what is the instant intangible gain that the customer is going to get. Selling the win, selling the outcome. Focusing on, especially for legacy brands that have been around time and they're riding on reputation.
Right.
It's time,
and like Frida was saying, with the putting that customer, to kind of mash up you guys both. Now, when you have that focus and that hurry and that you're putting that energy, but if you keep that customer value at the forefront, then you're going to sell the products. You're going to sell your service.
And I would just add that there's a B2C version of this and a B2B version.
Very true.
Yeah.
And that's where the vocabulary, I think, is very different, because B2B is very, in recession, they're very tactical. You have to make sure that they feel like their tactical path to value is clear.
Absolutely. But we are currently focusing a little bit, or too much from my perspective, to sales. Because what we talk about what happens in a recession. So we have to, and I'm coming back to the operational model. So it's not always the best to make more sales, because we have a saying in Switzerland, the money you don't need to spend, you don't need to earn. So also you have to look to the other side. And this is what, if you are the strategic leader of the company, you have to focus on improvement, on your processes, on the methodologies, on all that stuff, which is helping your people to do better business, because any better business is reducing your cost. And this is something which also I think is really important, that you know your way of operations and that you can steer in that direction with education to the people, with all those things, because only giving more sales, if you run into a recession, and we have seen that in COVID times, or in the beginning of COVID, nobody was buying B2B, B2C. Everybody, B2B was playing strategic, and B2C, Nothing happened, you know. All of us know. If you haven't sold toilet paper or noodles, you were lost. But the thing is, what we, as we steer and lead the company, we should look on both sides. For sure, we have to increase sales, we have to grow the market, we have to look for additional markets where we can leverage our existing and make it better. But in parallel, we have to also look how we can improve our processes and reduce the costs, because that will help us to survive in a recession time, I think.
Yeah, there's the old saying, you don't want to race to the bottom, because while you were going through a recession as a company, our customers are going through that too.
Yeah.
So like you say, if you sell more, but because everyone else is spending less, you start selling cheaper, you're just putting yourself up.
Then you lose money at the end.
Yeah.
I think we can thread that needle, though. As a process engineer, I love internal improvements.
Yeah.
But I think when we're talking about customer intimacy and customer time to value, that's not necessarily run up the sales book.
Yep.
That's understand how you're serving the customer.
Yeah, and that gives you long-term success with that client.
Right, and it goes back to understanding your operating model, because your operating model really includes the client.
And it reflects what the client wants to get.
And if there's an ascension model built in for, cross sells and upsells, then focusing on fewer clients that you don't have to have the cost of acquisition for, and serving them more deeply.
Exactly.
Then,
now we're at the point. And this gives also loyalty that clients are more loyal to. Because what we did also in the past, and what I'm continuously doing, is talking to the C-level people of my clients and asking, what is your strategy for the future? How can we improve our services that they align more with your future strategy? Things like those, because this is giving us more binding, more closeness to the client.
Absolutely.
And then also when a competitor is coming in with a similar service or product, they will not go in so easy, because it's not about the price, it's about the relationship and the trust.
And I want to go back to the value that Marisa was talking about. And when you're thinking about an executive making decisions, like I was saying earlier, and communicating that, if you're not focusing on innovation, because we keep talking about COVID time. And as we are talking about COVID time, if it wasn't the innovation that happened at that time, we wouldn't even be where we are. And then apart from that, even as we are talking about customers, even as we are talking about adding value to our customers, we don't usually pay attention to them. We never even reach out to them to ask them, so this is where we are, where are you? So that it becomes a partnership. Otherwise, our innovation will just go to drain. Our sales team, even if we pep them up however high, if the customers are not included at the table of the decisions we are making, we're just going to be seeing decisions drift, poor communication, and then a poor understanding of our customers, and therefore a poor proposition of our values. And so what I have found when I'm advising, small businesses, they are more, they lean in more because they have no experience, they don't know what they're doing, unlike the legacy build businesses that think, we know what we are doing, we know our customers. And what I like about solopreneurs and new business owners is that they will go to the customer and ask the customer, and they will map out the customer's journey on where are they? Are they ready to buy, or are they just seeking for information? But when you don't pay attention to your customers, all the boardroom talk will go back to exactly what I had said earlier, decision drift and no clarity in the communication. And so if we don't watch out for that, then we cannot recession-proof, because we saw how many companies died and were buried during COVID because they didn't do those very things we are talking about here today.
Well, what you said in terms of, with legacy brands that have been around for a while, not continuing to ask the customers and just trying to sell the same thing in different market conditions is the kiss of death, because in recession is when new players really rise strong, because they can be more agile, they can be more responsive to the customers, they can kind of pivot, whether it's their pricing model or their business model or the offers to meet new demands that might arise within this type of market condition. So there's massive opportunity in recessions, but you have to also kind of watch that someone doesn't come and steal your lunch. Right?
So we've been talking about the things to do, and now I want to shift into a what not to do scenario. So as we see the recession coming, what is something that a CEO should not cut money on? Like when that revenue tightens, where should they not cut? So let's start with you, Siggy.
So the most important for me is really, and as you said, we have to reach out to the clients. We still also in the recession, we have to continuously communicate with the clients because otherwise they get felt lost or we open the gate for competitors. Right. So that's why we really need to align. And that's why, my salespeople have asked me already here, especially in the US and Europe, it's a little bit different than in the US, also with this recession discussion currently. But they asked me, hey boss, what do we do? And I said, we continue, we really push. But this is also something when you own the company, when you own the business, it's your money which is in the company. So you deal with your own money. That's why yesterday I said, we are in Las Vegas, but we are not gambling. We have calculated risk, and we have to calculate the risk. Yeah. We know we have to have the numbers in mind and be clear, okay, I do this and I invest that, and if it's not working, I lose this money. If it's working, I win that money. I have to have these numbers in mind, always. If you wake me up in the morning at 2 or whatever, click, it's there. But this is the thing, that we are really clearly not stopping, and I've seen it at a lot of companies, they stop in investing into the future. And this is something, because when you think only for quarters, then we get into that trap. Mm-hmm. We have to really think, okay, it's going down this year perhaps, but next year it's going up. But if we don't invest in the downturn times now, we will never go up in the next. And that's why I told my people clearly we continue on that.
Yeah, they always say you buy at the bottom, so you want to keep investing, right?
But it's the same if you buy shares or go to the stock market. Exactly. Go in when it's low, not when it's high.
David, same question.
So just to maybe summarize my view of what you just said is you invest where the customer can tell you're investing.
Yep.
You can delay some of the internal stuff. So invest in customer-facing investments and invest in your key talent. Don't let go of your best people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because if you lose them, the hiring costs are much higher.
Well, and in addition to the hiring cost, the transition cost.
Yeah, that's the one part of. Yeah, you're right.
Is huge.
So what you were saying, which is customer value delivery, a lot of times becomes overhead. You know, people get the money, they do the marketing and the sales, they get the money, they have to pay off the marketing and the sales, and then they're like, oh, now I have to deliver to the client, and it's easy to contract there or to try to automate or whatever else it happens to be, but then lose the essence of why someone bought to begin with. So I think that you never want to, cut value delivery or at least the brand-defining moments. And sometimes brand-defining moments are the things that people really love, are not always the most expensive things to deliver. They might be higher touch, they might involve some extra level of finesse, but understanding what are the things that people love about your company and how do you continue to deliver those regardless of the cost. And you can kind of automate and we're vibe coding all of our software now, and so we're cutting thousands and thousands of dollars of overhead, but we're not cutting client delivery. Right?
Yeah, thank you. So, like I said, my foundation of this panel is self-leadership. And so the first thing I want not to be cut is the leader development budget, not the training budget, which is usually the first one that is targeted. But there's one budget that is usually neglected, and that is the leader development budget. So I don't want that cut, because if a leader is going to be the one who the buck stops with when it comes to recession proofing so that they can thrive, then we want them supported to know themselves, understand their strengths, so that they can share that very strongly. And I don't want the leader neglected, because I don't want the leader coming out, oh, I'm the hero, I want to save the recession day and prove to everybody else I'm a good leader. No. Because once you compromise your values, which you have not aligned with the mission of the organization, then when now recession, books come from the accountants and they say, here, we are in trouble, you're going to panic. you're going to panic. And when you hit that panic button, it spreads across, the organization. And therefore, all the nice things that the innovation team and design team and, customer and shareholder team were doing will all come tumbling down.
What's one of the biggest mistakes that you've seen in that moment?
So at that moment, the leader, because of the culture that we are socialized in, it's a triad. And employees do whatever they have to do, but when things go right, all the credit goes to the leader. Therefore, in a recession time, if it goes to the leader, you have seen, like even during COVID time, how many leaders actually either exited their positions, or they were retired forcefully, or they simply resigned. But that's what I don't want happening. That's why I don't want the budget for leader development cut, because we want to support the leader to be resilient. We want them to be strong and courageous to face this problem that we are facing, but not to do it with a silo and seesaw effect, but to collaborate with everyone. Because when the buck stops, it's not just going to stop with the leader at that time in recession time, it's going to be the leadership team. But in most cases, we never focus on the leadership team because we live in a custom or narrative where we think that the CEO should be the hero. And so when things don't go right, who do we blame?
Right.
So that's why I'm in the corner for the leader.
Maurice, the same question. Working with customers in the past, where have you seen like a mistake in cutting or spending?
Yeah, so, I think that one of the biggest mistakes that people make is kind of resting on past laurels. We're in a market where the market innovation cycle has just shrunk down to days, and one of my friends believes that there will probably be a one-person billion-dollar company by the end of this year, right? In terms of being able to instantly code an empire. But also the longevity of these companies potentially is getting a lot smaller too, because proprietary tech, no such thing anymore. Am I right? All sorts of proprietary formulas, where AI can now crack the human genome in a way that has never been able to be done by the greatest scientific minds in the world.
Just recently, the whole back end of Claude Code was released, though.
Right. So I think that this is a market where you can't take anything for granted. Yep. And so the ability to constantly revisit the fundamentals, which is what is the value that we provide? How do we articulate it? How does the client experience it? Who do we actually serve? What is the segment of the market where we can go deep and provide extraordinary level of value versus trying to go wide and provide superficial value to a lot of different people? So I do think that it's also a market where specialization and going deeper really matters as well.
Same question. What's some of the mistakes that you've seen working with companies in spending?
Expanding is important, but I want to look first to my existing employees, because the most important knowledge and the source is my people. I would not be there where I am currently without my people and my team. And that's why also when we are expanding, to involve them, not everybody for sure, but team leaders and so on, and ask them, talk to them, be open in the communication, in the up and in the down. So when there is a downturn, be also clear, hey, there will be no salary increase currently, but you have a good salary, you have a good job, you have a safe job, give safety. And I'm facing that really often currently in the US versus in Europe, because here is more higher on fire mentality with the up and the down. Instead of in Europe, it's different. But what I face here currently, when we give a clear commitment to our people in the US, you have a safe job. Don't worry about your job. You don't get kicked out in 30 days or whatever. That is really bringing innovation, because then they say, okay, if I have a safe job, I can think a little bit, and then we can use this energy for growing, for opening additional markets, additional ideas. So we do this once a month, that we have this gathering. It's free for everybody who can join in the company, and it's in the working time. But that they can bring in their ideas, and out of that we start to grow. to expand.
You're leaning in on the culture.
Yeah, I try to bring a little bit the European culture into that, and it's difficult once in a while because also we have some people who think, hey, I'm the rocket star. And I say, okay, look for another company because I don't need, Europe, we are more in soccer than in football.
Right.
And, but we don't need 11 Ronaldos.
Right.
We need a team. And this is the same here. We need a good team set up, but also they need to rely on that what I'm telling them is the truth. And this is helping us to grow, to expand, and also sometimes getting an input and say, no, but we don't go for because it doesn't work into my strategy. But really give the open forum to the people. I'm fighting on that currently because there are different mentalities currently on the continents. But this is something which I try. I don't know. Perhaps next year we can talk about if it has worked out. But this is a kind of a strategy to involve the people and help. They help me in the vice versa to grow and to expand.
Dave, what about you? What are some of the mistakes that you've seen?
Well, certainly being too internally focused versus externally. And, I've worked in places and seen places that did have kind of the hire and fire thing, but I would say that's more larger companies. I've switched to serving medium and smaller size companies, and there's a lot of loyalty there, and they really operate like a family. But many times, because that founder is so well versed in the functions of the business, they forget to do the communication function. And they forget to express out loud the loyalty, the safety they have for their own community, for their own company, family. So, being too internal or not communicating well enough.
Oh, excellent. So I'm going to stay with you, Dave, and go into the last question. If a CEO in this room wanted to recession-proof their business in the next 90 days, what are the top 2 to 3 actions that they should take immediately?
Well, excuse me. On the internal side, look after your cash flow. And the research is very clear. Why do most companies fail? If they fail, it's because they expanded too fast. So, and that's where you get into cash flow trouble.
Fiscal responsibility.
And then the other thing that's been the theme we've all been talking about is pay attention to the customer experience, whether that's a soft measure, time to value, if you can get to a hard measure, whatever it is. So cash and customers, those are the 2 things to invest your time in.
The same question. Next 90 days, what do they focus on?
Absolutely. So we spoke earlier about KPIs, operating model, governance. So this is the foundation. And everybody should look into, do I have it already? Because then we're clear on the expansion. Can we go for an expansion? Because if we have not made the homework, how can we go further? This is not working, then it will be collapsing. And that's why for the first 90 days, I would say, first 30 days, look into the truth. Do you have the real truth on your table? If not, take the next 30 days to improve it, that you have it after 90 days. And then you're well settled for. Then we're at the same point, like you said, I like numbers. Then we can talk about the KPIs. Then we know about the cash. You have to pay the salaries, for example. You have to have enough money on the bank to pay the salaries. If your employees don't get the salary in time, they are getting pissed. And they are right.
Yes.
So that's why do your homework first, but not in 90 days. Right. Take it in 30 days.
Well, I think that in times of recession, and we don't know how long this is going to go on exactly, it's kind of looking at where the puck is going is the famous expression. And the nature of value changes in a time of recession, and what's actually essential to customers changes as well. So part of that is the deep listening, but being willing to pivot a model to align with what's going to be needed, not now, but what's going to be needed 6 months from now, what's going to be needed 1 year from now, and looking at potentially redefining what your business is all about or who it is that you serve, so you can continue to be essential to somebody. specific. And I think a lot of businesses, if they provide something that's a non-essential, or they have not clearly articulated that value proposition, or they're not looking forward enough, are just quickly being eclipsed by the technology advancements. So part of that exploration is also, one thing I'm looking at is how can I close the gap more and more and more for the people that I serve? Like, how can I get them closer and closer and closer to exactly what they came to me for, removing as many hurdles as possible? So the experience they have of working with us is that we quickly delivered everything that they needed and wanted. And we removed all the unnecessary bells and whistles and made it as enjoyable as possible. And then, they also talk, they also refer. So part of that's leveraging the technology as it comes about to actually provide more value in the moment to kind of stay ahead.
Right, and you're gonna receive organic growth because if you become that partner to your customer and you're assisting them in the same process that you are, they're gonna recommend you, like you said.
And a lot of it's also compassion to, the customers. The buying decisions really change in times of market contraction. Whether you're working B2C or you're working B2B, or we had someone stop at our booth who was B2G, business to government. So the buying decisions for every one of those markets is changing, and having compassion for what it means to make this kind of investment in this market and to take that really seriously.
Frida, same question, the next 90 days, what are 2 or 3 actions that they should take?
Well, for me, number one is have at least incorporate an AI strategy, and then tighten the governance, not just of AI, but of their own organizations. And whether it is government or corporate or small businesses, that is going to be critical. And then my third one about what I am passionate about is ensuring that communication does not drift. What we talked about in the team meeting, whether it came all the way from the boardroom, not drift, shared, clear communication. So those are the 3 things in my head right now.
And I asked a lot of questions today that seemed really, black and white, one answer, but the purpose is, everybody views things a little differently, but there is no one answer that we're answering on. All of these things blended together are really what are going to help a CEO push through a recession. So, not that there's a right or wrong answer, but it's all encompassing. So,
and you are a CEO who's in a rapidly growing business too, and I'd love to hear, your thoughts as well.
Yeah. I mean, and not only rapidly growing, but rapidly impacted as I'm in the live events business, and we build trade shows and events. So we all know that around March of 2020, that stopped, dead stop. No moving forward, no live events, no mass gatherings, and mass gatherings are exactly what we do. So it was the ultimate pressure of trying to keep a company afloat. Not nosediving 90% of your business, barely skimming along, being very creative how to find and generate funds. So, but yeah, as we survived it, it then shifted into this almost making us that much stronger going into where we had a market explosion. And because, we saw the proof that live events matter, people face-to-face interactions matter. So being in that position that we were resilient enough to survive it, which a lot of my competition didn't, it really put us in the position to kick back into gear fast. So a lot of it had to do with the culture. The culture that we built as a smaller company, keeping it in alignment, keeping the people with the same vision, with the same belief, supporting me in the things that I wanted to do, and understanding where we were in the marketplace, but understanding where we could go, and having buy-in behind that, and almost having ownership in everything we do has been probably the most success building that to get into the scaling moment that we've been.
I also wanted to ask you a question about the next 90 days.
Yeah, well, the next 90 days for us, even though we see a recession looming, one of the things that AI has done for live events, it actually reinforced the demand to actually be in a room and listen to people say the things that what they're saying. Because as we've all seen crazy deep fakes on the internet, now you almost have to question every single YouTube video that you see. So when you click on a video, you have to like, was this real? Was this? So you're questioning all the content you're consuming. But if you come to a live event and you sit in a room and you hear the subject matter experts speak about it, you know it's true. You know it's real.
Yeah.
So for us, it's actually the AI deep fake has kind of been more of a blessing than, so we're still seeing, like we're not seeing the impact as much on the live event side because you have people that need this content, you have continuing education that's part of events, and that's what continues to drive the actual trade show component. So people are still going to live events, thank you. And so one of the pain points is actually growth and scaling because as we continue to gain more market share now, how do I scale culture? The old saying, what got you here won't get you there, very famous book. I constantly keep that top of mind because even though that was our timer. So I constantly keep that top of mind because one of the things about growing, well, even from 2021 to today, we're 1,000% growth. We're 10x, and we're continuing, not maybe at that drastic of a pace, but we continue to hockey stick up. I have to have the people, I have to have the resource, so because even though we have a lot of stuff that we put out there, it's a people business, it's a service business.
Right.
And that's all about, like you talk about, your people are your biggest asset. So, so for me, it's hiring, but hiring with the focus on cultural alignment. Is this person going to be a good fit? Sure, we want skills, but there's a lot of things that we could teach, and we can't teach that culture fit.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you. Well, my alarm says that we are out of time, but thank you all. Appreciate it, and thank you to my panel.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right.
That was a great session. Thank you so much for sharing your insights with us. That was wonderful. So think about how much the way we work and the way we make decisions has changed over the past few years. Technology is no longer sitting in the background. It's right at the center of how leaders plan, decide, and move forward. Our panel, AI and Automation, What Every CXO Needs to Know to Stay Ahead, will share how leaders are using these tools in practical ways to simplify decisions, improve efficiency, and stay competitive in a fast-moving environment. Please join me in welcoming our panelists for this session. Dragana Linfield, Senior Director, Technology Consulting at Ernst & Young. Andreas Fornwald, CEO and Board Director at StarChange. Vivek Mahendra, Managing Partner of Vivikta Advisory and Creatives, and Praful, Global Head of AI Strategy at Radiant Digital. Moderating this session is Kevin Carlson, Partner and AI Practice Lead at Tech CXO. Welcome to the stage. Come on up.
We're gonna need,
yeah.
Good.
You want to sit
I'll
here?
I'll sit right here.
Yeah, right here. Okay.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for coming out to this panel. My name is Kevin Carlson. I have been in the tech world for about a little over 40 years. I started out in software development, took my first CTO role in 1999. I've held 4 additional roles since then. I've been working with AI since 2014, back when it was called machine learning. and have worked with it at the code level. I invented a couple of models for a client of mine in 2020 in the media and entertainment industry, both of which were patented. So I spent a lot of time in this field. Joining me today, we have, to my left is Andreas Fornwald, CEO and Board Director of StarChange. Dragana Linfield, Senior Director of Technology and Consulting with Ernst & Young. Praful Kare, say that right? Oh, awesome, good. Okay, all right. Global Head of AI Strategy for Radiant Digital, and then Vivek Mahendra, Managing Partner, Vivek Advisory and Creatives. I'm going to open with asking each of them to introduce themselves briefly to the audience. The
Guys hear me?
microphone for...
Hello? Just gonna do it.
There we go.
Yeah, now we can. Hopefully I can do it. I think it's off now.
It's off now.
Yeah. So say something else? 1, 2, 3. Keep talking? Okay, perfect. So my name is Dragana Linfield, and I have over 25 years of working in the intersection of innovation. More recently, in the last 2 years, I have been focusing on machine learning and AI. I also have been teaching agentic AI at MIT, and currently I work for Ernst & Young, and I'm helping Fortune 500 companies find more innovative ways to use AI so they can either increase revenue or reduce cost or customer
Vivek, you want to go next?
Yeah, I can go. My name is Andreas Fornwald. I'm a Chief Development Officer of the global company StarCharge, the leader in EV charging and big battery solutions for utilities. I have 30 years of experience in energy business, started 30 years ago at Siemens as a commissioning engineer for gas turbines and progressed then in sales, business development, strategic alliances, and later did my MBA in Stanford and worked for private equities and private equity portfolio companies in energy business. And now I'm here and happy to be here.
I'll go next. My name is Praful Kare. I'm Vice President and Head of AI and Digital Transformation for a company called Radiant Digital. I own multiple practices, which is all about application development, data management, innovation lab, and marketing, along with organizational transformation, and we are infusing AI in each and every aspect of those practices. Besides that, I'm also an executive advisor on an AI startup and helping another AI startup to get on its feet from the ground up in the healthcare space.
Hi, good evening. My name is Vivek Mahendra. As a profession, I am an enterprise architect. As an enterprise architect, I've been in my life bridging the strategy to execution gap. So that's basically my role as organization. I am a scholar at Carnegie Mellon. Have a couple of patents to my name, and these are typically in the supply chain, hospital supply chain, and the healthcare ecosystem spaces. Predominantly as part of the whole AI ecosystem, work with the CXO fraternity in terms of guiding them through the process of adoption, because a lot of what is glittering is not always gold. So that's I try to bring in some level of rationality to the whole approach.
Great, thank you. So I want to open with one question for each of you. In one sentence, what's the single biggest misconception executives have about AI and AI automation right now? Andreas?
Yeah, I can answer this question pretty simple. We think AI can make decision for us or support us in decision. AI is just a tool.
I would say that most executives think that the success of AI depends on technology, while in fact 70% of that depends on organizational transformation.
Great.
I actually agree with both of my fellow panelists, but on top of that, what I'm going to say What executives need to understand is AI velocity is not equal to AI value. Right now, they are spanning across multiple pilots, just trying to do each thing and everything in the field of AI without even realizing that what value they actually want to achieve out of it.
From my standpoint, I think the critical point is it's not a quarter by quarter miracle. So it's a larger multi-horizon transformation, and that's how we need to visualize it.
Dragan, our first question for you. Most enterprises have dozens of AI experiments running. What separates the ones that scale from the ones that stall?
So everybody's really, we mentioned not everything is gold that shines. Most of enterprises have already gone through piloting so many interesting use cases, and those use cases probably did not return much value, and they because they did not approach to that exercise in a structured way. So first of all, every pilot or use case that a company decides to do, amongst hundreds of them they are thinking of, should be always linked to the KPIs and measurable value. So the use case should be implemented only if it returns the measurable value. That could be the revenue growth, that could be improvement of customer experience, cost reduction, etc. The second common mistake is that it's very much siloed. It's never cross-functional. People don't talk, and they normally decide to digitalize one silo. So they copy the virtual assistant and they copy the current organization instead of rethinking how certain processes are done and reinventing processes. Then I think it's also a mistake in terms of operating model, because the organizations that adopted federated operating model, which is they have a centralized center of excellence that looks after the governance, the policies and everything, and then they have the use case that belongs actually to certain business units. Those work the most because they can scale it easily. So they kind of create a model that can be copied for the next use case, etc. And other companies also dilute very much the money that they put in one use case, so none of them then return the value because they don't really focus on some of the use cases that could really make a big difference. And what else can I say here? So, and of course data, but we can talk about data later. It's very important, the data there, and people. I already mentioned people because they have to look after the people, reskill them, and explain the benefits of AI, and somehow prohibit shadow AI as well. So that's from my perspective.
Great, thank you. Andreas, next question's for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Who should own AI strategy inside the organization? CTO, CDO, a dedicated AI leader, or should the business units themselves own it?
So I think the AI should be implemented bottom up. So I think that the strategy and the decisions about the AI should be delegated to the lowest possible level. So business unit, definitely business unit. Every business unit should define their AI application, of course, in accordance to the corporate policy. But put a CTO or a central guy who decides on AI, especially in big organization, makes little sense in my opinion.
Just to follow on to that, so
Sure.
if you're growing it from the bottom up, how do you avoid the silos that Dragan was speaking about?
And that's exactly why we need AI. AI is general. AI is not silo, positioned on a silo. So AI will help breaking the silos. In my opinion, in my experience, when I was a CEO of Duasan, we had a lot of silos. With help of AI, with help of ChatGPT, with just simple language models, we broke the silos.
Good, interesting. Vivek, next question's for you. What is the honest conversation that CXOs need to have with their boards about AI investment timelines and expectations?
Yeah, so I think as I kind of opened my statement there, so it's an enterprise design challenge. And when you're talking to a board, obviously the expectation is one dimension, they are hearing all the good things that are happening out in the market. But there are things that are happening out in the market, no doubts about it. What is important is it contextual to your situation? And I think that's very, very important. Yesterday, Praful mentioned context is the moat. So, is it context to the situation is a very important part. So I'll maybe put a small anecdote to that. We were in a few weeks back. We were trying to. Also, we were in a board meet, and we were trying to maybe evaluate the ability to operationalize a product for the operation control center. And we were trying to look at, is there a possibility for us to do in an aviation sector, and to do a possibility to do a MVP cut on it, a minimal viable product cut on it, and using AI and other related techniques that will come in part of the play, because obviously there is a big play on machine learning, a big play on neural networks that plays in terms of prediction of a failure and so on and so forth. And we were saying, is there a possibility that we can do these portions and not do the other portions per se? I think as an enterprise architect, it becomes very important from my standpoint that we have to show the mirror, and to show the mirror in as stark reality as possible. Basically, it's a three-dimensional process. So what we're saying is that as an approach, when you look at any such initiatives, and I've kind of broadened it from the case to the reality of our enterprise, you have to take it through a series of maybe transformational states. The first one of them is typically a productivity transformation state. So you look at what are some of those opportunities that you have, which could be point solutions, does not require a significant organizational overhaul, and be able to give you certain improvements in the short run. So typically what we may call is the productivity transformation horizon. I think the second important aspect that we look at is the process transformation horizon. Now this is very, very important, because a lot of time we try to fit a solution to a human-based process, right? Typically, it's a problem that we face currently. We were designed for something. You remember our ERP days? When we did the first set of requirements, we tried to give the requirements based on either out-of-the-box process, and otherwise we tried to do a custom force fit, building almost a new ERP for an entity, because we wanted to force fit the ERP to the way organizations function will happen. I think in AI, you don't have that luxury. In AI, you need to do an AI first or AI native process definition. And that is the one that becomes the foundational state. So that's the second, I would call as a horizon that I have to look at. And the third one is typically the enterprise horizon. Now, enterprise horizon is very critical. Ragna mentioned just now about a fastest on human change. She mentioned about maybe controls and role redefinition and so on and so forth. But I think important constructs are around your data integrity, data privacy, and your data domiciliary as an element. So that becomes a very important aspect in terms of how you bring in, God bless you. Yeah. how you bring in the transformation from a standpoint of not just process changes, but the way your organization data has to reflect that, the way your organization governance looked at, and so on and so forth. I think a combination of these three facets are very critical to be spoken to the board, and then the board should be asked a lot of questions. So what is that you look for in the next 4 quarters, like 4 months, 8 months, 12 months, and thereafter? They should be asked this question, because that's where you have to start resetting their expectations. They should be told, yes, there will be improvements, but improvements are in that sequence of the dimensionality that I just spoke about. The fact that you will be able to get these things done, but to get these things done with a proper governance structure. You can't think governance as an afterthought, right? And I think all of these tend to be, it becomes sometimes more educational, but has to be educational in context of the organization. I think that becomes an important facet. So that would be a way I would typically, or rather, I do my engagements with my clients.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to add something on that. Every transformation is about people, process, and technology. Yeah. The way Vivek highlighted it. But often of the time with AI, what is happening, there is so much noise in the market that people are skipping the people and the process part, directly jumping into the technology. Yeah. And then they are not seeing the results.
Praful, that's a great lead into the next question. Most companies are adopting AI, but some are having trouble adapting to AI. What's the difference to you, and why does it matter more than what model you might choose?
Absolutely. See, this is exactly the point what I was trying to make out to Vivek's statement. Most of the companies are adopting AI, not adapting it. And the difference is that companies are going and saying that, hey, I'm going to buy a Copilot license. This is going to be a silver bullet going to solve all of my problem. Then when it is not working, they are going 5,000 cursor licenses, 10,000 Devin licenses, and still they are not able to see the results. The biggest reason why that is happening, because they are trying to stitch AI into the brittle workflow, the human-centric workflow what they are having, rather than designing and training their developer to use these tools optimally, which is like building the context first and then jumping into the model. And that's where I'm making this differentiation between the successful project and the failed project, that both the projects are doing exceptionally good in the initial stage when you're going from 0 to 1, but people who are adapting it with the context is going from 1 to 10, and people who are just buying the licensing and doing the check mark, they are stopping after 0 to 1 and not able to scale.
And if I may add here.
Certainly.
With AI, it's like with anything else in the software business, garbage in, garbage out. So you have to prepare very well what you get with AI, to prepare to describe the problem well and to word it well.
And I also wanted to add maybe the opposite side of it. Some people think that AI is so magical and is going to fix broken processes.
Absolutely.
And they don't understand that they either have to fix them themselves before they apply that, or they have to reinvent that process.
AI can certainly help processes break more quickly.
Yes.
Right? So, Dragan, this question's for you. Data readiness is sort of an unglamorous prerequisite for using AI. What's the minimum viable data posture a company needs before AI investments start to pay off?
So, as already mentioned, garbage in, garbage out. So the most important part is the data about generative AI and ML, because it really depends on data, and the decisions made will be inaccurate. However, from the other hand, companies also are reluctant to even start AI project because they think they need to have perfect data. So none of those two things are true. So what has to happen is that they have to specify the use case that they want to go for and then select the data that they need for that particular use case. So it doesn't mean that they will need enterprise-wide data, but they will need the data that applies to that particular use case. The second thing is that their data have to be in real time, because it has to happen at the moment they have to make the decision. And they have to also identify all of the necessary data depending on that use case. So, for example, if we're talking about banking and about identifying the fraud situation, that also has to be timely, because even with the perfect data, if it is not happening at the moment when it has to be made a decision, yes or no, then it's irrelevant. And the same thing is in the health industry. If they have incomplete set of data, then the decision cannot be made. That's really, data is what models thrive or don't thrive. So it's.
Will it be easy to say that the requirement for AI is not the perfect data, but the connected data and the freshness of the data?
Exactly, the connected. So, but again, it's like depends on which case you have to select the connected data.
Absolutely.
And I think also another big problem is, so the first thing we have to ask ourselves when we want to implement the use case is, do we have the data that we need? Can we get it? And is it real time? Because sometimes we do have a data, but it belongs to the legacy system, which cannot be obtained at the time, but they have to be connected.
Andreas, next question for you.
Sure.
As a CEO who makes real budget decisions, how do you personally separate signal from noise when your consultants and vendors are all telling you AI is urgent?
Oh, of course. First of all, you have to define your needs in the company. And you don't define it by the outside consultants, you define it by your trusted employees or whatever. So before we go in a company to AI, we need to know why we need the AI, what it will save us, and the most important, AI, or as you start with AI, you have to know AI is not eliminating jobs. AI is eliminating roles and changing roles. So you have to have a structure, a new organizational structure that works with this AI.
When you say it's not eliminating jobs, yet we see in the news that some CEOs are letting people go and saying it's because of AI. Is that the real reason, or do you think that's just front?
That's a front, not the real reason.
I have a good example for that.
Yeah, I can.
Nobody can be as brutal as
Yeah,
Andreas.
very clear. I have an assistant. She did my schedule. Now I do my schedule with AI. I do it 3 times better. But I retrained the assistant. She's doing a fantastic preparation for workshops. It's all about training. It's all about repurposing the people. The people are invaluable. AI has a value.
I totally agree with that because I think AI is going to maybe eliminate the low entry jobs, but then those people are going to be repurposed and do much higher jobs they could possibly do. And I really like the example of the coders because we know that now you can do vibe coding and you don't really need to look into the syntax. But that's a really good thing because then you can focus on a product and a customer experience and make it customer centric. And when people say that the jobs for coders is at risk, that's because for me, the coder is not there to code. The coder is there to solve problems. And if he can do it faster, that means he better finds more problems to solve.
Absolutely.
So
I love the way she put it together.
We had a very interesting conversation on this yesterday. We were talking about what are we taught as engineers. We are taught as engineers not to code. We are taught as engineers to solve problems using mathematics or logic. So if we continue to expand that, if that's what the coders will do today, then a vibe code or cursor will really help you. But if you don't do it, then you're actually putting no boundaries to what will get produced out of it.
Vivek, I want to stay with you for just a second here. So how do you evaluate whether a process is a good candidate for AI versus traditional automation like business process automation?
So I think this is a very interesting one because it's almost like killing a fly with a bullet or something like that. That's what people try to do sometimes now. Whenever we look at an organization, as an enterprise architect, I always go down to the basic tenets of the design of the entity. So when I look at that, there are certain parts of the organization or certain processes in the organization are very structured from step A to step Z, whatever that is to happen there. Which means that in all practical purposes, you know that what's the expected input, what's the expected output, and largely the output will remain in a particular range. We typically call that as a stable process. So when we look at something like that, and it's a Six Sigma principle, you typically define a specification limit, and the process performs within that, then it becomes a fairly stable process for you. Take that as an example. Now, if that is an example, you have most of the thing very deterministic in it. Normally, our recommendation is if you intend to go for automation, those are very, very interesting plays in automation. Now, when you look at any of these processes in an organization, not 100% or not all of them will be so deterministic. Which means that a hybrid approach is very, very important. Which means that if you have a process and its outputs can be derived, they may not be absolute, but they can be derived. Then you have a good ability to maybe start looking at AI integration along with automation to be kind of brought in play as a solution. But if either of doesn't exist, that means neither it is deterministic, neither it is probabilistic. Then it means very clearly redesign. So first redesign, then you come back to maybe choice of an option, whether I should automate or whether I should bring in AI-driven automation and things like that.
I fully agree. AI implementation is a journey. It's not a switch overnight. You start with repetitive processes, simple processes, and you take your team, your employees, your co-workers along in this journey. And the journey can be years.
Yeah. I also agree with Vivek's perspective, right? And Vivek, the way you are trying to put it together, if you have the deterministic output, then automate it. If you need judgment, then use AI.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it will be like killing a fly with a cannon.
Yes. Yeah.
Very nice perspective.
Yeah, Praful, just on the build versus buy decision, how do you advise clients on that versus maybe partnering for AI capabilities, and how has that changed in the last year?
I'm absolutely, based on the tons of experience what I'm getting in this space, I'm going to summarize it in one line. Build your context, buy the model, which is a commodity, and partner for speed. So if a problem has already been solved by somebody in the industry, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. Just build the partnership, use them. You don't need to become a competition to Anthropic or OpenAI. You need to leverage them to achieve your business outcome.
How would you answer that, though, for a very specialized use case where a company's data is absolutely critical to getting the right inference? So how would you advise them, to partner with a company like, Anthropic or OpenAI versus taking an open source model, say like Llama, and building layers on top of it and retraining it? And that'll give them more privacy, but how would you advise them in that case?
So, and this is, interestingly, this is the same conversation I'm having with a healthcare company. And what I am proposing them, because healthcare is a heavily regulated industry, they don't need to go either or approach. What they need to do is a hybrid approach, where they are having combination of multiple SLMs like Mistrals and 5.4 and so on, so that the sensitive data they can process locally on their GPU, whereas the high reasoning requirement what they have can go to companies like Anthropic or OpenAI, since they are the partner with OpenAI. In that way, you can get best of both the worlds, that your data is secure and private, the sensitive data, and on top of that, the jobs which require high reasoning and the compute power, you can leverage what Anthropic and OpenAI has already built.
Yeah, I just want to agree with you, because recently I went to NASA conference and they're trying to solve 187 technology problems to get them to Mars, to Moon and the Mars. And they told me that they use small language models themselves so that they avoid the cost and keep the whole information privately in their own data centers. And then they also use various techniques like a RAG, retrieval augmented generation, so that the company-specific information stays there. And they only, when they find the similarities using embeddings, they only send those similarities to the large language model. That way, they only communicate very small amount of information there to make the meaning there.
Kevin, an important part I just want to bring in there. So I think the whole thing stems back to the principles or entity definitions. So I think the way we look at it is that when we look at data governance at the base goes back to your data structures and data attributes, and it kind of helps you very clearly decide what are confidential, what are open to public, and what are critical to your business. If we have the classification done very well, your ability to still do masked data exposed on maybe a controlled environment, right? So it doesn't really, it's a focus on clear demarcation of all PI, all the 18 PI elements that are there as a part of the whole ecosystem. In healthcare, you still have ability to get a good population view if you are able to maybe bring in this level of demarcation in the way that you build your data management. So that's why a lot of times what maybe we always prescribe is relook at your underlying structures. Address the problems there, because if you address problem there, anything in the outskirts will not be able to maybe make any major damage to you.
Absolutely. The point what Dragana already made, right? Garbage in, garbage out at a scale. And I'm telling you, as we are moving forward in this AI journey, one word which is going to define a lot of things, tokenomics. That's where companies are going to really bleed money and going to take substantial action in next 2 to 3 years.
Yes, I also want to build on that, because the way that LLMs, the frontier models are charging enterprise is by token. So every word is broken into like different tokens in every context, and it all looks very small price. Yeah. But when you multiply that by big scale, it's a huge cost. And that's another reason to go for small language models as well.
I want to come back to the AI eliminating jobs question, and Andreas, you mentioned your assistant, but where else do you see automation eliminating roles versus reshaping them? And what are you telling your teams other than your assistant inside your company?
So automation, since its inception, since the 19th century, was eliminating roles, not jobs, and shifting jobs. So that's nothing new. We have it every 30 years. A new thing is coming, and we have a need of less people in one place and more people in another place. So the repetitive roles, the roles that can be simple replicated, will go away. And we are just going another step and another step, and more creative roles will need it, and people will have more opportunities to shape their roles, to have more time to do what they really like to do. and to get away from this boring task. Well, of course, when AI is coming, a lot of things are changing, but it's changing for the better. Give you some example. We are having here a panel. Normally, all day, somebody has to write a transcript, send the transcript to everybody. Everybody has to approve it. Now it goes automatically.
Dragana, what AI capability are most companies ignoring today that you think will be non-negotiable in a couple of years?
I'll give you the quick answer to kind of not make you not wait. It's going to be agentic world. And most companies are using AI today as a calculator. It's a single intervention. They say, find me this document, or do the search on it, respond to this question. It's a kind of a very reactive approach. And what is happening, 35%, in fact, enterprises are already building agentic solutions, which means they have a process and they want to, they use agents to complete that process end to end. So today, before we do that, we actually introduce friction, because when we just put one agent and one solution in one point, that means somebody has to review it, it breaks the process, it's a human in the loop, yes, I understand, but what is coming is going to be agentic world. So that means that everything, that I'm going to have my own agent who is going to be shopping for me. The company is going to have an agent who is going to represent the vendor to buy from. Everything is going to be agentic. So I think it's very important that, like you were saying, Vivek, that companies start thinking about the architecture and about the governance, how to actually create agentic solution for their problems, which means they have to worry about the orchestration layer, the integration layer, the governance, and the data.
Yes. See, I'm not sure about anybody else here, but if there is an agent for me which can take my wife for shopping, I would be the happiest person on earth.
Good one.
Hey, Praful, so you're focused on AI strategy.
Yes.
When a company creates that role or function for the first time, what do most of them get wrong about the scope and the mandate?
See, and that's the discussion I had with my own CEOs and a couple of other board members, right? And it always starts with, hey, we are lagging behind in the journey. We need to adopt AI. And they don't focus on what problem they are going to solve and what is the outcome they are expecting. And for me, that's the recipe of disaster. For me, any AI-led transformation should have three critical elements. Number one, clear outcome. Number two, domain knowledge, which you can extract out from your workflow and the institutional the knowledge base, what you have with the employees and documents and everything. And third is AI. If you miss any of those, then that is going to lead to a disaster. You are not going to get the desired outcome there.
Okay. Anybody else have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, the same, because the company should start from the problem, and then maybe they can use AI to solve it, or machine learning. Other companies are also using generative AI to solve the problem that can be sorted by using machine learning. Which existed much before this is existing.
Much more proven methodology.
And even more and cheaper. And it solves a lot of problems. Probably 80% of the problems can be sorted. And it's extensively being used anyway to prevent the problems. So most people use it to understand the problem, but this one is actually using the patterns, and the data can actually predict the problem and prevent it through next best action.
Great, thank you. Vivek, when you walk into an organization that tells you, hey, we're behind on AI, what does the first 90 days look like?
So I think this is where I marry the traditional versus the agile frameworks. Right? I'll tell you, I'll give you the example how I want to look at it. Maybe when I walk into an organization, first of all, I think we have to elevate the fear that they are not behind. So let's understand in what they call as the intelligence era, as we are talking about now. We are in the first 5 years of typically a 20-year quinquennium that happens. Right now, most of the, if you look at any of the previous such things, these 5-6 years in the beginning are typically what we call as the exploratory phase of any uptake. If you typically look at the graph of adoption, that's how typically it will be seen. So there have been many initiatives across the organization, but if you would look at it, any organization is in the state of maturity, maybe less than 1% currently, globally. Now, it's important to kind of make them realize that don't get excited about this. You have to bring in pragmatism to this whole approach before you get excited. I've done a small series on leadership types, archetypes. One of the leadership archetypes I kind of mentioned are pragmatist, effervescent leadership types, right? So that's the leadership type that should be ruling organizations, correct? No doubts about it. But they should be ruling organizations with a very good control ecosystem in their organization. Basically, a sounding board that says, okay, yes, we would want to do it. That's how we can look forward, right? We can say that there are no doctors needed in hospitals. That's a vision. Absolutely yes, and it's possibly achievable too. But as you look at it, you have to kind of do a gradation. So maybe the way I look at it when I kind of take up an assignment of nature is that traditional model is do an as-is state assessment. So look at your problem you're trying to solve, not the aspiration that you have. It's very, very important. If we try to merge that process, the first 3 months, or basically the first 30 days will be a disaster because we'll not be able to kind of give any specific outputs there. I think the second, like the next 30 days is typically more in terms of looking at, so out of your whole ecosystem, you believe there are, say, these 10 processes which are big bottleneck steps for you. So if those are the big bottleneck steps, which will have the fastest ability to deliver a value with the least disruption. So you typically look at the next 30 days is more in terms of identifying what would be those 3 or 4 that you want to pick up and run. And the next 90 days, next 30 days is typically the path we call as don't jump into a solution. So you almost create a mini ecosystem for AI governance and adoption for those chosen 2 or 3 things, and those should be put out as a plan to the detail. That means what we're saying is, don't think governance is an after fact. Don't think KPI definition of a process improvement is an after fact. Don't think that since you're only doing a POC, you don't think about organization scalability as an afterthought. So the way I've kind of seen it is that go for as-is state assessment, not aspirational. Look at maybe the most critical processes and identify the 1 or 2 that you would want to maybe pick up. And the third one is ensure that when you pick this up as a plan and as you come out of a 90-day thing, you should have a plan which does not address only the process in isolation, but the process in totality with the relevant structures like governance, everything in place so that when you scale by replicating this model, not recreating this model. Typically, that's where most of the POC graveyards have been created.
All right, thank you. We are just about at time, but I want to wrap up with one question. Same question for each of you. I want to start with you, Vivek, and we'll just move this way. If you could give every CXO in this room one piece of advice they could act on now, what would it be?
I would want them to be a little more aware.
How so?
So what I would want them to do is that they should, like the way they run their business, they should also consume information, filter it, and define what is relevant for them and what is irrelevant.
The same thing what I was trying to communicate throughout. Your context is your mode, and adapt the AI. Don't adopt a tool. That's the message I'll give it to every CXO.
For me, will be think big and see how can you become AI native company, because if you don't, you're going to be replaced by AI native competition.
And I would suggest to all of you, ask your employees, ask the working level to experiment with AI, to get in and to get familiar with AI as soon as possible. So everybody should experiment, starting with the simple transcripts or simple email writing models.
Great, and I'll add my opinion on this one too. The big one for me is so many executives out there just read the headlines. And there's so much hype around this stuff, but there's also so much possibility. Yeah. So educate yourselves, learn about what this really does, learn what the pitfalls are, and apply it appropriately. I'd like to thank the panel and thank all of you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Kevin, for moderating us.
Thank you for your moderation.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Yeah, we need to make a picture, right?
Yeah. Okay. Let's give a round of applause to our panel of experts for their invaluable insights. So, ladies and gentlemen, now let's take a moment to honor the change makers who are redefining leadership, inspiring teams, and driving innovation across industries. Their vision, dedication, and bold approaches are setting new standards and shaping the next generation of business success. Thank you. To present the awards, can we please have Praful Kare? Praful Kare, Global Head of AI Strategy at Radiant Digital, on the stage. Thank you. So you can just stand there. So as I call your name and take a photo, you'll receive your award and take a photo with Praful. And you're welcome to say a word, you don't have to, but please keep it under 30 seconds, or under a minute, please, because we have a lot of awards. Okay, the first one is Alex Jordan. Is Alex Jordan here? I will go to the next one. Aurelian Mangano. As Forbes Coach's council member, executive leadership coach, and CEO of Develop Leaders, currently Vice President of Programs for PMI Houston, Aurelian holds credentials including ICF, PCC, PMP, PMI, ACP, PMI, and PBA, Organizational Development Coach, and EQI 2.0 certification. His clients have achieved 75% career advancement and 25% improved strategy implementation. Congratulations.
I would like to thank you, CXO, to find me and give me this award, because it was a big journey for me. It was not always very pretty. Sometimes it was difficult. But I would like also to thank all my bad managers that helped me to be very good in leadership and understanding what to avoid and what to teach my executive client. So thank you for this. Thank you to my families that support me also to make this jump from doing what I was doing before, corporate America, to being an executive coach. Thank you very much. And also, I dedicate this to my father that passed last month. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Brian Licata. Is Brian Licata here? Okay, Dragana Linfield. As Senior Director in EY's Technology Consulting Practice, Dragana Linfield leads complex AI transformation programs redefining how Fortune 500 firms operate, grow, and serve customers. Her work spans telecom to enterprise AI. Uniting strategic vision with human-centered impact, at MIT she facilitated the applied generative AI and agentic AI programs, serves as co-director of Gen AI Global, advancing responsible AI worldwide. Congratulations.
I'm very grateful to CXO 2.0 for selecting me, and I'm even more excited to what is coming next. And I want to thank you, my husband Mark, for giving me space to shine. Thank you.
Jim Swartwout. Jim is currently CEO of Prosperum FinTech Holdings, building a cutting-edge AI-empowered online brokerage. Avant-garde trading securities for retail investors. Jim is an experienced FinTech executive acknowledged for building high-performing teams that deliver exceptional results. In his 3+ decades in the business, he has held senior roles at Robinhood, Scottrade, Fidelity, Schwab, and E-Trade. Congratulations.
Yeah, I've had the opportunity over the last 30 years to work with some great teams building what retail investors need to bring forward their ability to capitalize on the equity and options markets. Last week, we introduced the brand new trading platform at Avant-Garde Trading Securities. It's avantgarde.com. It's embedded AI, full research, as well as customer service, all within the platform. So we're looking forward to continuing the AI journey with investing. Thanks.
Thank you. Joanna Marie Aguila. Joanna Maria Aguila. Okay, next we have John L. Ebron. John L. Ebron. Okay, we have Dr. John Warner. Author, entrepreneur, speaker, and strategist. Dr. John Warner is the Chief Customer Officer, American of Battery Solutions. From launching pickups at GM to building 5 battery startups and a successful exit, he now powers the commercial EV space with Komatsu-backed American Battery Solutions. Congratulations. You go ahead.
Awesome. Just want to say thank you to CXO Conference and to all of my mentors throughout my lifetime who've gotten us here. Really appreciate everything and everyone here. It's been a great event and look forward to speaking more with everyone else. Thank you.
Okay. Next we have Kunal Phul. Kunal Phul. Manuel M. Vega Sr. Manuel M. Vega Sr. is the Senior Corporate Director of Quality Business and Strategic Planning at Cortec Precision Manufacturing. He is a highly accomplished executive with over 35 years of experience in business operations, global sourcing, and capital equipment management. On a professional level, he has dedicated his craft and takes his pride in being recognized as a very dynamic and cultural leader.
First of all, I wanted to thank CXO for actually following me and finding me out there. I've been working very hard for many years, looking for a chance to shine as a leader. And I want to thank all my mentors and those that I have in the many years that I've been in the industry, semiconductor and now in manufacturing fabrication. And most of all, I want to thank my beautiful wife. We just made our 35th anniversary on Monday. And my wonderful family and my kids. And my grandkids, I have their socks on, so I want to thank all of you again for this wonderful award.
Okay. Next we have, sorry, forgive me. Okay, next we have Maggie Buchanan. We saw her earlier, but Maggie Buchanan. Okay. Next we have Martin Kilmer. There he is. Marty Kilmer serves as Chief Operating Officer at Gravis Law, lending legal operations, IT, and HR while driving the firm's innovative systems and technology initiatives. A veteran executive with over 25 years experience in SaaS, legal tech, and product development, Marty previously led the multi-year redesign of a major global legal research platform, enhancing access for users worldwide. Congratulations.
I will speak shorter than the amount of time it was to describe that. I just want to thank all the people that have supported me throughout my career, the opportunities that organizations have provided me to grow, to expand, and have tolerated my personality and style over the years, and it helped make me successful. This is a great honor. Thank you.
Congratulations. Next we have Dr. Marquette L. Walker. Dr. Marquette L. Walker. Next we have Nagiswara Korlapara. Nagiswara Korlapara. Nicole Banks. Nicole Banks is here. And she is the founder of the Niche Work, a global business networking ecosystem operating in 78 countries with more than 50,000 members, built on the principle that collaboration is currency. With over 15 years in business development and sales strategy, she helps leaders expand influence, revenue, and relational capital through intentional strategy, disciplined growth, and ecosystem design. Congratulations.
I want to thank my mentors who have put the time to inspire me to be better. I want to thank myself in a pure Snoop Dogg fashion. Determination to get here has been something that has been a paramount part in my life. And I want to thank my man, Fernando. Without him, I couldn't do any of this. And let's all do better business together. Thanks so much.
Next we have Pankaj Kumar. Pankaj Kumar is a certified franchise consultant and the visionary founder and CEO of Boiled Masala. Thank you. A fast casual concept that is redefining healthy Indian cuisine. With over 20 years of global leadership experience at iconic brands like Subway, Domino's, and KFC. An Amazon best-selling author and award-winning leader, he also shares his journey as a participant on The Blocks on Amazon Prime TV. Congratulations.
Thank you, CXO. Well, this is not an AI. This is a real food which we sell. It's healthy Indian fast casual restaurant. We are expanding through the franchising. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sam Shah. Sam Shah. Srikritri Kartik. Srikritri Kartik, Director of U.S. Business and Partnerships in Fido Tech Incorporated, is a growth-focused business leader with experience building and scaling teams, markets, and operating foundations. She has led 0 to 1 initiatives to drive measurable outcomes across customer growth, retention, and operational effectiveness. Kriti operates at the intersection of, I'm not sure because I don't have the next page, but maybe you could fill us in.
Thank you so much again. It's such an honor to be recognized for contributions and the kind of work you do. I know all of us have said it, and I think we'd all agree, kudos to the CXO 2.0 team, really. So I'm sure we all attend events, right? I do too, but what I really like about this one is that it's so industry and region agnostic. All my fellow award winners, I love that you're all from different industries. You're all so brilliant at what you do. So I'm really looking forward to meeting all of you, so many like-minded people, because I love the amount of thought leadership and inspiration that's come out of just 2 days. So I'm kind of looking forward to day 3 too. So thank you once again.
Swapnil Badane. Swapnil Badane is the founder and managing director of Minel Hospitality, with over 15 years of experience in the hospitality industry. He is a visionary professional with global education and leadership experience, driving strategic growth, ethical governance, and long-term excellence in institutional catering operations. Under his leadership, Minel Hospitality focused on serving food with care and purpose, delivering hygienic, nutritious, and high-quality meals. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, everyone. This award means a lot to me. I have started my journey in 2016 with the 5 employees. Now it's 2026. We are having 300 plus employees family in my company, and I dedicate this award to all the 300 employees. Thank you so much.
Ramona Calderon. Ramona Calderon. Next we have Rob Stewart. Rob Stewart. Rob is the founder and CEO of CR Equity AI, where he leads the development of advanced valuation, underwriting, and compliance technologies for the commercial real estate and private credit sectors. A hands-on architect and strategist, he builds systems that deliver faster, more transparent, and defensible lending decisions. Rob's work spans product design, regulatory alignment, and capital planning, ensuring every workflow meets enterprise-grade standards. Congratulations.
That was a mouthful. Thank you so much. This award means a lot. I have a great team behind me. I want to give a shout out to the big man upstairs and my family for going through some troubling times to get here. I think this is the beginning of something great. I remember starting this company from my kitchen table after having a lot of doors closed in my face and saying that it'll never happen. So this is kind of a really, really good reminder that, you know, hard work pays off. So I appreciate everything. Thank you.
Next we have Sidra Sharmeen. Sidra Sharmeen. Okay, we'll move on to Srikar Reddy. Srikar Reddy. Okay, Dr. Susan Castle. Dr. Susan Castle. And we have Valerie Velasquez. Valerie Velasquez. Okay. That was the last on this list. Shall I check the other list? Or do you have other words? Let me double check. Is anyone here waiting for an award? Just making sure I didn't miss anyone. Making sure we have the right list. Okay, great. So, yes. So, to our honorees, your hard work, resilience, and creativity have not only delivered results, but inspired everyone around you. That was truly a powerhouse of a day. From game-changing discussions to bold new ideas, Day 2 has been all about leadership and making things happen. Before we move into the networking hour, we'd also like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our incredible sponsors who helped make this conference possible. A special thank you to our gold sponsors, Tactical Rehabilitation in partnership with Brilliant Health Solutions, our silver sponsors, EWA by R Evolution, and Paul Mitchell Schools. And our bronze sponsors, Apogee Global RMS, Team Up Corp, and the Experience Group. Your support plays a vital role in bringing this event to life. As we wrap up Day 2, don't rush off just yet, because some of the most meaningful moments happen beyond the sessions. This is where conversations continue, new connections are made, and unexpected ideas begin to take shape. So take this time to step out, meet someone new, exchange perspectives, ideas, and carry today's energy forward. And as you do, don't forget to capture those moments and share your highlights using hashtag CXOConf and bring others into your experience. There's also more ahead for those looking to stay connected with this community. Our upcoming editions in Singapore and Dubai are already in the works, offering new opportunities to learn, collaborate, and grow. If you'd like to explore what's next, you can connect with Jatin Sidhu from the 2.0 Conferences team, and he'll be happy to assist you. So that's all from me today. Hope you had a wonderful day, and we look forward to tomorrow with lots of energy, and we'll see you in the morning. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. Thank you for your help.